Outlast has been an absolute juggernaut in the horror genre ever since its initial release over a decade ago, and it only feels right that Outlast Trials has now gone into its 1.0 release to finally put together a full and comprehensive timeline for every single event that takes place within the Outlast universe. As messed up as they are bound to be, just some quick points before we begin. During the portions of the video where the playable games take place, we may reference back to files and documents that we've already covered earlier, since this is the moment in time which they're actually found. Also, for purposes of context, we will also jump forward in time momentarily so you have a full grasp of the lore being presented. But aside from these very small moments, everything will be in complete chronological order. With all of that being said, I hope you enjoy the video. The very first dated event within the Outlast universe is actually the birth of Dr. Wernick, as seen in his documentation in Outlast 1, showing his birth date to be the 20th of October 1918 in Germany. This is one of the presumed birth years of Sullivan Noth due to a passage about the character released by Red Barrel's developers, stating that Sullivan was the age of Christ at crucifixion when he heard the voice of the Lord for the very first time. The year stated was 1966. If you don't know, the actual age of Jesus at his time of death is not actually very well known, but is presumed to be between 33 to 38 years old at the time. But the majority of scholars seem to lean towards 33, so we'll be going with that since it's so vague. In 1938, US chemical company Murkoff Corporation was exposed selling weaponized difegene to German forces during the early stages of World War II. If you're unsure of what difegene is, or possibly know it by its chemical name of trichlomethylchloroformate, it's actually a poison gas that was used by the German soldiers during World War I, and it would cause respiratory irritation, so bad to the point where it would normally prove lethal to anyone unlucky enough to actually inhale it. Within a file in Outlast 1 is actually a document written in Berlin that's been translated, and speaks about Dr. Wernick's progress on the morphogenic engine. Wernick has been expanding on theories developed during his brief relationship with A. Turing. A. Turing is in reference to a real-life mathematician, Alan Turing, whose story, if you don't actually know, is really quite incredible. But to sum it up briefly, he was highly influential in the development of theoretical computer science, creating the concepts of algorithm and computation when he created the Turing machine. He's more famously known for being one of the people that created the machine that managed to find the settings to the German Enigma machine in World War II. A machine used for all German communications and was thought to be impossible to decipher, successfully deciphering the codes and giving the Allies a huge advantage in World War II as a result. He's also seen as the pioneer of what computer science is today. Anyway, enough of the history lesson, back to the document. The doctors are amazed by Wernick's work, stating he has breached the spiritual realm after personally witnessing an apparition. The doctors go on to suggest that this work should be briefed to Hitler, as it poses an opportunity for the German cause, and not to include him in the culling program. How nice. Cornelius Noakes participates in the World War II Battle of Attu, as described by him during the Denizen storylines in Outlast Trials. He was a veteran and engineer of the US Air Force, participating in the Battle of Attu that took place between May 11th to 30th in 1943. Fought between the United States and Canadian forces against the Axis forces of Japan, of which the Allies eventually won. We know from an interview with Rudolf Wernick found within Outlast 1 that in June of 1943 he recorded 3 instances of spontaneous bleeding, and half a dozen of his German subjects began developing brain tumours. The autopsies of these test subjects showed tumours made of pure lead, an interesting thing to note going forward. During this period of time, we know that future Sinala Facility Prime asset, Leland Coyle, served at the Battle of Okinawa in the Pacific Theatre during World War II, fighting as a Marine in the US Army against the Japanese, which we find out in a Murkoff surveillance document over a decade later. We also know from some surveillance documents that Leland Coyle joined the police force in Blackwell, Oklahoma in 1947 after returning back from the war, thus starting his career as a police officer. In 1948, the United States began an operation called Project Paperclip, which provided the means of recruiting foreign specialists, largely Nazi soldiers and scientists of German or Austrian descent, into specific assignments within technical services of the Army, Navy, or Air Force. The goal was to utilize these specialists to further grow the American military capabilities, and it also served as a way of denying those services to perceived enemy countries, primarily the Soviet Union. An operation that is actually based on a real-life operation, by the way, post-World War II. In 1949, Dr. Rudolf Wernick immigrated to the United States with a visa from the State Department as part of the previously mentioned Project Paperclip operation. This would be the start of Wernick doing decades worth of work for the American government in Los Alamos. We begin with a document, which you might have noticed looks a little different to the one shown in Outlast Trials. I got the old creative juices going and designed and rewrote every single document in the game to make it look better and more authentic for the video. I think they came out pretty good, so I hope you like them. The document is dated 30th of April 1949 by A. Bradley Avelanos to the board of the Murkoff Corporation for a proposal for a new business opportunity. He mentions a new opportunity for great revenue in the field of chemical refinement for their new friends at the agency. The agency in question is the CIA, and Avelanos plans to make the most of the capabilities already established by Murkoff Pharmaceutical. Agency asset P. Halliwell, who is better known as Paul Halliwell, was a real CIA agent that was responsible for the formation of the Sea Supply Corporation, which ran arms to Thailand police and nationalist Chinese forces in Burma for 10 years, between 1951 and 1961. It mentions that he was providing drugs to the Chiang Kai-shek rebels in Thailand and Burma, indirectly funding their anti-communist activities. The agency wants to expand the same activities into Europe and the Middle East. However, the CIA contacts within the Sicilians are not capable of refining the heroin, lacking the sophistication to do so without the risk of blowing the whole thing to the moon. It does say, however, that the CIA believe that the Corsicans could do it, but they don't want to insult Mr. Luciano. Now, this is referring to real-life mobster Salvatore Lucania, better known as Lucky Luciano. He was shipping narcotics into New York City in the 40s and early 50s from Italy, and is actually widely considered the founder of what the New York Mafia eventually turned into. Due to these issues, there is now an open position in manufacturing that Murkoff Pharmaceutical could easily fill, and has added bonus of allowing Murkoff to be part of the CIA's extra budgetary activities, meaning a near limitless global tax-adjacent revenue stream, with powerful legal protective implications on top of it. A massive win-win for Murkoff. A local television program begins to air in Philadelphia, called the Mother Gooseberry Hour. The stars a dentist, Dr. Futterman, and his assistant and daughter, Phyllis Futterman. During Outlast 1, a diary can be found from a Mount Massive Hospital patient named Shirley Pierce, which shows that she was committed to Mount Massive for hypnotherapy treatments in 1952 due to her bedroom-inspired hysteria and marital issues. She would later become a subject to the Project MK Ultra experimentations conducted by the CIA. The CIA interviewed a civilian named Hendrik Joliet Easterman. Agent Jameson Lawler of the CIA is asking Easterman if he was at Dawes' speech in Princeton. Easterman points out that he doesn't like the tone that Lawler has, saying that it's suggestive that he already knows the answer despite asking the question. To give some context, the speech in question was from a man named Alan Dulles, who was the deputy director of the CIA. He spoke in 1953 of brain perversion techniques and brain warfare that he claimed were being conducted by the Soviets at the time. Lawler believes that brainwashing has already infiltrated the popular imagination, large part due to the speeches of Alan Dulles, saying that it was the front page story in every US city newspaper in July of 1952. He mentions that 21 American prisoners of war refused to come home when given the chance. Red-blooded Americans that would rather make home in communist China than return to the United States. Lawler feels that this is a clear sign of China having the capabilities of brainwashing, since why in the name of God would anybody, given the choice, become a communist? Easterman says that what Lawler is talking about is actually called thought reform, something he worked strictly out of assumptions based on the German psyche leading up to 1933. Lawler agrees, and mentions that the notion of belief is the same within dangerous political circles, calling it a subtle menace that is seeping into culture, advertising, music, etc. Lawler brings up the death of Easterman's brother, who died in Korea. He was a lieutenant in the army, and his death was officially ruled a suicide, but Easterman disputes this, saying the forensics were sloppy, suggesting that it may have been murder. Easterman points out that Lawler likes to ask things that sound like questions, but in all reality they aren't, since he already knows the answers to them all before even asking. Probably something that he picked up in his time at the CIA, I would imagine. Lawler extends an offer to Easterman to study what happened to his brother in Korea firsthand, stating that the CIA is holding KPA brainwashing subjects in Hong Kong, and they need someone with Easterman's skill set to investigate. We now jump over to a letter written by Easterman to his wife, named Irene. He asks his wife to burn the letter after reading it. Easterman is essentially hating Hong Kong life, but is fascinated with his initial interviews, calling them illuminating. He feels certain that he'll be able to find the evidence needed to prove his brother's murder, saying he interviewed 4 veterans and 1 minister, all of which were prisoners of the Korean People's Army. He hasn't found evidence of psychological programming yet, but does believe that the degree of trauma in the prisoners is impressive. We now jump to 1954 as Easterman is taken to writing personal journal entries like a 12-year-old schoolgirl. How somebody conducting official CIA business is allowed to write in a journal that could get lost at literally any moment is a mystery to me, but nonetheless. He is currently stationed in Berlin, Germany, waiting for his flight back to China, remembering that this is only 9 years after the end of World War II. He is pondering the idea of the spoils of war and what it was like before land and treasure. He believes that the spoils of World War II were instead cultural, believing that National Socialism has much to teach us all about infrastructure, propaganda, and leadership. The true spoils of war, as he puts it, were reaped in Hiroshima, in the use of weapons that could mean instantaneous global death. Only in truly meaningless, non-existent extinction, nobody will be remembered because nobody will be around to remember. And since nobody is left to remember the atrocities, anything is possible and permitted. Easterman says that the agency wants a full investigation into the technique of see now, which translates to wash brain, and they have set Easterman up with an observation post with dozens of veterans to study, both Western and Chinese, already exposed to these techniques. He feels that he has found even greater lessons, however saying that the Chinese Communist parties have celebrated the ideological remodeling of a whole population, which is all indications that it's already taking hold in China. He does, however, make the observation that the brainwashed veterans are largely listless, near catatonic, and in between bouts of aggression, calling them more akin to broken children than programmed machines. Our next document, titled Agency Partners, is a letter sent to the CIA agent Jameson Lawler from Murkoff employee A. Bradley Avelanos. Avelanos points out that he heard through the grapevine that Jameson was considering a different contractor than Murkoff for the research into pharmaceuticals and psychological influence. This other contractor being Easterman. This concerns Murkoff, and Avelanos reminds Lawler that Lawler doesn't have anything on Murkoff that they don't have on him, pointing out that Lawler used Murkoff for help outside of bureaucratic stagnation of Congress and the CIA. So, rejecting Murkoff for this project could have some terrible public implications, not to mention the cheeky signing off line of "we look forward to working with you." Nothing like some blackmail to solidify a healthy working relationship. On February 10th, 1954, as part of the CIA's MK-Ultra program, they conducted more hypnotic experimentation and research in Building 13 of Mount Massive Preserve in Colorado. A Mrs. Jackson and Shirley Pierce, mentioned earlier, on a hypnotic cue using a pointed finger to make them sleep. The initial cue was a success, as both Jackson and Pierce progressed into a deep hypnotic state. They then instructed Shirley Pierce, who had previously expressed a huge fear of firearms by the way, to wake up Miss Jackson using any and every method at her disposal to do so. And after she inevitably failed doing so using numerous methods, they tell Shirley to pick up a nearby pistol and fire it at Miss Jackson, instructing her that her rage would be so great that she wouldn't hesitate to kill Miss Jackson for not waking up. All of this as a test, since Shirley stated her fear of guns earlier. As it turns out, Shirley Pierce would go on to do everything as instructed, including shooting Mrs. Jackson, provided it was with an unloaded pistol, before falling back into a deep sleep. The two of them would awaken from their hypnosis and both would have complete amnesia of what just happened. When staff attempted to hand Miss Pierce the gun that she just used while hypnotized, she refused to pick it up or even accept it, expressing complete denial that the sequence mentioned earlier ever even happened. The next entry is another entry into the personal journal of Dr. Easterman. He believes that he has broken Private Ramus by employing Benzedrine to pep him up into a talkative state, but his testimony is filled with repetition and contradiction. He states that the sessions are being cut short by the appearance of the Doctor, otherwise referred to as Dr. Skinner, an invisible spectre that manifests whenever Easterman asks directly about Ramus's captors. They increased his dosage of Benzedrine, but it ended up sending the private into a permanent catatonic state. His cardio and galvanograph readings suggest that he is still facing the torments of this Dr. Skinner, along with an expression on his face which is twisted into a permanent expression of pain and fear, even comparing his face to the hideous smile of a Japanese Hanya mask. On April 19th of 1954, we have correspondence between Easterman and Olivier Baranzesk. Now, Baranzesk has some history in the Outlast lore. He was the Assistant Director of Behavioral Medicines at Mount Massive Hospital between 1954 and 1963. You can actually find a picture of him within Mount Massive Asylum in Outlast 1, on which the game is based. He introduces himself, name-dropping Murkoff Corporation in the process. He tells Easterman that their mutual friend in the CIA, Jameson Lawler, has been sharing with him the findings found in the Hong Kong trip, and that Easterman's research synchronizes remarkably with the dream therapy work that they're working on in Los Alamos at Mount Massive. He says that he has secured agency cooperation to bring Easterman to Los Alamos to meet the Murkoff team of researchers, and that he'll be able to find the tickets and documents on his bedside table, before strongly suggesting that he accept the invitation, as the letter that Murkoff has just sent him has some highly sensitive national security issues within it, and now Easterman's knowledge of such activities, even without his active participation, could represent a great security risk that requires some enforceable form of silence. Once again, some classic Murkoff blackmail. It's a very congested and sophisticated way of saying, accept the damn invitation or you'll be feeding the vultures for the next week. He does, however, offer a kind word to Easterman, telling him not to only come due to his fear of punishment, insisting that the Murkoff scientists and research is actually very inspiring work, well beyond anything of the brutish works that Easterman has seen in communist China. We can see in another journal entry that the trip to Los Alamos proved fruitful for Easterman, as he mentions reviewing the notes of a Dr. Vernick while he was there. This is the same doctor that we see in Outlast 1 that was responsible for the Wall Rider project, and clearly seen observing the reagents in the sleep room. Easterman believes that if he were alone in these endeavors, he would categorize Vernick as delusional and damaged from his participation in the Nazi business. But since his work has been thoroughly vetted, he is left feeling unmoored from reality. It's also on April 30th, 1954, that Dr. Rudolf Vernick was officially recorded as a citizen of the United States for his work in Los Alamos for the United States government. Another Easterman journal entry talks about a time that Easterman visited a bookshop in Santa Fe, as he recalls a favorite monster story from his childhood. He describes it as a story of feeble pulp from a slavering fetishist, and mentions a paragraph that has stuck with him as oddly applicable to his new friends at Los Alamos. I'll just read the paragraph in full, as I think it's pretty interesting. It is as followed. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of a black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but some day the piecing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightened position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Quite a sad message, but if you aren't quite sure of its meaning, it's essentially a play on the idea that ignorance is bliss, the idea that what you don't know cannot hurt you, and with that ignorance comes safety. But only when you peer deeper seeking knowledge will you actually begin to understand. This is when you can truly be hurt. For all of you horror fans out there, the author in question is the famous horror writer H.P. Lovecraft, and the quote is from the end of Call of Cthulhu. We are sticking with the journal entries with Easterman, as he talks about how he has been warned about Dr. Vernick, and describes the phrase, "We can overlook his past for the sake of the future," meaning that Vernick has done some really messed up things, but he's too valuable to get rid of. Baron Zess seems to think that Easterman's research into brainwashing and ideological revision seems to mesh seamlessly with Vernick's work on microwave signals and guided visual stimulation. Easterman attempts to get clarity on Vernick's intentions on his experiences, but is spurred away each time. A strange thing is mentioned at the bottom of the letter, how Vernick mentions that all straight relationships are doomed, before saying that he has had some strange dreams since arriving at Los Alamos, even stating that Vernick is a vital and handsome man, and that he might need to request his wife out there to be able to concentrate. The fact that he's having strange dreams and also the unusual and out-the-blue compliments towards Vernick suggests that Vernick might be using his microwave signaling on Easterman. We now get some interesting new information from news clippings that have been transcribed for the records of Easterman. It speaks of a deranged airman that murdered a family of 5, and he even did some unconsenting things to the family members, and even the farm animals weren't safe. The man's name was Jerome Gillette. He was 37 and found naked and disorientated among some hogs outside the scene of the crime, and is now being held in an unknown location. He states that he has no memory of the crime, though physical evidence on the scene makes his guilt obvious. He told officers that his last memory was the previous Sunday night's fireworks, and mentions being offered chewing gum from a woman in white before blacking out and waking up amongst the hogs. I mean, damn, waking up in the middle of hogs, naked, and going on a killing spree. These chewing gum flavors are really getting out of hand. Lawler sends a message to Avalanos in regards to the news clippings about Gillette, saying to have a newspaper curated, that a crime that is this disgusting and violent, committed in public, needs to be sure that the press does not make public any connections between the crime, airbase, and the CIA Murkoff activities. Avalanos replies saying that progress is really clean and easy, stating the incident as regrettable, but to think of it as a speed bump in the road. He goes on to mention that Sinyala will solve this problem and any issues that could arrive in the future, saying that it's now only a matter of money. Murkoff has made a very reasonable proposal for how it could be sourced outside of congressional approval. We now head further in time to 1955, as there is another news clipping about a raid on Fudderland. 2 police are dead and half a dozen injured during a raid on a studio of a disgraced children's variety show host Phyllis Futterman, better known to her fans as Mother Gooseberry. She was charged with conspiracy to commit murder, kidnapping, and racketeering. She's been using her television platform and dental drops business to hook a generation of children on narcotics, violence, theft, and even murder. Wowee, Mickey Mouse really has himself some competition here with this one. The police chief described Fudderland as the most grotesque architectural perversion since H.H. Holmes' Chicago murder castle. If you're wondering, H.H. Holmes was a serial killer that lived in Chicago during the 19th century. He's widely regarded as America's very first serial killer. He built a whole hotel to act as a maze, with doors to nowhere and trapdoors, peepholes, and secret walls that could change the architecture of the hotel so he could murder guests. Bad stuff all around. Anyway, our favourite journal writer Easterman puts in yet another log on August 22nd, complaining about the poor roads that lead to the Sinyala facility, and how much he misses his wife since she would have given him massages. Rightio, Easterman. You do realise you could pay for that sort of thing, right? We get a glimpse into the early stages of the building process for the Sinyala facility, explaining how he was sitting within a warehouse that could contain an army, and they will source the electricity for the facility using generators, while the water will come from the Colorado or the Havasu. The building, however, will require an architect, of which they are in the process of hiring for the facility. Avalanos will be interviewing candidates for the role, while Murkoff Collections Department's hard at work sourcing potential subjects, including both prime assets and the general experimental population. Easterman is excited and has optimism that they will achieve phenomenal things here at this new facility. It looks like at this stage that Easterman is fully committed to his new role in research within Murkoff. 3 days later, Easterman does another journal entry. He talks about self-administering lysergic acid. This is found within ergot funguses and within the seeds of Opiumea corymbosa, a plant native to Latin America. He is using it for charisma and belief. He mentions how the desert and the sun have revealed to him some new truth that he is yet to unravel, saying that he called his wife to find a Julius Firmicus Maternus book on his bookshelf. She couldn't find it, or for whatever reason didn't want to find it. Julius, by the way, was a Roman writer and an astrologer that lived during 314 and 360 AD. But while his wife couldn't find his work, there was something of which Easterman addresses as the phallus of the sun, Anemo descensus per ordem solis tributor. I know I botched the hell out of that, but it's Latin, which translates roughly to the spirit descended through the orb of the sun is given, putting forward the comparison of how the sun is the only rational God. It is the center of all life, yet if you look directly at it, it will make you blind. He compares this analogy to being transformatively charismatic. A person must be both unknowable and lethally dangerous, since looking at them would make you blind, figuratively or literally in the case of these damn trials. So this charisma that is being described is the vital thing being sought by the collections team, and specifically Easterman, when picking candidates for the roles of the prime assets. Now with that in mind, another entry is written on August 25th called Charismatic Authority. He speaks on how Avelanos understands Easterman's intentions, and that the work that he's trying to do within Signala, while CIA agent Lawler holds doubts towards Easterman's work, saying that something that is quite strange since Lawler was actually the one that introduced him to Murkoff and sent Easterman to Hong Kong to investigate the brainwashing. But then again, Lawler was also being blackmailed, so take his reservations with a grain of salt. He goes on to say that he found and read a Bible, reading some Corinthians, St. Paul to be exact, saying how Paul understood that charismatic authority overpowers legality, tradition, and dignity. Charisma can create deep and widespread societal change. Charisma could only be gifted by God, something to which Easterman disagrees, saying how humans are like clay, with no organ more malleable and vulnerable than the brain. Believing that all Lawler needs to understand is that charisma can be a product, and even a weapon, and weapons can be used. A third entry on August 25th can be found called The Eyes of Dr. Vernick. It shows that Easterman has grown fascinated by him, saying that he would actually love to study him, since he exhibits the clearest examples of this charismatic aura that he is seeking so much. The next line is equally strange as it is creepy as hell, saying that Vernick's face gives off the impression that he believes intensely in something impossible, and that his eyes were even changing size when Easterman was looking at him. It makes me wonder if these should be taken at face value, or if this is a result of Vernick's clear dream therapy testing that he was using on Easterman in the early stages of the Lathe program, since we saw in earlier files that Easterman became enthralled by Vernick and even slightly attracted to him. Easterman questions if this magnetism he feels towards Vernick is a detriment or a boon to the man's science, but the tendency of the deeply charismatic to impart belief onto others is a subjective science. And in that case, maybe Easterman has a point. Maybe the charisma that he's talking about is rubbing off on Easterman himself, since he's having these swaying feelings towards Vernick. An odd thing to think, that if Vernick was not a member of Murkoff, or such an important figure behind the scenes, Easterman actually would view him as almost the perfect person for a prime asset role within Signala's trials. The next document is one taken late August in 1955, a conference between Easterman, Avelanos, and Lawler. Avelanos wants results, and will be looking at the data from both Los Alamos and Mount Massive with a mind towards creating actionable agents. People that can be deployed and create thought leaders in the public that can create drastic societal change. Lawler thinks that the warehouse is overkill, but Easterman reminds him that if you want to train shepherds, you need to give them a flock, and this place provides the space just for that. Avelanos mentions a phrase called Dien Bien Phu, saying how the French got their heads kicked in by the communists at Dien Bien Phu and President Eisenhower did absolutely nothing about it. Why? Why didn't he do anything to help his allies? Lawler correctly says massive retaliation. The US fighting in Indochina would mean nuclear war. Any retaliation taken is massive retaliation. This would lead to the Soviets getting involved, and it's a big old mess. The Lathe program offers the country a quieter weapon, where you can deploy belief. Why send in a bomb that could cause chaos when you could send in a single agent to cause the same amount of chaos without any retaliation? I swear Murkoff just wants to take over the world at this point. The same conversation continues into the next page, as Avelanos points out that the CIA is already invested in the Lathe program, since they offer some more potential domestic and civilian applications than SADM. This refers to the special atomic demolition munition that was in the works around this time. Lawler rarely shows his CIA colors here, when he refuses to acknowledge domestic application, but Avelanos reminds him that the communist threat is just as real in the US as it is abroad. Easterman puts in his 2 cents, saying that charisma and belief were the 2 main lessons of World War II. The French lost in Indochina because they underestimated the power of these 2 things. Lawler thinks that the point is ridiculous, since how is he supposed to sell charisma to the CIA? But Avelanos suggests rewording charisma with marketing and propaganda to get them on board with the idea. We now get some recommendation letters for an architect named Scarfiotti, addressed to Avelanos from Sidney Gottlieb. This is a real guy who was a chemist and spy master for the CIA. He headed assassination attempts and a mind control program called MK Ultra in the 1950s and 60s. Ironically, the very program that inspired the Outlast Trials, and mentions a Navy engineer by the name of Moses Scarfiotti. He is a Stanford man, top of his class, and more importantly, one of them. He can be trusted, and the CIA would highly recommend him to be considered for the architect role. It doesn't take Murkoff long before they formally interview Scarfiotti for the role. Scarfiotti asks Avelanos if he's ever been to Disneyland, and Avelanos responds that he doesn't have any children, so no. Scarfiotti says that it doesn't matter, and that he should go since it's the future, and that Halliwell keeps asking him to go, the same Halliwell mentioned earlier in the documents. He says that Disneyland moves people through it, and the shapes instruct the visitors how to behave, when to be delighted, hungry, and compliant. That it was wonderful. He's never seen so many happy people. Avelanos asks if Scarfiotti knows how Mr. Disney achieved this phenomena. It should be obvious, but he is referring to, you guessed it, the King of the Mouse, Walt Disney. Scarfiotti believes that he does know how Walt Disney did this, saying that it's so clear once you've seen it, and that there are even hints of it in Germany. Our next file is between Easterman and Clyde Perry. Perry is one of the people within the collections department in charge of finding prime assets for the trials. We could see during the first Lathe program that the collections unit had no issue finding lost and damaged men to fit into the General Ex-Pop designation, but the prime assets on the other hand were much more difficult. Perry makes a joke about the vagueness of what a prime asset actually is, and Easterman gets frustrated, telling him to read Jung's After the Catastrophe at the very least to understand. The prime assets are to be the pillar of the Lathe program. The people that fit the role will be exceedingly rare and exceptionally dangerous. The only advantage is that they will be hard to miss. Now let's get into Jung's After the Catastrophe ourselves, since it was mentioned. Carl Jung is the man mentioned who was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist. The After the Catastrophe in question is some work that he did regarding World War II, since it was written in 1945, the year the war ended. It's actually a fascinating read that goes into the psychological breakdown of Germany post-war, and the steps of which they had to act in order to fall back into the good graces of Europe in the decades to come, and also how Europe must act to allow Germany to repent and truly understand as a people the crimes that they committed in World War II. There are some things, however, mentioned that I think fit perfectly with what Easterman is trying to show Perry, beginning with how Germany no longer views what happened in the concentration camps as murder, since it was lost in considerations of its own privilege, and that in all reality it's all signs of hysteria. But he brings up something called the pale criminal, and I quote, "He will stoop to every kind of self-deception if only he can escape the sight of himself. It is true that this happens everywhere, but nowhere does it appear to be such a national characteristic as in Germany. The condition can easily lead to a hysterical dissociation of the personality." End quote. Now, I'm going to briefly break the timeline here and mention the 2 people that will eventually become prime assets for the Lathe program, which we will learn about very shortly. The first is Mother Gooseberry, who is the perfect embodiment of the previous description. After the death of her father, she suffered from both hysteria and dissociation or dissociative identity disorder to help cope with his death, taking on the Dr. Futterman personality in her hand puppet to replace her deceased father. Well, the same can be said for Coyle, who seems to have a narcissistic personality disorder that regularly causes him to slip between sheer paranoia and hysteria, projecting his own cruelty onto others. So the parallels between key charismatic tendencies required for the prime assets of the Lathe program mirror the public hysteria seen throughout Germany in World War II. Listen to this quote. "The phenomenon that we have witnessed in Germany was nothing less than the first outbreak of the epidemic insanity, an eruption of the unconscious into what seemed to be a tolerably well-ordered world. A whole nation, as well as countless million belonging to other nations, were swept into a blood-drenched madness of a war of extermination." Almost sounds like brainwashing, doesn't it? Easterman wants to recreate that epidemic with the Lathe program, to create mass hysteria within its populations, and the prime assets share characteristics with the one person that was able to create mass hysteria and epidemic as it was called. Hitler, viewed as charismatic and extremely dangerous, was the person that led the rallies and helped bring in everyday otherwise normal people accepting a war of extermination, even cheering for it. So Easterman is hoping that the prime assets will have a similar effect on the acting population and the reagents that enter the Signala trials. And on this note, we have our next file on the meeting between Easterman and Clyde Perry called Hitler versus Mussolini. Hitler obviously being the leader of Germany during World War II, and Mussolini being the leader of Italy during World War II. Allies in the war, to be exact. They make this comparison between both Hitler and Mussolini and what set them apart, mentioning how Carl Jung saw them both speak at a rally, saying how Mussolini was boisterous, strong, cheerful, and that everybody liked him. Perry points this out as being charismatic. Easterman refutes that, saying that Mussolini was emphatically not charismatic. He was just simply popular, a typical strongman that you see in every room. While Hitler, on the other hand, was the opposite. He was withdrawn, uncomfortable, and an unattractive little man, until he started speaking. This was when Jung viewed him as a psychic scarecrow. His rantings, gestures, and shrill voice were like a man possessed. Perry misunderstands this, thinking that Easterman just wants crazy people, but Easterman corrects him, telling him that he wants somebody that you can put into a crowd of completely sane people, and then 10 minutes later you have a crowd of lunatics. This is the purpose that Futterman and Coyle serve to the reagents and the trials. And speaking of Coyle and Gooseberry, let's get back into the chronological order of things. We now find ourselves in 1956 as Clyde Perry is messaging Avelanos in regards to the surveillance of a Leland Coyle. This is where we take a detour into the first chapter of an Outlast Trials comic that was released by Red Barrels. It's available for free on their website, by the way. There is a whole file describing these things, but the comic actually does the same, but this time with pictures. And I think we can all agree that picture books are the best books. Coyle had altercations with Oklahoma law enforcement, and there was anecdotal evidence of animal abuse and even SA as a child that led him to having a military academy education. He joined the KKK and married at 19 just for his wife to die 6 months later after falling down the stairs. He then joined the Marines to avoid investigation. Went on to serve 2 years in the Pacific Theater with 3 confirmed enemy kills and 2 suspicious friendly fire kills in his company as well. He returned back to Oklahoma, resumed activity in the Klan, and then went on to get into law enforcement. He also keeps very complete notes and has an inflated view of his own stature within the world. It notes that he is an extremely effective policeman, gaining enormous profit from exploitation and extortion. He marries a second time and proceeds to extort his new wife's family. The wife's family go on to die in an electrical fire, and she flees to Chicago before dying of natural causes. If you think this absolutely insane story ends here, it doesn't. He marries a third time. His third wife apparently shoots herself and is found with gunshot wounds to the head. That wife's family dies within a year, all apparent suicides via increasingly violent and convoluted methodologies. Coyle has been seen standing in a field, watching lightning storms on 5 different occasions, and has displayed extreme charisma and is widely popular among his fellow police. I mean, holy crap, Coyle was next level crazy. Even for normal Outlast villain, my man is going for kill streaks. Back to some letters between Perry and Avalanos regarding a Coyle interview. Apparently Clyde has arranged to meet Coyle at a bar under the pretense of bribery. It didn't go well, however, as Coyle saw right through Perry and the conversation took a very quick, violent turn. Perry states that he had the feeling of being a crippled mouse being used as a plaything by a tomcat, believing that if Coyle had intended to kill him, he would not be writing right now. Once again praising his charisma and proceeds to highly recommend Coyle for Project Lathe. He goes on to mention that he has 2 broken fingers, a lot of bruising, and is even peeing blood on top of all of it, and will be taking a week's recovery in Wichita. We can see some private communications between Scarfiotti and Avalanos regarding Easterman, explaining how the board is all hot and bothered over the tax savings inherent in populating the trials with the charitable outreach centres. The whole operation of running the centres, recruiting volunteers and trucking them to Sinala is a bulletproof tax deduction, and also a clever way to hide the money coming in from the CIA. They believe that Easterman will sabotage himself sooner or later and that the profits will be glorious. Another letter from Perry later that year speaks about Phyllis Futterman, the woman and child show host described earlier, and once again we have a comic that shows us what happened. An interview was conducted at Holmesburg Prison in North Philadelphia. It describes her as nearly unrecognizable compared to archive photos and mugshots. Futterman, along with a majority of the inmates, have been subjected to dermatological experiments under the supervision of a Dr. Kleigman. Once again, this small detail is based on a real person, this time Dr. Albert Kleigman, who received huge backlash for unethical dermatological experiments in Philadelphia, stemming from ringworm treatments. And in this note, Futterman has been exposed to carbonic acid, dioxin, and grafts of infected flesh. Dear God, ooh! It does, however, say that other inmates have gotten it much worse. Don't know how, but I probably don't want to know how. Despite this, her physical health remains remarkable, even if she looks like yesterday's guacamole. And we can learn a little bit more about Mother Gooseberry in a background check done on her. She was the daughter of a Dr. A. Futterman, who was a dentist by trade. Her mother was out of the picture, and she worked for her father from a young age using puppets to distract kids during drilling and surgery. She apparently enjoys taxidermy and musical theatre, and the popularity of the Futtermans resulted in a TV program called the Mother Gooseberry Hour, which aired in 1951. After Dr. Futterman's death, Phyllis suffered hysteria and dissociation. It's also noted that his corpse has never been found. This is an interesting thing to learn since we know that the name of Mother Gooseberry's puppet is Dr. Futterman, presumably named after her father. And the added fact that Gooseberry also regularly calls the puppet Daddy during conversations alludes to that point even more. After his death, the tone of the show changed dramatically, conditioning adolescent audiences through abuse and praise, causing the audience to become almost cult-like, engaging in immoral behaviors for her. Police raided the studio in 1955 and Phyllis retreated into the puppetry tunnels beneath the set and used her drill to kill 2 policemen and injured 5 while being apprehended. This resulted in a life sentence to Holmesburg Prison. Analysis from Perry during the interview gives insight into how Mother Gooseberry operates. Firstly, Perry acknowledges that charismatic personality within Phyllis, and also the fact that she seems to have 2 personalities that she will change between on a dime. The first is her Phyllis Futterman personality, that will alternate with the television persona of Mother Gooseberry, a childlike version of Phyllis of approximately 14 years old, while the other is Dr. A. Futterman, her deceased father, now being puppeted by a hand puppet made of scraps. This personality is abusive and incredibly violent. However, most importantly, Perry thinks he's funny, so he likes him. Great input there, Perry. Appreciate it, pal. I will say that the personality traits that the hand puppet has, and the fact that it's named after her father, might give some insight to just what that relationship was like between Phyllis and her father. Perry goes on to mention that both personalities lapse into a lizard-brained murderous rage monster, that her Gooseberry personality shows remarkable charisma, and has even managed to seduce 2 guards, despite her ragged appearance, giving more credence to her being a good candidate for the role of prime asset. Now for how Murkoff planned to secure the test subjects for the reagents, as we head into 1957. It begins with a document that asks to inform Scarfiotti and Avelanos that 37 Murkoff charity outreach centers are now operational and taking in potential patients. An additional 6 centers will be open, pending signage, since Scarfiotti's insistent that the Murkoff Corporation's branding be limited to the inside of the center, outside of public view, of course. Followed by a list of locations which have centers, which is the majority of the US, but damn, Murkoff is having a field day in New York. We also get to see an internal letter within Murkoff saying how in response to the unanticipated volume of patients volunteering at these centers, Murkoff has purchased a controlling share in a company called Liberty Meat Hauling LLC. How nobody found it suspicious that a pharmaceutical company has the need to buy a majority shares in a meat hauling company is beyond me. Now, the cost of transporting patient volunteers to the facility is cut by roughly 72%, but the experimental population volunteers will require extra sanitation, as the stink is, as you could probably have guessed, pretty damn stinky. Murkoff will continue to transport beef in the cars for the return trips, and the sanitation of human waste in the cattle cars is not necessary, thanks to recent rollbacks and regulations. This means that all of the volunteers are being transported hooded in piles of human and cattle waste. Lovely. Some correspondence between Baron Zesk and Avelanos is recorded. Baron Zesk asks if Avelanos has been monitoring the paperclip work coming out of Los Alamos, as Dr. Vernick's sleep therapy lab is showing an extremely suspicious fixation on the last few reagents coming out of the newly created Senyala facility. Apparently, Baron Zesk has a secretary who eavesdrops on Vernick, as she can also speak German. And Vernick said that Easterman may have made the most fruitful mistake in modern science since the creation of penicillin. Baron Zesk sees this as a provocative statement, and is cautious to put too much stock into Vernick's words on account of his cynicism and condensation of all things American. But he asks Avelanos to tell him about paperclip activities at Los Alamos, and in return, he could share some more details with him. Easterman sends a letter to Baron Zesk on the very same day, essentially sucking up to him, saying how he has always admired his character, especially as he will soon be making a recommendation to the board on whether or not Senyala will continue to receive funding. He goes on to say that they have found a way to salvage current resources and push forward into an even more exciting research, since Project Lathe created psychotics, which has been a partial success. They are working to create agents willing to do anything, even murder if necessary. But they currently lack the necessary subtlety and control, since it was based on classical apparent conditioning, focusing on subconscious triggers, calling it crude, but it has revealed an unexpected and extremely promising side effect. The setbacks have left Murkoff with an enormous number of Lathe subjects for autopsy. Their bodies revealed strange tumor-like growths in the parietal lobes of the brain. Easterman believes that this suggests an avenue for a more precise form of apparent conditioning, and he will spend the next few days creating a proof of concept, after which he will share his theory with Baron Zesk. CIA agent Jameson Lawler believes that further research is needed into psychochemicals and political action operations that come with the MK Ultra and Dr. Vernick's Woolrider program. He gives personal authorization for budgeting and continued research into both, noting the metallic brain tumors found within the autopsies as subdermal combustion that indicates heavy psychochemical dosages. Dr. Bruce Newhouse is employed by Murkoff Corporation to work with patients at Mount Massive Hospital, including the treatment of Shirley Pierce. A personnel report is issued to the Murkoff board about Project Lathe's current death count. The following is a list of the tallies of deaths and injuries incurred by Dr. Easterman's limbic aggression therapy, better known as Project Lathe. 109 from the reagents, 32 staff security, 8 research staff, 7 maintenance staff, and even the visitors aren't safe, with 5 deaths. Quite the body count, as it's stressed that no redesign or hardening will make the trial environments at the Senyala facility acceptably safe, and as a result, it strongly suggests immediate shutdown. The next journal entry from Easterman is really fitting, since he's now finding himself deep in his feels. He believes Scarfiotti to be conspiring against him, trying to use the recent events of Lathe as evidence of his incompetence. stating that transference is common in therapy. Mother Gooseberry apparently sees Easterman as a proxy to her father, while Coyle is projecting a veritable parade of murder victims to his feet. He says that accidents happen and people died. He takes full responsibility but clarifies that science is a matter of experimentation, and since they can't control the prime assets, it also means that they can't control the experimental population. If Project Lathe is allowed to collapse, all of them will be liquidated as a result. He believes that if life gives you lemons, then you make some damn lemonade. Since Lathe proved reprogramming is possible, he will use the trial environment, along with the prime assets and their ex-population, will act as the anvil against which they hammer the true subjects. From this point on, he wants meaningless test subjects. Neither damaged or broken mental patients, nor charismatic killers like Gooseberry and Coyle. He wants the vanquishable, the unloved and the unformed, subjects that are the opposite of special, the downtrodden, men and women who are down on their luck in society, and also with the added bonus of nobody searching for them when they go missing. Easterman and by proxy Murkoff wish to take advantage of these people. Easterman had a conversation with Scarfiotti and Avalanos in regards to this realization, stating that Gooseberry, Whitehorn and Coyle have developed a cult of personality. This is the opposite of what he needs, asking instead for blank canvases, those lost and hopeless people who can break into nothing. Avalanos says that they have already had that with the experimental population from Mount Massive Hospital, which Easterman refutes, saying that they were full of damage and trauma. They couldn't empty them out, only shoveling in more damage and trauma. Avalanos mentions that Easterman has his attention, before Easterman mentions that they would only be throwing away Murkoff's money if they were to shut it down. Instead, by pivoting into the next phase, there would be no added cost outside of getting the new reagents, saying that once the next generation of reagents are finished, they will be ready to be released into the world, acting as agents that can be released into the culture and cause change without being consumed by the system. Avalanos calls out the fact that this was the initial promise, yet they are now millions of dollars into failure. Easterman believes that this could make history, and not in the sense of an idiom, meaning that they could literally make history. Easterman now begins to look into the autopsies of the previous subjects looking for something to give to Baron Zesk, and after searching dozens of brains, he has realized that there is zero correlation between stimulus and lesion growth. The only consistency close to being interesting is a shared vision of the Skinner Man, some nightmare man making his way through the test subjects. But that's not science. He begins to lose hope as he states that Murkoff will shut down Lathe, calling it a disaster. However, desperate times call for desperate measures, so Easterman sends another message to Baron Zesk, saying how the proof of concept was a phenomenal success. I see Easterman as a fan of the fake it till you make it approach, stating that the parietal lesions formed just as expected, allowing him to adjust the cortical homunculi with surprising precision. Once conditioned, Murkoff will be able to set predetermined behaviors in the subject's brains. Belief will then follow, making subtle adjustments that can make reagents capable of almost anything, using feelings like temptation and addiction to help encourage the subject to follow the order, and once acted upon, the motivation of that temptation will follow. He once again asked for Baron Zesk to continue Project Lathe, stating that if they continue, this will be Murkoff's century. It doesn't take long until we get confirmation that Project Lathe 2 will officially be authorized, now changing the name from limbic aggression therapy and documentation to latent agency therapy, also stating that overall operational costs should be much less than Phase 1, and that oversight from Los Alamos and cooperation influx will be minimal from Mount Massive. However, to continue getting funding from the CIA, minimal sharing of results must be shared with MK Ultra, MK Delta, and MK Naomi. An interesting discussion is had between Easterman and Scarfiotti regarding what exactly they are doing to the reagents. Easterman mentions that they are not creating behaviors in the reagents, but instead, they are creating complexes. The difference is that a psychological complex has a story. It's pain mixed in with a story. Using the example that if somebody is frequently burned with cigarettes, they will quickly learn a fear response to a smoldering cigarette, and their behavior will change to avoid cigarettes from that point on, since they associate cigarettes with physical pain. Now let's say that somebody is frequently burned with cigarettes by their mother, who is also beautiful and voluptuous. Very strange place to go to in this analogy, Easterman, but continue, I guess. And the mother whispers to them, "I love you, but the donuts are making you fat." The person hasn't learned a behavior, that person now has a complex. It creates contradictory objectives, such as justice through lies, or faith through absurdity, mercy through violence, or, in the case of this example, love through punishment. It doesn't require much redesign. Coyle will believe that he is the law in his own private fiefdom, while Gooseberry will believe that she is in her own make-believe world of childhood joy. That belief will allow them to control the X-Pops to create a furnace of complexes that will burn away the reagents' personalities. We get another journal entry from Easterman explaining how the Lathe 2 program is barreling forward with such great pace, and the influx of funding for the new program is so much that he originally thought it to be an accounting error. Baron Zesk has requested that all test results be shared with the paperclip team at Los Alamos, especially regarding the Skinner Man. Easterman points out that it's just a nightmare, some subconscious projection of the guards and nothing of any real scientific note, but points out that Vernick is the type of person to think that everything is solvable in dreams, pointing towards Vernick's past, saying that to a hammer the world is made of nails, and to a Nazi, the world is made of nightmares. He mentions how one of the sleep room staff members suggested that the Skinner Man is a reflection of Easterman himself, since he overheard reagents calling it Dr. Skinner. This annoys Easterman, saying that he is much like a father to his patients, and that they love him as much as he respects them. The first is a description about the guidelines being put in place by Murkoff for their second phase of the Lathe project, deciding to separate and group the X-Pop by documenting archetypes and augmentations. If you remember the last video, the X-Pop are the people that the reagents can find throughout the trial to complement the prime asset associated with the area. The list includes Murkoff's descriptions of each archetype, including General X-Pop, Heavy X-Pop, Pouncers, Screamers, Imposters, Berserkers, Night Hunters, and the much less scary description of the Pushers. Murkoff wasted no time going into depth of what each archetype and X-Pop entails, starting with the General X-Pop. If you remember the recruitment ideology of Murkoff going into the creation of the trials back in 1956, they wanted to find people that wouldn't be missed, to find the bottom of the barrel. So when Murkoff took them and possibly killed them during the trials, nobody would come looking for them. This includes the homeless and downtrodden, people that could easily be manipulated into chasing Murkoff's false promises. These are the people that fall in the General X-Pop archetype. Lost men, people with a high degree of vanishability. Murkoff actually lists a bunch of people they feel fit this category, such as drug addicts, felons, political dissidents, artists, leftists, and hobos. They are to be left with minimal augmentations, and their previous involvement in Phase 1 of the Lathe program have left them vulnerable to Murkoff's sway and apparent conditioning. So they will listen to the prime assets and mold to the environment effortlessly. And if you want to know just how valuable these people are to Murkoff, the last line clarifies it all. General X-Pop is considered expendable and should be periodically evaluated against the cost of feeding, storage, and upkeep. I suppose it's fitting that Murkoff have invested in a meat hauling company for cattle, since they treat their subjects just like cattle. And then we have Heavy Pop. These consist largely of violent children or adolescents that have been subjected to hormone therapy and limb extension surgeries to have increased their speed considerably. This new augmented strength means they are impossible to control through physical restraints, but have been conditioned for obedience. They have almost a childish cognitive framework and should be considered extremely dangerous. It even says under the doctor's note to avoid accidental contact with the groin area, since they are easily aroused. Jesus. Their childish mind does prove useful to Murkoff, however, since they will believe almost anything that they're told. Then there's the Pouncers, largely consisting of people considered as sadomasochist paranoiacs. These are people that derive sexual pleasure from pain, while also being incredibly paranoid. It says that they were selected from patients at Mount Massive Hospital due to their paranoid tendencies. And as a quick reminder for people, Mount Massive Hospital is the location of the first Outlast game, and due to the connection with Dr. Vernick, this is of little surprise. The pouncers have nails, wire, and scavenged bits of metal that they've pushed into their skin, and are also known to enjoy some self-inflicted shrapnel from time to time. Due to their heightened paranoia, pouncers tend to ramble about fantasies of the worst possible outcome futures, things that they fear that will happen. The doctors believe that they should listen closely to these fantasies, as they might prove as inspiration for future trauma vectors to use on reagents. Now for screamers. The perfect screamer is somebody that is extremely sleep deprived. They were gifted from the paperclip people at Los Alamos for the trials at the Siniala facility, and were inspired by experimentation in German war camps during World War II. Since these concentration camps, experimentation revealed guided treatment that could greatly alter vocal cords, causing them to scream louder. Pair this with the morphogenic engine therapy that was used to encourage them to scream when somebody was in close proximity to them. It could stun anybody nearby to them. The people at Los Alamos used the techniques found in Germany and created what was possibly the worst form of existence you could imagine. Using amphetamines, they have created a never-ending waking nightmare for these people. They are always in a state of near sleep, meaning they are sleeping at all times while also never sleeping, and are near catatonic while being sensitive to sound and motion. They are literal walking alarms, essentially. The doctors describe their mental state as constant hallucinations, anxiety, and psychosis, and that they are in a steady decompensation towards greater and greater suffering. Dear God. Easterman hopes that the screamers will actually have a calming effect on the reagents in the trials, as they encourage a slower and more thought-out approach to the trial. Next up are the imposters. Sneaky ones, these are. If you run around the trial, you might spot somebody that looks awfully like someone in the reagents team, only for them to get close to you and start stabbing away. These are imposters. They are largely just general pop, but have been given latex masks in order to imitate the reagents. They are used to teach the reagents to essentially trust nobody. It mentions that imposters are put into the environment nude and are left to scavenge clothing from the corpses, and even take pieces of metal or glass to serve as their weapon. But they are considered very dangerous, since they normally have a childish, playful nature while also being incredibly sadistic. There have been cases in the past where imposters have managed to steal clothing from the Siniala staff, taking on the appearance of scientists. There's even a warning that states that it's good practice for Siniala staff to greet their colleagues regularly, and look to see if they respond without moving their lips, or to appear to be giggling without smiling, to see if it's actually an imposter or not. By the way, that sounds creepy as all hell. Then we have the berserkers, patients that have been repurposed from a prison experiment in weaponized syphilis. This engineered strain of syphilis has resulted in blindness and dementia in the patients, but were relocated from the prison to Los Alamos, where steel pins were surgically inserted into sensitive skin areas for increased awareness. Murkoff compensated for their blindness and disorientation with increased strength and aggression, using limb lengthening therapy and hormone treatment, much like the heavy pop. The notes actually show that berserkers are one of the few archetypes that display Dr. Wernick's theories of lateral ascension, since they find enlightenment at the extremes of pain, resulting in them to almost worship violence against others. And as if it couldn't get any worse, berserkers have been recorded as having an unreasonable amount of animosity towards their ruined eyes, going as far as picking out their own eyeballs and then continuing into the cavities beneath until they damage their own frontal lobes in their brain, causing a self-lobotomy. It notes a warning to Siniala staff to not engage in conversation with the berserkers, as previously, healthy staff have engaged in self-harming after prolonged exposure to them. And finally, we have our last archetype, the pushers. They're made up of previous staff members at Siniala who have been driven to psychosis due to chemical exposure and proximity to trial populations. They are equipped with basic aerosolized medication equipment and are encouraged to create their own psychoactive compound. Their evolving amphetamine and hallucinogen mixture has managed to stay one step ahead of reagents' drug tolerance, and almost always causes temporary psychosis to the reagent. The pushers have a perceived relationship with the so-called Skinner Man. Murkoff related the relationship between that of a child with a overly affectionate uncle or a trusted priest. God damn it, man. Siniala and Murkoff staff have encouraged to use pushers as an example to always maintain strict security protocols and mental hygiene. And also that with every accident comes opportunity for innovation. And that wraps up the background of each of the archetypes that can be found throughout the Sinhala facility. The Murkoff Corporation begins conducting group experiments with Lathe-2 test subjects in correlation with the CIA's program MKUltra, with the intention of controlling human behavior. We can see a mouse trying to reach the pills at the bottom of a bottle. In reality, a pretty fitting metaphor for the lab rats that are taking part in Murkoff's new facility. We pan to a flyer as it's being swept away by the wind, landing on a nearby homeless person. As the person looks at the flyer, we can see that it's asking for people that are lost, lonely, poor and confused, stating that miracles of science that Murkoff can provide them will give them purpose, since the world owes them everything. They accept people of any gender, race, religion or political viewpoint, and all you have to do is stop by one of their convenient volunteer charitable outreach centres before the opportunity is gone forever. And you might be wondering, what does this gracious opportunity look like? Yeah, not very good. These are the kind of situations that people lose kidneys in, I'm telling you. We can see participants being transported while hooded and wheeled into this new facility, likely using the cattle trucks we learned about earlier. When the hood is taken off, it's a complete horror show. I'll have to blur a lot of this during the video since, YouTube. But trust me, it's definitely not the sight you were hoping to see when you were promised miracles and a new start in life. A doctor wheels over a table while lowering a television. The man on the television tells the participant to not be afraid and assures him that they are all safe, all while giving him a juicy injection straight into the eyeball. This man introduces himself as Hendrik Joliet Easterman, our favourite journal writer in the flesh. Well, television. You get what I mean. He continues by explaining that he is a friend, and along this journey you will be reborn into a whole new you. The doctor at this stage has finished removing a device from the head of a deceased reagent, and begins by mentioning how the table consists of all of your belongings found about your person, your public records, and also privately conducted investigation into your private life. Murkoff's attempt to find out every aspect of a person's life, to be completely sure that nothing could possibly come back to bite them later. She asks us if we consent to the collections, and the other gracious doctor gives us a hand by making us nod. Very kind of him, I must say. They begin drilling the device into the head of the patient, which is of course the signature Outlast night vision. In this case, some night vision goggles, and it's also good to see that Murkoff recycles. We awake sometime later in the hallway of a building, with a significant amount of blood still on the floor. As we reach further into the building, we can finally get our eyes on what exactly this place is that Murkoff built. Televisions state to erase your past, while an entire house is being built within a giant warehouse, much like a movie set, filled with mannequins and the odd actual real dead guy here and there. You can see the employees of Murkoff watching as you enter the building for the very first time, keeping an eye on everything. We are greeted by a mannequin that is welcoming us home, asking if it's how we remembered so we can burn it all down once and for all. The televisions in many of the rooms say to proceed with the preconditioning. That means the preconditioning of the mind control, to set the reagent down the psychological path to change his and or her own views and ambitions to that of Murkoff Corporation. We get into a room that shows a mannequin woman over the crib of a baby. Easterman narrates that your birth was the most destructive thing that you've done to the world, before stating that you must forget the past in order to embrace the future, to abandon your birth. Our mannequin host escorts us to the next room, and we can now see a scene of early childhood. Easterman explains that even before you could speak, you have instincts, before dismissing them as nothing more than the instincts of an animal. We must forget them. Slowly but surely attempting to erase the previous life of the reagent, piece by piece. A child learns discipline, both rewards and punishments, and only a truly disciplined child is thankful for both. We can even see some writing on a nearby wall in the kitchen, from a previous reagent straight up saying that dying is easier, really putting into perspective just how bad of a situation we find ourselves in. Some singing can be heard from a nearby theatre, as a bunch of child mannequins are watching a show. As we approach the apple, we are introduced to Dr. Futterman, the hand puppet to Mother Gooseberry. It essentially explains how the doctor is going to help rip out our previous self and put in something better. Once outside, Easterman hits a critical strike on us, saying that we surely love somebody in our life even if they didn't love us back. Ouch. We are now allowed upstairs to what the host calls adulthood, as Mother Gooseberry gives us a front row seat to what will happen to us if we're unwilling to forget our previous self. This gives us the slight opportunity to grab our public records. Easterman tells us that our job, work and purpose are all that the world thought you are. It's time to destroy it and free ourselves to become something new, along with a box filled with things from our private investigation containing all the secrets that we have in our life. The way Easterman is explaining it would suggest that the character has done some pretty crazy stuff, something you would take to your deathbed, but reminds us that we now have an opportunity to start over. Once all the files have been destroyed, we make our way to a chair before a television once again falls from the roof. Easterman praises us for our rehabilitation and congratulates us on our new life, before explaining that we will now be sent to the sleeping quarters, a place where we can reflect. This particular place serves as an in-between for the reagents as they come and go for their trials. The facility is watched closely by the eye of Murkoff, with many different parts containing scientists and staff members that can observe the trials. We can even get a very interesting look at an individual in a wheelchair that approaches the upper windows. This is again Dr. Rudolf Wernick from Outlast 1, much younger but just as psychotic. If the reagents find themselves slightly peckish, it's even equipped with a kitchen for all the top quality dining experiences that a growing Murkoff reagent could possibly need, as well as carefully placed Murkoff propaganda that is so blatant it's actually funny. You can see the Murkoff employee injecting the reagent with something in the middle of a handshake. I love how upfront they are. Another fun fact is that caffeine, cigarettes, and alcohol are all prohibited from the sleeping quarters, which is almost criminal since they are probably the top 3 things I would be reaching for in a situation like this, to cope with this crap. I also want to bring some attention to a few phrases that can be written on the walls of the facility. We have some Bible verses, such as Matthew 12:43, placed on the walls. In the Bible, Matthew 12:43 says, and I quote, "When an impure spirit comes out of a person, it goes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it." End quote. While Luke 11:14 says, and I quote, "Jesus was driving out a demon that was mute. When the demon left, the man who had been mute spoke, and the crowd was amazed." End quote. These 2 Bible verses really help shape the narrative of change, and even subtly symbolize that the previous life of the reagents should be viewed like a demon or an impure spirit, something that needs to be cast out and to be rid of. At this stage, the reagent would be sent out on trials to be examined, assessed, and judged, then given a score as to their performance. At the time of this video, there are a total of 5 programs that have been released, with numerous trials throughout. It is the 1.0 release and technically the full release of the game, and while Outlast Trials seems to be going down the road of a live service game, it's hard to say how many will be released by the time Red Barrel stops making new stuff for it. So we will make do with the 5 that we have so far. Let's see what the reagents need to get up to within the Sinhala facility. The reagents are normally grouped up into a team of 4 people. You, along with 3 other reagents, are sent via a train system to the warehouse. During the ride, you will be bound to chairs and shown a brief video on a screen from Dr. Easterman, mixed in with some subtle brainwashing images that are played throughout the facility. He will explain to you that your job during the trial is that of an exterminator, enforcing that only what they tell them is true, before explaining that there is a snitch that is inside the prison, preparing to testify against Murkoff's truth. And if we want freedom, then we need to kill the snitch. As the TV screens go back to the roof, a chemical agent is released inside the carriage that causes hallucinations. Now, it's important to remember that Murkoff is attempting to create a type of super soldier that will do whatever they ask of them. So the idea that the reagents would be rewarded for killing a snitch that is supposedly responsible for trying to testify against Murkoff is most likely viewed as a suitable starting place to condition the reagents' mind to serve Murkoff and its interests. After our tripping out sessions, we arrive at the first of Easterman's trials. Snitches get stitches. As you'll notice, the surrounding area is filled with mannequins and television screens that create quite a scene. Again, much like you would see in a movie. However, not everybody inhabiting this space is a friendly mannequin that cannot hurt you. It's also filled with bodies of previous reagents that have failed, and numerous people that will attempt to attack you, hinder your progress, or just straight up murder you. These smaller enemies are people from the earlier Lathe program, left over to use for Murkoff's newer reagents, comprising largely of asylum and psych ward patients. Easterman failed to properly convert using his brainwashing program due to there being too much trauma already. Once inside, we make our way into the security room and can set our eyes on Leland Coyle for the first time. And as we learned earlier in the documents, he is not to be messed with. And he thinks that he is the commanding police officer of this place, and gets a little too excited at the idea of electrocuting people with his shock baton, which is his weapon of choice. He is currently guarding the snitch, and we need to get to that snitch and begin wheeling him out to his demise. But Murkoff has understandably put a lot of obstacles in our way, like turning off the power, which requires the reagents to head down into the basement to refuel and rewire the generators. Coyle and numerous other X-reagents will be scattered throughout, so the whole thing can be incredibly dangerous. You can even find numerous instances where Murkoff employees are watching you as you make your way throughout the facility, taking notes on your performance. Once your team has managed to refuel the generators, you'll need to make your way back upstairs to the snitch and begin pushing him along the rails, eventually being blocked by a gate. The television will show the reagents a symbol that will represent the correct body that contains a key. Those keys will open gates throughout the police station that will allow for us to continue pushing the snitch throughout. If you get the body wrong, then you'll instead pull out a device that will shock you. Something that I found interesting in the first trial was a security guard station outside the trial's confines. Mentions, if you get close enough, that the walls are not there to keep you in, but instead to keep the outside world out, further signalling the need for secrecy for this whole endeavour to work. A few gory searches later that I will unfortunately have to blur because of YouTube, we can get the gates that will allow us to get the snitch all the way through the facility, while Coyle will do everything in his power to stop you. At the end of the line is a giant electrical chamber that acts as an electrical chair. 4 handles are available to use in order to create a charge that you will need to hold the handle for long enough to cause a fatal reaction on the snitch. Once you have yourself a fried snitch, you will then be able to make your way back to the shuttle, while trying to avoid the people trying to kill you along the way. Once you've made it back successfully, you have officially completed the very first trial that Murkoff has set out for you, eliminating a threat that was attempting to expose Murkoff's interests, already planting the brainwashing seed into the mind of the reagent. Depending on your rating, Easterman will speak to you afterwards, as you're sent to the evaluation room to be cleaned, stripped of items and monitored before being released back into the sleep quarters with the other participants. Murkoff gives the reagent a form of currency that can be used to purchase new things for their room in person after each trial as well. However, that is not the final task of the Snitches Get Stitches programs. There are 2 MK challenges included for the reagent, the first of which is cancel the autopsy, which sends the reagents back to the facility that is hosting Leland Coyle. Easterman briefly mentions on the ride there that it doesn't matter what it is that you serve, a yearly salary, possibly an appetite, a passion, or even an actual god in heaven, before asking us to show him how we serve. When we arrive, we can find a few people hanging upside down above a grinder, and it is reinforced that corpses offer forensic evidence, and Murkoff is asking you to turn this evidence into, sludge. The task is simple: collect the keys in the different rooms, and much like you did in the first trial, unlock the levers that will lower the agents. Once again, the corridors and rooms are filled with numerous dangers that can quite easily end a reagent's participation in a heartbeat, but once you collect the keys, do as you're told, you can once again head back for evaluation. And this is the new daily life of a Murkoff reagent, forced to abide by the rules of Dr. Easterman until it becomes second nature. The third and final requirement of the Snitches Get Stitches program is to sabotage the lockdown. This tells the reagents to return power to the facility by repairing the generators and enabling their escape from prison, which in hindsight seems really counterintuitive on Murkoff's part, teaching your own prisoners how to escape captivity. But I guess given Murkoff's end goal was to send these reagents out to public and utilize them on missions that could get them captured, I suppose it makes sense. The rest of the trial is pretty self-explanatory, but once you're done, you return to the sleep quarters, a champion of the Snitches Get Stitches trials. Does that mean freedom? No, of course not. But you might be wondering, what is it that you get as a reward for completing the trial? Well, your reward is another trial. This time we head out to meet Phyllis Futterman, or better known as Mother Gooseberry, in the Grind the Bad Apples program. She will be the main danger as we traverse our way through this amusement park of horror and death. We get Dr. Easterman once again speaking to us during our journey as he mentions that we, the reagent, are an adult, but the youth will not obey our orders and must be corrected. before saying that there are children murdering adults in the root canal and that they need to be punished. Now, don't freak out. I will quickly clarify that the children being spoken about are simply hypothetical and are only mannequins and dolls, but the underlying theme in regards to the brainwashing is as serious as you could probably imagine. Once we finally arrive at the set, which is actually named Futterland, which can be found on posters and signs throughout the park, we can see what levels Murkoff is willing to go to in order to create an immersive experience for their reagents, and I think you have to salute the effort, as incredibly terrifying as it might be. We can see Mother Gooseberry parading above the door as she is dancing with a mannequin, and her quirk is the fact that she has a little duck puppet in her hand which is called Dr. Futterman, hence the name of the amusement park. And Dr. Futterman is really good at removing people's faces, and she demonstrates just that to the guests as they enter the amusement park. A little thing that you can find as you traverse the landscapes of Futterland is that numerous mannequins and people will just have skin faces that she just leaves scattered around the place. Once you manage to enter the park, you will once again be joined by various failed ex-reagents from other versions of Project Lathe, much like we did in the police department. But the amusement park is full of everything that you could imagine. Rides, games, tickets, and even a diner. Except with the gory Outlast kind of fun. Our very first job is to unlock the gates to the area called the Root Canal. In order to get entry, the reagents must collect tickets by playing the carnival games. But instead of using balls, you're using human hearts. Once you complete the game, you can take your ticket to the fancy ticket collection robot, and after 4 tickets you will be allowed in. And our gracious host Mother Gooseberry is there once again to greet us. I'll have to blur out most of the room for, once again, you guessed it, YouTube. But it's an absolute mess up there, and she is once again demonstrating just how dangerous she really is. A little ride car appears and we need to wheel it throughout the root canal ride to punish the children at the end. Again, they aren't real, just some mannequins that are treating a real person very poorly in that cart. The ride is supposed to be a kind of water ride, and you'll need to re-engage the water flow so the cart can continue to be pushed throughout the area. And speaking of area, much of the ride is dressed to look like a human mouth, with rotting teeth and such, hence the root canal name. But it also has a lot of things that you would expect in like a child's toy box, like building blocks or rubber duckies, so it's not all horrifying. Once you push the cart all the way to the end, you will find yourself a giant grinder that you will need to push the mannequins into in order to punish them. And after doing so, the reagent will be able to hit the burners, flee the ride, and hopefully the trial altogether. Once they arrive back, Murkoff will once again clean and strip the reagent of all items and return them to the sleeping room with a big wad of Murkoff dollars to go buy that badass robot action figure, and then send them back to do more deadly trials, this time to punish the miscreants. This is largely a similar premise. The reagents will arrive back in Futterland, but this time the place has had a quick coat of paint on the exterior walls that will distinguish the areas a little bit more. There is a grinder in the main room, and there are 4 child mannequins that are creating trouble throughout Futterland. Your job is to find them, deactivate them, and ultimately return the mannequins into splinter form using the grinder. And they, once again, will have to deal with Mother Gooseberry, as she is not very fond of reagents coming into her place and disrupting the children's mannequins. Also, a fun little addition to this level is that when the reagents typically, if you don't want to be seen, will need to sneak around to not be noticed. However, once you have the mannequin in your hands, they have a little voice box inside them that will yell out for help and ask the failed reagents and Mother Gooseberry to murder you, revealing your location for everything around you. So this one is a little extra dangerous for the group. Once you have ground all the miscreants, and you can head back into the train and go to the sleeping quarters. Some very nerve-wracking arm wrestling later, and you are ready to be sent back out to the third and final challenge of the Grind the Apples program. Open the gates. You will return to Futterland and will need to unlock the gates preventing you from leaving, much like the third challenge of the Snitches Get Stitches, which teaches the reagents how to escape from a captivity environment. Easterman speaks to us once again on the journey and asks us to view ourselves as a spider, building a trap to ensnare the future. The underlying tone of the Grind the Bad Apples program is that of obedience, while Snitches Get Stitches taught the reagents to defend Murkoff and its interest from people looking to expose them. Grind the Bad Apples teaches the reagents the importance of obedience and what can happen if you don't, or rather, what you should do if somebody isn't. It's pretty messed up overall, but I mean, you sort of have to come to expect it from this universe. Much of this challenge takes place in the background area of Fuddleland, which has a whole bunch of wires scattered throughout that we need to deactivate in order to open up the gates. And once you do, you'll get your grade and be ready to head back in once again. After a little nap, it's time to get back out there. And this time we will be returning once again for our favourite child show host, Mother Gooseberry, for the Cleanse the Orphan program. Mother Gooseberry has been moved from Fuddleland to the orphanage area for the Cleanse the Orphans to take place in. You'll be placed onto the train system by Murkoff employees, as Dr. Easterman once again gives us some words of advice, speaking about how even education and faith must follow mandates and reinforcing that children will learn obedience. A similar lesson was learned in the Grind the Apples program. He says to shape them young, and they'll be Murkoffs for life. Very creepy if you ask me. Some words pop up on the screen explaining some of the core principles. No drugs, no rebellion, and no lust. So I guess Easterman draws the line between those and straight up murder and brainwashing. Sure. And once again, for clarity, the children mentioned are just mannequins living their best life. We arrive and we get to see the set that has been created for the third program, and this time it's an orphanage. From the outside of the orphanage, it actually doesn't look that bad. But once you get inside, wow, it is a mess. And whoever decided on the interior design is to get fired because holy crap, those things are some hideous paintings. Our first objective is to start turning off some of the security systems in order to open the gates around the orphanage. More importantly, the children's dormitories, as they have other technical tuners to unlock the gates to the outside areas. Once we arrive at the dorms, we can find mannequins placing their heads in piles of sugar and baking soda. Totally not drugs of any kind. And also this thing, which I can honestly say gave me about 3 heart attacks as I ventured throughout this area. And speaking of heart attacks, we got Mother Gooseberry again wreaking havoc in rooms and hallways of the orphanage, which I might say is probably even more scary than the carnival, since it's now in a much smaller space and corridors instead of open areas. After doing all the tunings, the regions open up, and the gate to the classrooms will require you to go through changing the film on the projector to some classic Murkoff propaganda. I have to be really selective about the footage I show throughout this, because the entire orphanage is filled with nun mannequins in very risque attire and positions, so I apologize if this part is a little chopped up. Anyway, once the propaganda has been placed in the classroom for the children to enjoy, it is now our job to head back into the reception desk and open up the gate that will lead us out to the chapel. And this area is where things are about to get really crazy for the reagents. And what is quite possibly the craziest thing I think I've ever done or seen in a horror game. And for YouTube's sake, I will need to blur much of it, but I will explain it the best I can for you. Inside the chapel, you can easily be mistaken at first for its very wholesome scene. Disco lights spinning while child mannequins dance and play between the pews. It's only when the lights turn on that we realize the true horror of this situation. And in this case, we aren't talking about God, but instead Murkoff. He is tied up at the cross, and the reagents are tasked with collecting saw handles while also turning on the generators to power the mannequins. Once we arrive, the mannequins need to, chop his legs off, essentially. Trust me, it's really graphic, and Outlast really turned up the gross meter for this particular program. But once that's all finished, we need to turn on the mannequins, as they will go and have a big old dance in the fake blood and eat from the offerings that the reagents just gave them. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Now it's time to feed the orphanage, and head back to the facility to be judged, and placed back into the sleeping quarters for a round of arm wrestling to cope with what just happened. Our job, however, is not over. We must head back for our next challenge, which is to feed the children. This will take us back to the orphanage, but instead of being inside the main building, we will make our way to the cafeteria, where all of the mannequins have been placed ready for their Monday night dinner. But what is for dinner, you might ask? Well, let's just call it Mystery Meat Monday. We need to go around the outside areas and search for the main stock ingredient for our soup. In this case, it's bleach, which is an incredibly deadly and toxic concoction, probably even for mannequins. Once the bottles have been collected, we can take them and fill the pot up and eventually serve the food using the graciously set out pipeline that will take the soup straight to the tables. The mannequins will jump around with excitement while the reagents jump around flailing for their life as Mother Gooseberry is coming to murder them. We get out of there and are now only left with a single challenge left for the program: foster the orphans. which will put us back in the orphanage, but this time we need to tune all of the frequencies to allow us to save the children from Mother Gooseberry and find them a new home. Or if you're like me, just hide in the cafeteria freezer for 10 minutes while the other reagents do all the work for you. This is actual footage, by the way. It's not a still image. Remember folks, work smarter, not harder. Once we get the lobby gate open, it will allow the children to flee and allow us to flee back into the sleep quarters. This time around, similar to Mother Gooseberry with the carnival and the orphanage, Murkoff has now transferred Coyle from the police station to his new set, the courthouse. The reagents need another lesson in justice and loyalty, and Easterman is happy to oblige, mentioning that we must always fight for and protect the people who help us, Murkoff, and that our goal is to kill the judge and make them pay for crossing them. I really do have to admit, whoever is doing the set design for Murkoff needs a raise, because this is some really impressive stuff. Once you reach the main lobby, you'll get this feeling of Murkoff justice deep down, but the reagents waste no time getting to the courtroom. Coyle makes his first appearance at the new set as he explains that the wheels of justice might turn slowly, but nobody can avoid his justice. You know, normal Coyle things. The courthouse has a set of mannequins set out as lawyers, the jury and an audience to observe the trial. You might notice that the accused on the side here, while the judge is tied up and has a bag over her head up on the stand. One of the lawyer mannequins addresses the room, saying that the accused is on trial for kidnapping and cutting up 4 people, but mentions that there is no evidence. The accused mentions her innocence and we need to continue onwards. The accused mannequin represents Murkoff in this twisted situation, as the reagents need to learn what it is to keep Murkoff safe. I took a few minutes to sit next to the judge and listen to the different things that she says, and other than the fact that she doesn't feel that she deserves what's going on, she mentions that we should kill the doll, and that it was only a doll. It did get me wondering if this might be the actual judge that convicted and sentenced Phyllis Futterman, aka Mother Gooseberry, since the charges that the judge was on trial for were very similar to that of Phyllis, and the reference to the doll could be alluding to her duck puppet, Dr. Futterman. Let me know if you think I'm onto something there in the comments. Anyway, the reagents will need to collect the evidence for the case, and this includes a puzzle right out of the movie 7. When you activate the box, a timer will begin, and a black light will reveal numbers hidden around the room next to a pyramid that is either filled, partially filled, or empty. The correct order for the code is by doing it in order of low to high, aka you take the empty pyramid first, and then the 1 section filled in, and 2 section filled in, and then finally the whole section filled in. The evidence in question is a human head that will need to be taken outside to a fountain. Once placed inside, they will need to collect acid to act as a liquid for the fountain. Acid, heads, fountain. You can probably guess what's going to be happening here. There are numerous rooms throughout the courthouse that the reagents need to explore, and to find the remaining heads of the victims of the accused, and continue to place them within our acid fountain. Once the reagents have destroyed the evidence, they return to the courtroom, as the defense lawyer mentioned that the case should now be thrown out for lack of evidence. Coyle shows up and says that he has taught some of his friends what to say in order to get a conviction. Now, the reagents have some witnesses to kill. You might have noticed these guys in the previous trials, but they act as the screamers. The reagents are provided with a device that causes their heads to explode, and a separate device to track them around the courthouse while Coyle chases you down. Once you've dispatched the witnesses, we return to the courthouse and prove that without evidence and witnesses, there is no case. Now it's time to teach the judge a thing or two, which, much like the chapel scene in the orphanage, is very graphic. And let's just say that the judge gets the hammers of justice. Gets them bad. In the legs and the arms and the head. Once the judge has been dispatched, the reagents will return to the sleeping quarters for Halloween festivities and apple juice. That is until we need to finish the following 2 challenges of the program. Easterman explains just how special we are. A nice little pep talk before running for our lives for the next 20 minutes. He explains that civilization is built off the suffering of the weak, and we need to dispatch of the scapegoats. We need to track down each of these guys and give them the explosion treatment. The rest is very straightforward. Once they're all dead, head back to the sleep quarters and get ready for our second challenge. This time around is disposing of more evidence, which will require us to reuse our favourite disposal unit, acid, and this time with a bathtub type of thing. There is a body inside the tub and we need to find buckets of acid to fill up the tub, creating one less potential issue for our new overlord Easterman. Once done, run away from Coil and back to the sleep quarters, ready for the newest release trial. Our favourite television host, Mother Gooseberry, has received a third set for her time as the prime asset, and the reagents are tasked with taking on the toy factory. Once you've managed to work up the courage, you re-enter the train with your fellow reagents, ready for the next adventure. Easterman calls us the Revelator. We are what exposes perversion latent in every heart. Within the toy factory is a deviant that needs to be destroyed. Only then will we be let out. We get some more twisted hallucinations of Mother Gooseberry going to town with her drill before arriving at the facility. This time around, Dr. Futterman takes the stage. Front and center as a duck mascot can be seen around the toy factory, appropriately named Duck, Duck and Goose. Our first job is to infiltrate the toy factory until we find a person that's trapped inside of a trash compactor. I must admit, that is not a good place to find yourself stuck in, my friend. He mentions how he's been in there for hours, or possibly days. The fact that you don't even realize would probably make me lean towards days, pal, since I would know the difference. It's not looking good for this guy, however, since we need a key that is inside the compactor, and the only way to get it open is to actually fill the compactor until it's full, causing the machine to crush the trash. And our new friend. But we got the key, and that's what matters. We open the front door to the toy factory, and we can see the Futterman mascot in all its ducky glory. We need to reach the toy production line, which reveals a naked person on a production line belt. For obvious reasons, I'm going to have to keep this person blurred out, but we need to head up to the security room upstairs to retrieve the security key that will allow us to operate the machine. However, this will only allow us to operate it. We still need something for the assembly feeder bin, which will require finding the correct box of wax from the upstairs storage area. Next to the assembly feeder will be a television that will show you the exact box that you need. The other boxes are filled with classic Mother Gooseberry booby traps. Once we get our wax, it will need to be fed via converter belts to get around the security door systems that somehow make wax go bad. I have no idea how it does it, but sure. After that, it's simple. Feed the wax into the machine, and before you know it, our assembly line friend has himself a new coat of hot wax. Trust me, it is as terrible looking as you could probably imagine. This is, however, the first of a 4-step process. Head back up and the next 2 keys and boxes that contain metal scrap pieces and lubricant. While doing all of this, Mother Gooseberry will remind you just why she is the creepiest damn villain in the game. Once we've fully created our toy, we need to open up the pressure valves since we'll be sending this new creation into the incinerator. Again, I don't really understand why we need to go through the hassle of production, since we just burn them anyway, but hey, I really like the level design. After the burning is complete, we can head back to the shuttle and re-enter the trusty sleep quarters until our next challenge. The next objective is to head back into the toy factory, with the intention of destroying toys of the pervasive nature, using the conveyor belts once again to get the boxes to the trash compactor. This time around, however, we can do the compacting guilt-free, since there isn't actually somebody in it this time around. But I like how this mirrors the beginning mansion mission, where you need to destroy your identity and secrets. Murkoff once again urging the reagent to destroy anything that is not useful to Murkoff and his interests, since it doesn't serve their objectives. Bonus points for the fact that Mother Gooseberry chased me down like a bloodhound for like 5 minutes while I was getting this done, and I think my blood pressure is still recovering as I make this darn video. The final challenge is essentially an escort mission, as you can take a full cart of toys and mannequin parts to be burned inside of an incinerator. Not much more to add on that front since it's pretty straightforward. And with that, we can head back to the sleep quarters and enjoy our new room filled with Mother Gooseberry drawings in celebration of finishing her 3rd trial. I feel like this would be a good time to mention the newly released Denizen storylines that came out with the 1.0 update. These allow the reagent to speak to Noakes, Nurse Barlow and Easterman via your radio within your cell. They unfortunately don't have a heap of information to give, but let's cover what we did get. The timing of these discussions change depending on how far you are throughout the trial itself, but we'll just begin with Easterman. Easterman lays it on thick with these recordings, telling the reagents shortly after arriving that any fear that they are feeling is simply a result of their life outside of Signala facility. However, here they are loved. They built this all for the reagent. They cannot allow their outside life to slip within these walls, even if they recognize someone from outside. That was just simply who they used to be. But not anymore. Do not bring it up to them, they are dead. They are now someone beautiful and wonderful.
I watch you when you sleep.
Whoa, Easterman, dude, I feel incredibly uncomfortable with that update from Easterman. Could be more scary, in fact, than the trials that we've just completed. He goes on to tell us that we are free and not to allow anybody to tell us what to do, that we are nobody's child, while telling us what to do, and literally telling us to call him daddy like 5 seconds ago. We need to release our sadness and fear since we belong to no nation or church or family. We belong to ourselves, and Murkoff will teach us how to get better. We can be happy, confident, and productive. Now, we move on to Nurse Barlow. Our first interaction with Nurse Barlow offers the reagent a shoulder to cry on or somebody to talk to if they need it, reinstating how we need to trust Dr. Easterman, since he built this and he built it all for us. Before asking if we think that any doctor has ever cared for their patients to the same level as Easterman does. She goes on to say how she feels so lucky to be alive in a time of miracles and advancements, to witness incredible men like Dr. Easterman. The therapy that they offer here at Signala is a bit like going for dental work or minor surgery. It's a bit uncomfortable, but you feel so much better when it's all over. Barlow goes full creep mode and admits that whenever Dr. Easterman is near the coffee machine or the water dispenser, she will deliberately linger around the area wanting to listen to his conversations. She also mentions how angry Easterman was about the news coming out of Korea. Some of the United States soldiers came back changed, like they were different people, and Easterman wants to create similar changes. She also asked the reagent after they returned from a trial what they thought about the previous Lathe participants, such as Gooseberry, Coil, and the General Pop. She feels sorry for them, but mentions how they simply didn't try hard enough, but now they can use those previous failures to help shape our healing. And finally, Noakes. He makes an observation that we clearly had a terrible life outside of Signala for us to even consider about volunteering, but reminds us that the horrors that take place here will far outweigh our troubles on the outside. After a trial, he will ask us about how our therapy went inside the trial, before pointing out how much therapy will it take before we're no longer ourselves. We are slowly losing pieces of ourselves within these trials. He tells the reagent to stop going in the trials, stay inside the sleep room instead, read a magazine, and is frustrated that we continue to go through the therapy, but does understand that we're trapped here just as he is. It seems that Noakes is the only character that is genuinely looking out for the reagent, warning them about the real dangers of the Signala facility. Now we'll be continuing with the files, since there's still quite a bit more to go. We move back to some surveillance documents regarding some X-reagents released back into the wild, this time in 1959, which includes reagent 0877, which was viewed as uneventful. They attended a baseball game and had 2 meals at a dinner, and relatively uneventful month overall. Meanwhile, reagent 0946 was quite eventful. The subject exited an apartment before dawn, walking through the residential neighborhood and observed a bird falling from the sky. The subject then stepped on the bird. Bird dead. They then proceeded to have 2 fits of crying throughout the day, 1 fit of uncontrollable laughter, and then went on to perform their job well. It was also overheard from the subject that the bird fell from the sky with the power of his mind. The next file mentions that reagent 0946 had to be terminated and is now awaiting cleanup. The subject was observed at the theatre and approached a group of adolescents claiming they had extrasensory abilities. The adolescents laughed and fled, but the subject followed them. The subject tried to climb into the house of the youngest adolescent, roughly 12 years old. Ooh. They were then intercepted and Perry engaged the subject in a physical altercation. It took 6 shots to the head and chest and a garrote to finish the job. 0946 would go down as a failure. Now back to the boring reagent 0877. Avelinos has requested them to be retrieved and transported to Murkoff's office in Los Alamos for further study. Baron Zesk will be there to retrieve and process the patient. Afterwards, Baron Zesk sends a message to Easterman regarding 0877, mentioning that the reagent has proven a remarkable inspiration for our paperclip guests. Avelinos told Baron Zesk that it's rare for one of the test subjects to survive as long as 0877, and hopes for more to achieve similar ascendance, and will increase funding per Los Alamos contributions. Reagent 0877 is also the subject that Wernick mentioned being like a modern-day discovery of penicillin. Another reagent, 1616, was fired from the Shoe department store over misconduct with a customer. They were later observed in an emotional state and all trigger tests were successful. They had lapses in memory and periodic bouts of near catatonic behavior. The subject wandered the town, continued to use metal objects to press against their eye and mouth, and continued looking in different directions, with the surveillance team noting it's strange. The same subject sells all of their possessions and boards a bus to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Once there, they apply for multiple jobs and are noted as having an abiding interest in the ladies. They speak to a woman described as a loose character. Bit of a rough observation, but they display good charisma and manage to take the woman back to their hotel room. They used the test trigger while they were inside, and apparently the subject showed exceptional and immediate results. Lethal outcome before neutralization was possible, and cleanup is now required. The conversation between the woman and 1616 is seen in the next document before everything we know happened. 1616 makes a joke that he is built for comfort rather than speed, which got the woman laughing. He asked the woman for her steel bracelet to show her something quite extraordinary. He mentions how the metal acts as a kind of antenna, saying that he can feel it pull, and he was much like a human compass, a tug in the same direction. The woman asks which direction, to which 1616 says west. She points out that compasses normally point north, not west. 1616 says that there is clearly something to the west that he needs to see, and that a man of his huge appetites ought to follow the things that tug at him. At the end, he reveals his name as Sullivan. This is a character that we will see chronologically almost 55 years later in Outlast 2, called Sullivan Noth. Day 15 of the surveillance of 1616, or Sullivan Noth, continues to show odd behavior with metal objects, pretending to be a human compass. He then holds up the metal to his iron mouth and turns in circles and ends up heading west and northwest. The observation team used a map and traced the headings from the human compass, with starting points in Fort Worth and Albuquerque. The lines connect within 40 miles of the Señala facility. They note the subject could be picking up on some kind of signal. We love ourselves a good journal entry, as Easterman writes yet another. This one explains that Vernick continues to haunt the sleep room, that he seems completely uninterested in any Murkoff staff, instead focusing completely on the reagents in the sleep room as they rest and recover for trials. What is also quite interesting is that Easterman mentions he watches Vernick from hidden vantages, showing that somewhere in the sleep room Easterman is watching from hidden areas. Vernick has been watching reagents sleep and even participating in some patients' paralytic trauma therapy. Easterman is concerned by his involvement as Vernick's work is centered on dreams and superstition, and thinks that it could pose a threat to Lathe 2. This is around the point in which the playable reagent completes Program X and completes the Señala Trials. It is difficult since we don't have any definitive time that these different endings take place, or really much context for what they are, so I'll just be adding them here since they're kind of addressed in future documents, and I'll just be explaining what I think the endings mean. The reagent will receive tokens that can be spent to allow them to become reborn. Once paid to the security officer, you will once again be greeted by Easterman. He explains that the trials are now inside them, and they only need to survive one final test to escape this place, calling them the most perfect weapon, the most innocent child ever born, the future. We once again see the hostess mannequin as she mentions that the boxes on the table are taken from your new life, public records and private files. Your task is to take them to the appropriate authorities, placing them back in the locations that you took the previous files from at the beginning of your journey. You'll be tasked with deciphering the final tests, which will put everything that you have learned throughout the previous 5 trials to the test. Once you exit the door, the reagent will appear in the water, with a large white glow on the horizon which you can run towards, the sound of which is very similar to the light that can be seen and heard in Outlast 2. At this stage, there are multiple possible endings for your reagent, so let's start with the very first one released for Outlast Trials, Cuba. You awake inside your hotel room with blood on your hands and feet, having no memory of how you got into your current location as the phone begins to ring. On the phone, you hear Easterman tell you 3 words, Spider, Eye, Lamb. The trigger words needed to turn you into a special agent that they need you to be. Now to explain what this ending means. When the player character awakens, the very first thing that you can see is the blood covering their clothes, bed, and even bloody footprints on the floor. The shock expressed by the character is clearly showing that they have no recollection of what happened or, quite frankly, where they even are. But one thing is clear. You are in some type of hotel room, and your exact location is made more clear by simply looking outside your window. That particular flag is the national flag of Cuba, which means that our reagent has done some travelling since leaving the Murkoff facilities. We can find a further clue as to where we are exactly within Cuba with this small book on the table named La Habana, which, if you didn't know already, is the Spanish name for the city of Havana, the capital city and the largest city within Cuba. So the question needs to be asked, why are you in Cuba? For what purpose would Murkoff have to send you there after your time during the Lathe program? Well, it's important to set out a rough timeline. We know from documentation that can be found throughout the facilities that Murkoff has been planning the Lathe program since around 1949, eventually starting their first iteration of the program in 1956, before needing to completely rethink their volunteer strategy for a second iteration of the program in 1959. This is the same program that we participated in, so we know that these events are taking place post-1959. How long after is a mystery, but I would assume that Murkoff would have taken advantage of their experiments quickly, as they aren't historically a company that likes to mess around much. Now, there are a few theories going around online as to the reason that you find yourself in Cuba, most popular of which is that you've been sent out to kill Fidel Castro, a real-life Cuban revolutionary that was the Prime Minister of Cuba starting from 1959. And yes, you did hear that right, 1959. Seems like a very big coincidence if the two are actually unrelated. And while it might seem strange when you ask yourself, for what reason would Murkoff have to kill Fidel Castro? What would they have to gain? It's also important to remember that the Lathe program was a joint operation between Murkoff and the CIA, which, given the circumstances of the location at the end of the game, would suggest that the player character was one of the successful reagents that was given to the CIA for the issues of state, instead of personalized Murkoff interests. And when we look at this through the lens of the reagent being used by the CIA instead of Murkoff, this makes a lot more sense. Fidel Castro and the CIA did not get along at all. And if rumors are to be believed, Fidel Castro was said to have survived upwards of 638 assassination attempts, much of them being from the CIA. And they were some pretty creative methods. They used exploding cigars, poison-filled pens, and even booby-trapped seashells, to name a few. There are public documents that show that during the years of 1959, 1960, and 1961, the CIA had many operatives in Havana, Cuba, with the intention of bringing down Fidel Castro and his brother Raul Castro. So you might be wondering, why did the CIA and by proxy the American government want Fidel Castro dead in the first place? Well, in 1959, Fidel came into power by overthrowing Fulgencio Batista, the nation's American-backed president, and since Fidel was viewed as being a communist in the close proximity of Cuba to the United States, it made the US nervous. So the reasoning for the character's presence in Cuba is concrete in this theory, but unfortunately we don't have the exact time frame, and context does matter in these short amount of years. For example, if this takes place in 1959, then it is right on the precipice of Fidel Castro's coming of power within Cuba, so the reagent could be used as a preventative, for example. However, if this takes place instead in 1960, there is a very good chance that the CIA has brought in the reagents from the Murkoff trials as an alternative method, since the failed attempts during 1959 on Fidel Castro's life. However, if this instead takes place in 1961, only a short 2 years after the Murkoff Lathe 2 program, this could possibly be during the period of the Bay of Pigs invasion, which, if you don't know, was caused due to Fidel Castro establishing diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union in 1960. As a result, the United States prohibited the importation of Cuban sugar. This would be absolutely crippling to the Cuban economy, since the United States sugar imports comprised of 80% of the country's total. So the USSR agreed to buy that sugar to stop the Cuban economy from collapsing. So in 1961, John F. Kennedy severed US diplomatic relations with Cuba and stepped up its preparations for an invasion. The main planner for this invasion was the CIA. It ended up being a massive failure for the US, but it's absolutely plausible that the Murkoff agents were sent in 1961 in preparations for the Bay of Pigs invasion. And then there's 1962, only 3 years after the Lathe 2 program, when the Cuban Missile Crisis took place. A confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union that almost boiled over into a nuclear war. It involved the Soviet Union placing strategic missiles, some of them nuclear, inside of Cuba, and due to the close proximity of the US, caused a lot of tension and problems between the two countries. with Cuba being right in the middle of it all. So again, it could be in relation to the Cuban Missile Crisis. And as you can see, there is no shortage of reasons that the reagent, and by proxy, the CIA would have by sending your character to Cuba. The question is more about when it happened. Now, I want to address some added things that can be found throughout the hotel room. If you look around close enough to the room, you can find writing on different surfaces, saying different things. For example, in my playthrough I got this line, "Don't listen," hidden behind the plant. But interestingly, you can actually find many different phrases written each time that you go through here. Since I didn't have the time to go and get every single one of them, I found some photos of different phrases that can be found throughout the hotel room, including "Never let it end over the bathtub," "As good as dead" behind the television, "Rabbit holes in," also over the bathtub, "Monkey sleepwalker under the sink," "Jump, only way out," "I was here, you are not," "You're the prison," which at first I actually thought said JR the prison, but I quickly realized that made absolutely no sense, "Dead puppets," which could be a nod towards Mother Gooseberry, "Don't wake up," and even "Kill Easterman." By the way, full credit for these photos go out to the official Outlast Discord group. It's full of Outlast lore buffs like ourselves, and they did all the hard legwork to find these phrases. Just saying, I'm a big fan of you guys over there. Keep up the amazing work if you're watching. Anyway, these phrases are clearly written by the player character, and it gives us a glimpse into the mind of a successfully turned Murkoff reagent. What I believe this to be is something akin to this example. You know when you're asleep and you have a dream? Then you awake from that dream, and for the first 10 or 20 seconds, the dream is clear as day. But if you say, check your phone, or get a drink of water, or roll over and try to go back to sleep, that memory of the dream disappears. It could be 1 minute from waking up. 50 seconds ago, the dream was as clear as it could be, and now 50 seconds later, you can't remember any of it. That is what I think is happening to the reagent. The dream, in this example, is the trance that they are put into after hearing the code words, "Spider, Eye, Lamb," which, by the way, causes the same blood-red tendrils that the gas within the trials caused, while you were still within Murkoff facilities. These messages and phrases are likely the character's attempt to warn their future self, to help them remember or to give warning after they forget. "As good as dead" shows the desperate state that the character finds themselves in, unable to escape the programming and not being themselves anymore. "Rabbit holes in" could be used as the idiom for rabbit hole, to describe a situation, journey, or process that is particularly strange, problematic, difficult, complex, or even chaotic. "Jump, only way out," a much more tragic example, showing that the character feels that the only way out of this is to jump. "Monkey sleepwalker," when the agent has been controlled by the code words, is equivalent to sleepwalking. Monkeys predominantly being known for tests or being told what to do. "I was here, you are not," shows multiple possibilities. The first is that the memory loss of the character is showing that since they forget, they are almost like a different person each time they wake up. Or, a more interesting one, that possibly the controlled or dreaming version of the character exhibits its own personality, showing the awakened version of the character that they are actually different people or personalities. "You are the prison," showing that the regent's body is literally now a prison, something that they can no longer escape as Murkoff has full control over it. "Don't wake up." This could be the dreaming version of the character expressing that they don't want to wake up or change back. And "Kill Easterman," which in all fairness is actually pretty straightforward and to the point, which is nice given the ambiguity of some of the other phrases. But it's clear that the reagent knows who is responsible for making them the way that they are, and telling their future self what needs to be done. Even though I'm not totally convinced that killing Easterman at this stage would actually change much, since the programming from the trials is already set in stone. Now on to the second ending, this time Vietnam. This ending is a bit more vague, and quite frankly, a bit more of a permanent ending to your character, I think you could say. Your character wakes up driving a vehicle as a voice can be heard whispering to you, "Only I love you." A timer is ticking down on your chest, and before you can even come to terms with what the hell is going on, you explode. Now thankfully, we have the luxury of rewinding. There are a few things to point out. Firstly, the board that we can see clearly shows South Vietnam and USA on it, not to mention the sign near the building saying Hotel Saigon. So in this ending, we have taken quite the trip from Cuba and ended up in Vietnam instead. That much is obvious. Now, geography might not be your thing, but Saigon is located in South Vietnam, which lines up nicely to the South Vietnam sign. So what could this particular incident be referring to? Well, the first thing that came to mind for me was the 1964 Brinks Hotel bombing that took place during the Vietnam War. Timeline-wise, this would put us roughly 4 or 5 years after the reagent participated in the trials. But firstly, I'll give you a quick overview on what happened in real life. It was Christmas Eve, December 24th of 1964, and the Vietnam War was in full swing. Remembering that during the Vietnam War, the United States were allied with South Vietnam, fighting against North Vietnam, who were allied to China, Russia, and North Korea, to name a few. In 1964, there were 23,000 American soldiers in Vietnam, and the Brinks Hotel housed the United States Army's officers, lieutenants, colonels, and majors. It had 193 bedrooms and was surrounded by a 4.5 meter concrete wall that acted as a shield for the building, not to mention South Vietnam guards. However, 2 Viet Cong operatives managed to stash 200 pounds of explosives into the trunk of a car, set to a timer that would go off at exactly 5:45 p.m. during the officers' happy hour within the hotel. Miraculously, only 2 people died from the explosion, with 60-odd people being injured. However, in this bombing, there are quite a few inaccuracies when you compare it to the Outlast Trials version of events. Firstly, it wasn't a chest bomb. The 2 operatives simply parked the car and let the timer do its thing. They never died in the explosion. Also, it's reported that the car was under the hotel, not outside of it. But this could be simply a reimagined version of the real-life event, since it seems within the Outlast universe that Murkoff has invested interest in big political events that took place in the 60s and presumably 70s. In the Cuba ending, however, the motive seemed much more obvious, since Murkoff has a very clear connection to the CIA, as we can see in numerous files. But from what I can tell, the Brink Hotel bombing had no CIA interference. In fact, it was actually orchestrated by North Vietnam. Well, the only other thing I could think of that took place in Saigon in roughly the same time period, 1963 to be exact, that the CIA also were involved with, was the assassination of the first president of South Vietnam. Now, I would try and pronounce his name, but I know that I'll butcher the pronunciation horribly, so I'll just show you the man's name instead. He was killed in 1963 in Saigon during a CIA-backed coup, where CIA-backed Vietnam officers who disagreed with the president's handling of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong threat to South Vietnam. But the problem with this theory is the fact that he was captured and killed by shooting, not a car bomb. So it's possible that this event is a mixture of the 2 events put into one. Since the CIA played a big part in the Cuba ending, it would only make sense that the CIA would play a bigger part in this one also. Or maybe Murkoff just wanted to sow political chaos and conflict, which is entirely plausible also. And our third ending that was released with the 1.0 update is quite an interesting one. The reagent awakes inside some kind of containment unit, as Dr. Vernick and his staff are talking about how they needed to wait for altitude adjustment, since Dr. Vernick's tests require a robust immune system. As the container closes, one of the staff members mentions how there is almost as much tumour in the scan as grey matter, referring to the brain of the reagent, before stating that if these tests are indeed lethal, you might as well use somebody that is as good as dead. Vernick is annoyed by this, stating that they wouldn't have made a long trip to Colorado if they were simply transferring a corpse. He believes that the tumours are in fact fingerprints of a god, stating that when somebody is touched by a god, they can sometimes be smote, and other times ascend. Finishing with black tendrils surrounding the reagent, as we can hear the classic spider eye lamb activation code from Easterman, the same that we heard at the end of the Cuba ending. Let us begin with the location of which this ending takes place. We know from Outlast 1 that Vernick headed the Dream Therapy Research and Walrider project underneath Mount Massive Hospital, as it acted as a supply of test subjects for him and Murkoff. We also know that Mount Massive Hospital is in Colorado, and the containment unit that houses the reagent is awfully familiar to the one seen in the facility in Outlast 1. Not to mention the video that begins playing on the television in front of the reagent is exactly the one that we see Eddie watching also. So it's safe to say that the reagent has been moved to the facility underneath Mount Massive Hospital during the early stages of Dr. Vernick's work. and the reagent is one of the early subjects used on the morphogenic engine. Now, speaking a little bit more on the brain tumours since they have such significance. Firstly, brain tumours are something that has come up significantly not only in Outlast Trials but also Outlast 1 and 2. We know from earlier documentation that Dr. Easterman found significant amounts of tumour-like growths in the parietal lobes of the brains when assessing bodies of the Lathe subjects during autopsy. The tumour growths are speculated to have been created from the Push's psychoactive compounds that they regularly use on the reagents during trials, filled with a mixture of amphetamines and hallucinogens that cause psychosis in the reagent and later creates tumours on the brain due to prolonged exposure to these chemicals. However, brain tumours are also mentioned in Outlast 1 during a film that is seen playing, mentioning how in June of 1943, over a decade before the Sinala facility, Wernick recorded 3 instances of spontaneous bleeding, and half a dozen test subjects began to develop brain tumours, stating that the brain tumours in question were made entirely from pure lead. However, these tumours were found within German patients, while Wernick was in Germany, and the brain tumours were not able to be recreated within the United States, putting this down to the fact that the German people at the time were in a unique mental place that cannot be replicated without significant amounts of horrors and death. These things would allow them to be capable of activating the morphogenic engine and ultimately the Walrider. And we have to remember that Wernick believes that these tumours are actually the fingerprints of a god. This could be due to numerous reasons. Wernick was attempting to create a host for the Walrider, somebody that could control the nanites, and the only people capable of reaching that level of lucid dreaming are people with such high amounts of trauma from the views of horror and death, the same things responsible for the tumours found in Germany. So this could be Wernick's way of pointing out that the tumours are God's fingerprints, allowing the subject the capability to control Walrider. And my other theory is associated with the black tendrils seen at the end. These black tendrils are very clearly referencing Dr. Skinner, who has the same tendrils as the reagent. And we know that Dr. Skinner also appears to the reagent after they have been subjected to the hallucinogenic compounds that causes psychosis, the same compounds that cause brain tumours. So there is a direct link between brain tumours and the person's ability to see Dr. Skinner. We saw very early on that Dr. Wernick specifically was very interested and fascinated in Easterman's findings surrounding Dr. Skinner, actually having Baron Zesk reach out to Easterman to share test findings with the Los Alamos team, especially in regards to the Skinner Man, something that Easterman at the time brushes off as a nightmare or subconscious projection and doesn't give any real thought to. Do you remember when Baron Zesk pointed out that his secretary heard Wernick mention how Easterman had made the most fruitful mistake in modern science since the creation of penicillin? I believe that this is what he was referring to, the brain tumours, and more importantly Dr. Skinner. This is a being that numerous people with exposure to chemical compounds see, even without knowing or speaking with one another, each of which would have these brain tumours, and also seen enough horror and death to warrant them as a perfect candidate for Wernick's experiments. And due to the obvious correlations between the tumours and Skinner, I think that Wernick looks at Dr. Skinner as a kind of god, the same god who Wernick is referring to in regards to the fingerprints, giving the people a way to see him. There is also a correlation that I would like to bring up because I think it's interesting. In previous documents, there was a staff member within the Sinala facility that believed that Dr. Skinner was in fact the reagent's mental recreation of Dr. Easterman, something Easterman actually got annoyed at when recounting the conversation. But if we make a direct comparison between Dr. Skinner and Easterman in regards to Wernick's reference to a god, we see in the Lemonade file when Easterman is speaking about how he needs to treat the reagents going forward with Lathe 2, he speaks about how he must be absent, powerful, benevolent, and will guide them as a god does, from a mysterious remove. And an added coincidence that once again in an Easterman journal entry, he speaks about his favourite horror passage from a horror writer, which we know to be H.P. Lovecraft. Why this is relevant at all is the black tendrils that surround Dr. Skinner, the same entity that people believe is a version of Easterman in the minds of the reagent. H.P. Lovecraft is almost synonymous with tendrils, as he is the one that popularized the horror of the sea creatures and practical godlike creatures from the darkness and void, all of which have predominantly had tendrils. So it's a trifecta link between Dr. Skinner, Easterman, and his favorite horror writer. My guess is that the last one is just a coincidence, but I found it interesting nonetheless. But that covers the new 1.0 ending and my thoughts on what it ultimately means. We know that the reagent will not eventually become the host for Walrider since we saw Eddie in Outlast 1, but the reagent is likely one of the many subjects that we use along the way. Now back to the documents. Easterman's next journal entry shows us just how much he has learned about charisma as a whole in the past 4 years, saying that he once thought that you could combat charisma with charisma, but fighting fire with fire never really works. He looks towards Christ, how if you simply kill a nation's soldier, all you've done is kill a soldier, but if you strike against yourself, a tactical self-death, you can destroy a whole nation. He has been reading the orders for reagents in Vietnam, reagents conditioned for self-destruction, culturally attuned to urban environments. We must strike against ourselves to kill our enemies. This is an exact reference to the car ending in Vietnam. A transcript between Bradley Avalanos and James Lawler can be found as they discuss a new program called Program Geister, a program that is in collaboration with Dr. Vernix's lab. It's mentioned that Avalanos is trying to get the CIA's approval on the program from Lawler, but Lawler brings up Cuba, saying that Castro is making all the worst enemies and that the agency is not averse to spending money right now as a result. Avalanos feels that Geister is a more aggressive program than Paperclip or Lathe, and could see results quicker for the CIA, going as far as saying that Vernick describes Geister as a nightmare material, which interests Lawler, giving permission for the agency's approval. Our other ending is referenced in this next letter sent from Avalanos to Lawler, speaking about how their Cuban adventures. The reagent's function is ordered, even though the incorrect targets were killed, mentioning how to some degree of experimentation in the field is necessary. More importantly, none of the agent's activity has been linked to Murkoff or the CIA, saying that the events in Cuba were not a failure, instead of just another trial, honing techniques and gaining valuable data. On October 1st, Avalanos took the proposal of Project Geister to the Murkoff board, stating that Los Alamos has identified extraordinary commercial potential and unexpected side effects of Lathe 2, using reagent 0877 as reference. The side effect in question is the extrasensory activity that relates to the Skinnerman. While the hallucinations are remarkable in their own right, the fact that unrelated reagents in separate trials see him is seen as extraordinarily provocative for Los Alamos. Dr. Vernick has found out that an increase of reagents' hallucinations has been correlating directly to seasonal change, despite the Senyala facility's complete removal of outside variation in light and temperature. Thus, Dr. Vernick proposes trials in Program Geister, which would entail scheduled chemical encouragement and guided trauma, of which all results would be shared with Los Alamos and Mount Massive. Avalanos also mentions that the CIA approves of the program and will offer extra outside funding to further entice the board. We can see that only 2 days later, on October 3rd, the board officially authorized Program Geister. All results will be shared to Los Alamos, Mount Massive, and the CIA. The trials will be under the authority of Dr. Vernick. It is also stated that there was a handwritten note at the bottom of the approval letter to Avalanos, asking him to call them, and that there are dangerous expectations from the board relating to Project Geister. A few days later, on the 6th of October, Clyde Perry puts in a request for transfer to the Senyala facility. He mentions that he'll be unable to continue his work in the collections department following his injuries in connection to his recent surveillance. If you don't remember, Clyde Perry was responsible for the surveillance of Officer Coyle, and was severely injured by Coyle during his surveillance. He says that the doctors have reconstructed his leg and skull enough to get him back to Murkoff for further treatment, but feels that his mobility will never return to its former level. He asks for a reassignment before committing himself to Murkoff Corporation's cause. We see nothing relating to Perry for a few weeks following his transfer request, but there is a transcript of a conversation that took place between Avalanos and Perry on the 18th of October. Avalanos is informing Perry of an internal leak within Murkoff, saying that dozens of memos, letters, transcriptions, and photographs have been leaked into the trial environments. And what is probably the closest thing to a fourth wall break, since the leaks he is describing are the files that the reagents found throughout the trial, the very documents that we're discussing now. Avalanos feels the leak is controllable, but Perry is more concerned how this could have happened. Both have a theory that the pushers could be responsible for the leak. They were once Senyala staff members and have since turned into a part of the trial population, which would make them the likely suspects. But Avalanos points out that since the trials are sealed environments, there is not much reason to worry. Perry refutes this, mentioning that one day the reagents will be sent back out into the world, and that causes reason for concern if they leak the information. Avalanos is still not concerned, saying that the reagents are pumped full of chemicals, so any memory inside the trial will likely be subconscious, and since reading is boring, nobody will possibly read them. That felt personal, but I'll let it slide. Avalanos offers Perry his reassignment, something that he calls the Department of Historical Refinement. It would have 3 directives in descending order of urgency. Number 1. Discover the source of the leak and how the documents have been scattered throughout the trial environments. Number 2. The removal of documents from the trial environments. And 3rd, the suppression of any leaked information and dissemination of tangent information to corrupt or confuse anti-Murkoff narratives. And Perry agrees to the reassignment. On November 20th, Perry contacted Easterman, telling him that during his review of leaked Murkoff communications, he has noticed inaccuracies with the documents. He asked Easterman to inform his staff to be more careful in the editorial department, since the documents have had misspelled words, incorrect dates, and complete historical inaccuracies, stating that if it continues, he'll be forced to bring this up with the board. Easterman responds the following day, telling Perry to cease from bothering him with perverse fixation on spelling and accuracy, stating that he's not a librarian or a county clerk fixing dates and events for a bureaucracy. He's in the business of discovery, before finally stating that the past is fungible and only the future is set. The next letter mentions how Lawler is having issues with Gottlieb, saying how upset he is over the results of their Cuban adventure, even threatening to cut CIA funding to Murkoff. Lawler speaks on how snow will soon fall on Cuba, and they must make their move now. Speaking of snow, we have a conversation titled Cold Future between Avalanos and Lawler. They speak about a possible nuclear winter fallout from bombings, and how the CIA are already making aftermath maps in preparation, pointing out the terribly cold temperatures that would result in such a fallout. Avalanos points out that they need to prepare agents, so they can deploy them in environments that will kill them with cold, who will still achieve their objectives even if they know that they're going to freeze to death. And by doing this, it could bring Gottlieb back into the fold regarding Murkoff contracts. Avalanos promises to provide actionable agents to the CIA that would allow them to work in low temperatures if the worst actually does happen. This is in reference to the cold snap temperature that takes place within the trial during the Christmas period, requiring the agent to hide during the temperature snaps in order to stay alive. We then have a meeting between Avalanos, Scarfiotti and Easterman. As the Signala architect, Scarfiotti speaks on how he'll be able to build the freezing technology quite quickly. However, it will not be cheap. Avalanos feels that this will get them back into the agency's good graces after the Cuban situation. Easterman is humming to himself until Scarfiotti tells him to stop. Easterman says that the Winter Kills program will be fruitful, since it actually addresses a deeply rooted and universal fear they haven't explored in the trials yet: sudden mass-scale annihilation, followed by a grindless, endless winter of even more pain, before asking if he is sure that the board will approve of the program. Avalanos assures him that as long as it brings in money, the board will approve it. Easterman finishes by mentioning how they will need to increase reagent recruitment, due to increased mortality rates that this will bring, to which Avalanos mentions that it won't be a problem. We have a note from Dr. Newhouse, directed to Father Clark at Mount Massive Hospital, showing that Clark was conducting sermons for patients within the hospital, with Dr. Newhouse offering to either increase chemical restraints or lobotomize anybody that Father Clark feels threatened by. Newhouse feels that the patients of hypnotherapy need the bedrocks of God and family in their lives, and thanks Father Clark for his contributions. Whilst we do not have any further information on why, we do know that it's in 1964 that Shirley Pierce was no longer a patient in Mount Massive Hospital, as it's marked as her final year as a patient. But it is Mount Massive, so the idea that she had a happy ending is incredibly unlikely. On the same note as Shirley Pierce, her longtime doctor, Bruce Newhouse, left his employment at Mount Massive Hospital in 1965 as seen in his excerpt. Once again, Murkoff is not one to leave many loose ends, so it does make you wonder what happened. Once again, we know due to the developer's description of Sullivan Noth that during 1966, he was working as a shoe salesman in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This being many years after his surveillance from Murkoff, after he participated in the lathe program at the Sinjala facility. It is on this day of November 26, 1966, that he received his first vision from God while he was listening to the radio. We know from a patient form found in Outlast 1 that Eddie Gluskin was 46 in 2013, putting his birth year here in 1967. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact date. 3 Mount Massive scientists were murdered by an unknown patient at Mount Massive Hospital, resulting in authorities to order the closure of the asylum. After his revelation with God, Sullivan would abandon all of his earthly possessions and begin preaching to the people of Albuquerque. His passion and noticeable charisma inspired the lost and disaffected, and they flocked to him as a leader. In 1967, Sullivan had amassed dozens of followers that donated all of their possessions to his newly created church called the Testament of New Ezekiel. They lived in a luxury ranch owned by a wealthy woman named Linda Deegan, while Sullivan would continue to receive messages from God. He would go on to record these messages in a book of verses called the Gospel of Noth, after his newfound cult leader status. He would encourage the woman of the flock to have children frequently, and even offered himself to father said children. It was at the home births of these children that gave New Mexico police the legal authority to crack down on this newly formed cult, and would go on to raid them under health and safety violations. This resulted in the arrest of dozens of cult members, all of their assets seized, and Sullivan barely escaped arrest with a handful of followers. 1 year after the incident at Mount Massive that killed 3 staff members, Murkoff would cease operations at Mount Massive Asylum while burying evidence of crimes that took place there. After fleeing with his remaining followers, Sullivan would climb a mountain alone to commune with God. God would tell Sullivan to sacrifice one of his eyes in exchange for true vision, which Sullivan obliged. After doing so, Sullivan would see the absolute certainty and destiny of his church. Seeing a town deep in the wilderness, hidden from civilization, it would act as a gateway to the true temple of the Testament of the New Ezekiel. The town would be called Temple's Gate, and he would guide his followers there to prepare for the tribulations of the end times. During the winter period of 1969, Sullivan and 100 followers caravanned out to the desert, leaving the wicked world behind them. It would seem that Murkoff didn't do a great job at covering up their crimes at Mount Massive, as in 1971, Mount Massive Asylum was shut down completely amid a scandal of government secrecy. We also know that 1971 is the documented year that Temple's Gate was founded by Sullivan Noth, in the Indian reservation as seen in Outlast 2. It's during 1972 that the CIA director, Richard Helms, orders the destruction of all MKUltra files due to public exposure, with only a few documents actually surviving. Our favourite Fruit Loop for Whistleblower, Frank Manera, was born at this point in 1977. Again, we don't know the exact date, but we can see here that he was aged 36 in 2013. A newspaper article was published on November 2nd, mentioning a conspiracy at Mount Massive Hospital, showing that half a dozen patients and ex-employees have come forward to accuse Murkoff of abuse and illegal medical practices taking place within the asylum, saying that the asylum has become controversial and amassed almost a cult-like following amongst skeptics and conspiracy theorists. Murkoff begins expansion in their mind control programs for public testing, resulting in mass self-deaths. 1981 would be the birth year of Mount Massive patient Chris Walker, as his patient file found in Outlast 1 puts his age at 32 in 2013. The birthday train just keeps coming through, as 1985 is the birth year of cameraman and eventual protagonist of Outlast 2, Blake Langerman. Within Outlast 1, An exit interview recording with Dr. Vernick can be found that is conducted on December 27, 1985, as Vernick speaks about his time working for the United States government in Los Alamos, mentioning spontaneous bleeding, tumors, and psychosomatic reactions observed in sufficiently disturbed people, mentioning how only a test subject who has witnessed enough horror was capable of actually activating the morphogenic engine. It's in 1987 that Paul Marion, as seen in the Murkoff Accounts comic book, passes the state bar exam in Ohio. (1990) is the birth year of William Hope, better known as Billy Hope, who was a patient in the Wool Rider program at Mount Massive Hospital in Outlast 1. We also know that he was born specifically in Nathrop, Colorado, to Tiffany Hope, as seen in Part 3 of the Outlast Murkoff Account comic book series. Whilst we're unaware of the exact date, we do know that both of Blake Langerman's parents died in 1995, with his father dying within a month of his mother, going from being perfectly healthy prior to her death and then taking a drastic turn with his health. At the end of 1995 marks the events seen during Outlast 2, as Blake Langerman, his future wife Lynn, and fellow student Jessica attend St. Sybil High School, with this also being the year in which Jessica eventually dies. 1998 marks the birth of two characters within the Outlast lore. Firstly, Allison Marion, the daughter of Murkoff Accounts protagonist Paul Marion, and also Anna Lee, who was the daughter of Ethan, who you encounter in Outlast 2. He was part of the community of Temple's Gate, and her eventual death would end up being the catalyst for Outlast 2. Only 2 years later would mark the death of Joanne Marion, the wife of Paul and mother of Allison. She would die in hospital to a rare blood disease that she shares with her daughter Alice. We know from the comics that in 2006, Murkoff purchased the Spindletop Psychotherapy Clinic in Haddon, Texas, doing so for Murkoff employee Jeremy Blair's Research Through Charities initiative. Whistleblower character Simon Peacock leaks secretive Murkoff files and goes on to disappear. 2008 is a bit of a confusing situation to deal with, since it's the very beginning of the story told within the Murkoff Accounts comic book series, and the series takes the broken narrative approach, where multiple storylines are taking place simultaneously over different time spans. So I was a little conflicted on how to present this information, but I will do my best to split the corresponding stories to match the year and date of which they took place. But just understand that a little context will be lost here, since they seem to work together to tell the narrative, but I'll do my best to fill in the blanks. Alright, let's start with some basic context. Paul Marion and Pauline Glick are partnered as Murkoff Insurance Mitigation Officers. Now, why would Murkoff be in need of such officers? Well, strap yourself in for some good old Murkoff propaganda. The transnational Murkoff Corporation continues to push the frontier of scientific research and development, partnering with the greatest minds and expanding the reach of every branch of scientific inquiry. Gene therapy, behavioral psychology, information technology, and medicine, just to name a few. But sometimes errors and oversight happen, so the Murkoff Insurance Mitigation Department is there to minimize the economical fallout of such errors. Consider them damage control to Murkoff's wallet. It begins with Paul and Pauline working a job on some murdered patients at the Murkoff-owned Spindletop Psychotherapy Clinic, which Murkoff eventually called the Hatbox Murders. They had found the body of a patient named Martin Belmont. His injuries so bad they needed to stitch him back together. His head was missing, just like the other victims. This, however, was not the only similarity in the murders. Each of them were veterans of the army, and obviously patients in the Spindletop Psychotherapy Clinic in Texas. Murkoff bought Spindletop in 2006 and had a government contract to help returning veterans with PTSD. They had a discussion with the chief psychotherapist, since he wasn't under Murkoff's management, telling them how much they hate accidents and lawsuits, and want to ask him about the dead victims that all happened to be ex-patients of the facility. He mentions that his therapy technique was to re-expose the veterans with Arabic culture to show that it doesn't always associate with war, while also helping them relive the events that haunt them until it doesn't hurt them anymore. But it began to have inverse effects. See, psychological wounds would close, but then reopen wider as the therapy continued, so they instead opted for dream therapy, guided by hypnosis. So they would re-experience the events subconsciously without burdening them while they're still awake. The new dream therapy proved remarkably effective, resulting in rates of substance abuse to just plummet, and any self-harming thoughts were eliminated. They go on to speak with a security guard called Strongfat that has recorded every single therapy session, asking to see the sessions involving the 3 murder victims, Martin Belmont, Priscilla Clark, and John Bowers. They notice another patient called Omar, who had a violent reaction to the hypnosis, attacking the lead psychiatrist. Thankfully, the security guard was there to save him, stating that he learned some judo in the military police and was very capable in hand-to-hand combat. We see a moment where Paul and Pauline are speaking with a woman about reimbursement. They end up talking the woman into a contract for $10,000, when a potential lawsuit that she could have done could have cost Murkoff a few million in reality. Really slimy things. When they return to the doctor, thanks to a revelation by Paul, they find him dead and realize that the whole clinic is being recorded, meaning that they should have footage of the killer. Well, that is until they notice that the security system has been completely smashed to bits. It becomes clear that the killer's motivation is a culmination of all of the separate sessions, believing that only 2 people heard and saw every session. That being Dr. Claymore, who is now a pile of goo on the ground, and the security guard from earlier. Within Strongfat's home, they find 4 coolers with the first 3 victims' heads inside of them. The 4th cooler is empty, likely meant for Dr. Claymore. Paul makes note of a little pig-stuffed animal sitting on the bed, stating that killers like Strongfat are always like angry toddlers. Pauline believes that they should start calling him by his real name, Chris Walker. He enters muttering the words "little pig" as Paul and Pauline attempt to restrain him. We could see Chris in all of his physical glory, smashing them aside and lifting Paul by the throat, even taking a bullet to the jaw from Pauline. It takes a whole car to stop him, but Paul and Pauline need to get to work immediately, since Chris Walker is a Murkoff employee, and they need to cover up the murders before the cops get to the house and cause a whole variety of issues for Murkoff. They put the head of Dr. Claymore into the 4th cooler, loaded them all into the back of their truck, placing it at Omar's apartment, the patient from earlier. Omar would act as a cover murderer for Chris Walker, explaining that a psych patient doing these murders puts much less pressure on Murkoff than one of their own employees. It is in July that Dr. Vernick moves into Mount Massive Preserve to do charitable work for Murkoff Corporation. In 2009, Mount Massive Asylum was reopened by Murkoff Psychiatric Systems under the guise of a charitable organization, the same charity work that they just hired Vernick for the previous year. This is also the year that Billy Hope's mother, Tiffany, responded to an advertisement for free psychiatric care in the paper from Murkoff Corporation, in hopes that they could help her son Billy for his clinical depression and disordered sleeping. While it's also not mentioned as an exact date, we know that in 2009, ex-Murkoff employee Chris Walker was moved and interned as a patient of the recently reopened Mount Massive Hospital. This opened up a variety of new opportunities for Paul and Pauline, with Paul never truly finding out about the technologies that took place in the dream therapy work at Spindletop, and which was later explored more thoroughly at Mount Massive, with Pauline feeling sad that Paul still thought of her as a partner, when in reality he was now a target, as seen in the very first comic book of the Murkoff Accounts series. February 28th is listed as the date of death for Dr. Vernick by Murkoff Corporations, after only arriving 7 months earlier, dying at the age of 90 from complications of heart failure due to old age. The file even states that it's an official document and certifies that the contents are 100% true, so absolutely no reason to doubt them at all, not even a little bit. Murkoff wasted absolutely no time as Billy Hope begins his consultations for the morphogenic engine program on April 12th, stating that he has progressed to directed lucid dreaming states, of which the morphogenic engine activity is observed at an unprecedented level. An event took place in 2010 that is described in an email between Rick Traeger and Jeremy Blair. Jeremy was the Executive Vice President of Global Development for Murkoff and the head of Mount Massive Asylum and Project Walrider, while Rick Traeger is the head of Business Development at Mount Massive Asylum and an executive of Research Development for the Murkoff Corporation. Within the email, they speak about female employees experiencing psychosomatic pregnancies, something to do with how the morphogenic engine interacts with the immune system. This turns out to be fatal more times than not, which isn't good for Murkoff since these are employees, not patients, so it's much harder to cover up. But Jeremy mentions how the engine activity in the lady's bone marrow was off the charts, saying that the projected profits from Project Walrider is already incredible. So why not perform these experiments on women instead of men for the best results? And since mental illness can apply to both men and women, it would seem unethical to pass up on the potential profits. This is not the only time within 2010 where gender comes into play for Murkoff, or the pregnancy situation as mentioned before. It was in 2010 that Melissa Cho filed her lawsuit against Murkoff regarding her contract termination, which was based upon gender selection. See, Murkoff had studied the psychosomatic effects of the morphogenic engine on female employees further and established a baseline, stating that 7 female employees and patients had reached fictitious half-term pregnancies within a matter of weeks from miscarrying the non-existent children. 5 of these resulted in death. Female employees were then moved to other buildings, and some even taken away from Mount Massive facilities altogether. And due to the secrecy around Project Walrider, this resulted in reassignments of employees and in some cases, like Melissa Cho's, complete termination. On the 1st of November, patient Frank Minera begins his initial consult for the morphogenic engine. Only a few months after Frank Minera's first consultation, another patient, Chris Walker, has his very first consultation for the morphogenic engine. We head back to Murkoff Accounts with some events that take place in the second chapter of the series. An anonymous employee of Murkoff complained internally to Human Resources about the safety conditions at Mount Massive. Paul and Pauline were sent to find any litigious dangers, or if it was just a false claim. Pauline forwarded an email from Murkoff HR talking about OSH and the potential litigation that could result from it. She felt that it was a veiled threat towards her, since she is an expert at veiled threats after all. Once at Mount Massive, Paul looks into the computer logs, but whoever posted the complaint was really good at covering up their tracks. In the meantime, Pauline went for a look around as she was curious about what Murkoff was so intent on hiding. She'd be scanned by security and taken down an elevator, 122 feet down, to which she would see a familiar face, or rather lack thereof. Chris Walker, the very same serial killer that she got sent to Mount Massive only 2 months prior. Jeremy Blair arrives and introduces himself. Pauline is concerned, since 2 months ago Chris still resembled a human being, but now he resembles more of something like a monster. Jeremy shrugs the comment off, stating that human is not the precise term that it used to be, before asking about Paul's whereabouts. Pauline tells him that he doesn't have clearance to come down here, but Jeremy asks Pauline to remind Paul just how important it is for Murkoff to weed out any employees that aren't true believers. While this conversation is taking place, we can see Billy Hope strapped to a chair and being experimented on. When Pauline returns, she lies to Paul, saying that she just saw normal hospital stuff and thinks that they should start with IT to find out who sent the email. They speak with a woman named Miss Haas, who is currently 6 months pregnant. A point that you might think is unnecessary, but it will be relevant later. She mentions that due to Murkoff's rigor regarding digital security, that the only person to have access to deep web resources would be corporate, before suggesting that they speak to the head of business development, Rick Traeger. In a span of 20 seconds, Rick manages to be both racist and misogynistic, like the guy's going for a speed run or something. He mentions that nobody would make any money in his department from sending vaguely threatening emails about his department performing badly. Paul is curious how much Rick has cut the security budget, to which Rick explains that security is the most expensive, and since security changes with the times but money will always be money, you have to make cuts. Creating efficiencies makes everyone safer. I think Paul hits the nail perfectly on the head with this assessment of Rick Traeger. I mean, this guy is a wordsmith. An employee called Denise comes into the office to serve everybody coffee, to which Paul asks her about her pregnancy, a vital mistake for any man to assume. It turns out that she isn't pregnant at all, and this leads to what might be one of the most awkward situations that you could ever find yourself in. Pauline uses the opportunity to get more information from Rick by asking him to show her around Colorado tonight, maybe even for dinner. Something old sleazeball Rick couldn't refuse. After the 3-course meal and wine, Rick invites Pauline back to his place, to which she agrees to, but refuses the drugs that he offers her. She asks for wine from his cellar to buy some time for her to snoop around, finding his internet passwords, which he wrote on a piece of paper. How is your memory that bad? Regardless, she finds his coke stash, some dirty magazines and a pamphlet for an abortion clinic. When he arrives back, he pours the two a drink. Pauline asks him if he has a girlfriend, to which he denies, saying that he is single. She keeps note that in the next 20 minutes he never makes a move on her, until she recognizes the bitter undertaste in the wine, realizing that he just drugged her drink. She pulls out a gun and recommends Rick to drink the remainder of her drink, which he doesn't have much choice about. And as if this guy couldn't get any more repulsive, he manages to just one-up himself every single time. She calls Paul for a pickup after the close call, and mentions how they need to speak with the pregnant lady from earlier, saying that she found the abortion clinic pamphlet. When they arrive, they call out Miss Huss as being the leak, the person who sent the email to HR. She admits to the email, saying that the baby is Traeger's, and that she would have him fired, but it doesn't get rid of the child. And she can't speak to anybody about what happened since she's under NDA. She has no savings and can't afford a baby. She needed some way to get fired or transferred, and the email was her attempt at doing just that. Pauline initially wanted to fire everybody, but Paul had a much softer side than she did. They ended up agreeing to a severance package for Michelle in exchange for her silence. Her assistant, named Waylon Park, would go on to take her position, and HR would go on to shred all records after being told the story from Michelle. Now, the story has been pretty damn dark already, but it gets even worse, so prepare yourself. Rick Traeger storms into the meeting office calling Michelle a liar, to which Michelle tells Traeger that she already told them everything. Traeger picks up some nearby scissors and stabs Michelle in the stomach. Yeah, I'm not joking. He one-ups himself once again as the most unlikable character in Outlast, and that is saying something. Paul grabs Traeger and throws him to a nearby paper shredder, to which Traeger's hair gets caught in the inside of it. Pauline turns the button on and Traeger gets one of the most painful haircuts known to man, something Paul and I both took great pleasure in seeing. Good news is that Michelle survived the incident. However, she was never pregnant. It was another case of the psychosomatic pregnancy. 1 in 3 women working in Mount Massive facility were experiencing phantom symptoms of pregnancy, a side effect of the experiments in the basement. Jeremy Blair believes this to be a massive litigation risk since every woman should have the grounds for a multi-million-dollar suit, saying that they might have to shut it down completely. Jeremy uses a code word, Eskimo Reuben, something only Pauline would understand, as she asks Paul to leave so they can speak about something beyond his clearance. Jeremy shows her the projected profits for Project Walrider, and it was phenomenal. Therefore, all woman employees were moved to other facilities to stop potential litigation problems in the future, and the experiments were able to continue. Pauline went back to Mount Massive one more time, this time to see Rick Traeger strapped to a gurney, saying he is a Murkoff executive and that it isn't his fault. Pauline hits him with one of the coldest lines ever, saying that it isn't Rick's fault at all. He isn't evil, he's just sick, and now they're going to make him better. Damn, what a reversal. We can see Rick inside the morphogenic engine as black tendrils begin forming around his body, much like we saw with the reagent in the Mount Massive ending. Jeremy asks Pauline to drink with him tonight, to which she refuses, saying that she doesn't eat where she hunts. October 28th marks the final corn harvest in Sullivan North's Temple Gate community. Investigative reporter Miles Upshaw is fired by the Denver Eagle for his article on the war in Afghanistan, causing him to be self-employed as an investigative journalist, eventually residing in Washington, D.C. At some point in early 2013, the subsidiary of Murkoff, Heartland Springs Charity, began construction on a 3 ASLab-built water purification plants in Detroit. An email found in Outlast 1 shows an email sent by Helen Granite, talking about a phase-out of Rudolph Vernick. saying that they will be removing Rudolf Wernick from structural and financial systems at Mount Massive, and his advanced age should alleviate any suspicions of contractors or employees, since legally he died years ago. A little giveaway there for anyone paying attention. A bunch of patients titled 13306-8, 14279-1, and 14868-1 are being transported from Project Walrider at Mount Massive Asylum to the Zeichner facility, with Helen making note that researchers have combed through all of Wernick's files and found no mention of 3 lucid dreamers, so they can safely assume that Wernick was distracted by the success of patient Billy Hope, and was therefore ignorant of the discovery at hand. She points out that she is both excited at the profit potential of the new facility, stating that she hopes that it will be sufficiently shielded to allow female staff, so she herself can see it with her own eyes. A worker named Jennifer Rowland can be seen making a report about post-mortems for Project Walrider. She is requesting a transfer due to the psychological costs of using such far-gone and further provoked patients is more than she can handle. She is also critical of the theories of Dr. Wernick, calling him a senile Nazi, and believes in a change of approach. We have our first dated entry into 2013 with the very first part of Val's journal in Outlast 2. It mentions that 3 more Temple Gate members have been sent to live with the Skald. They have 7 children, which have all been sent to live in Val's foster care, totaling more than 40 orphans within her care. She goes on, of course, to express just how much she loves the children, and that she has so much love to give since she will never have children of her own. Another patient is admitted for consultation for the morphogenic engine. On February 14th, patient Eddie Gluskin is seen. It is mentioned that he is a difficult interview subject to deal with, since he just tells staff what he thinks they want to hear instead of the actual truth. We get our second entry written from Val on March 9th, as she mentions that 6 of the orphans in her care met the blade today, despite none of them being of her own blood. She wept as it happened, wanting to know what's worse. She did it herself, as she describes the knife going so deep it hit the spine. Sullivan was singing about the gathering at the river while it happened, and all of Temple Gate joined in on its chorus. Val points out that God's voice was missing, however, asking for him to give an answer and fulfill the promises of his prophet, the prophet being Sullivan. She begins to wonder if anyone here truly loves God as much as she does. On the very same day, Val writes the 3rd chapter in her journal, stating that even more children are dead. Noth believes there is no sin in infanticide, as all are soldiers in God's army. All of the deceased will be waiting for them in paradise. Noth mentions that their sins will find them in their dreams, as Val expresses that she only dreams of the murders of the children in her care. I sometimes forget just how nuts Outlast 2 is when you really get into the lore, because Val goes on to say that she gets, let's say, excited after waking up from these dreams of murder. She is beginning to question her faith. Journalist Miles Upshaw releases an article called The Devil's Bargain, how Murkoff turned the global water crisis into a $1 billion revenue stream. Miles uses an example of a young 9-year-old girl that is standing before a water vending machine with the ASLab logo. On the very same machine is a blank space where the words Free Flow Global Charities was removed just last year. For $1, she can buy 5 liters of purified water, which her cholera-afflicted mother desperately needs. But for $8 would buy her mother the antibiotics that could shorten the disease or possibly even save her life. This young girl needs to make this horrific decision, and it's a choice that more than 1.6 billion people without clean drinking water are having to make on a daily basis. Over a quarter of Accra's citizens buy water from Wellspring Industries, through their taps or the ASLab machines. But what they don't realise is that Wellspring Industries, ASLab, Free Flow Global Charities, and World Free Clinics are all subsidiaries of Murkoff Corporation, a mix between Western capitalism and Third World corruption. Murkoff is using the subsidiaries to open back doors into selling water to drought-starved populations in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia. So here is an example on how Murkoff does this. A newly started charity, fueled largely by donations, establishes a water supply and sewage system for communities whose well water has been rendered non-portable by industrial runoff. Murkoff gets a tax write-off for their charitable spending, while their subsidiary, ALSAB, gets the profits for building and installing the system. When the cost of running becomes too great, such as the case with Free Flow Global in Ghana, the charity files bankruptcy and abandons the project entirely. Then Murkoff can step in and its subsidiary steps in and offers the local government completion and maintenance of the project in return for the construction fee and the complete deregulation of the water supply. This essentially allows Murkoff to name the price of the whole population's water. And you have to remember, Murkoff is a pharmaceutical company that is the owner of 3 of the most active manufacturers of pharmaceuticals in the third world. So with this scheme, they will profit nicely whether the locals choose clean water or cholera. Miles calls out Murkoff for their history of playing both sides for maximizing profit at the cost of human rights. Water is quickly becoming the new oil, which is largely ignored by the developed world. Wealthy Americans and Europeans are more than comfortable with their hot showers and iced drinks, but as I mentioned earlier in the video, just last year, Murkoff's subsidiary Heartland Springs charity built these 3 water purification plants in Detroit, meaning that the mess is coming much closer to home. It's time for part 4 of Val's journal entries. This one is quite the read, let me tell you. It reads like a horrendous love novel, but the key message in this is simply that Val is beginning to stray from the teachings of Sullivan Noth, embracing her own faith. Part 5 reads much the same, but Val is taking other like-minded Templegate followers to pursue her new faith as she now believes that God is talking to her and showing her a new path. On September 17, 2013, a very major event takes place that is critical to the Outlast lore as we know it. The replacement of Miss Haas, as mentioned earlier, was a man by the name of Wayland Park. Wayland, anonymously, sends an email to investigative journalist Miles Upshaw, who at this stage has already publicly expressed his dislike of the Murkoff Corporation in the previously mentioned articles. Wayland mentions that he needs to be quick, since they could be monitoring. He is breaking a whole bunch of NDAs by sending the email, but he doesn't care at this point. Terrible things are happening at Mount Massive Hospital. He doesn't understand it or even believe half the things that he saw. Doctors talking about dream therapy going too deep, finding something that has been waiting for them in the mountains. I feel the final line is perfect for Miles to read. People are being hurt and Murkoff is making money. It needs to be exposed. Remember the article that Miles wrote. The final line completely encompasses what Miles was trying to do, and this would prove enough to pique his interest. We can actually see the very moment that Wayland wrote the anonymous email to Miles Upshaw. Once the email is sent, we can hear a man outside asking what's going on in the room. He tells Wayland Park that something is going on with the engine and that he is being requested. We reach security before being escorted to the morphogenic engine. They require Park, who is responsible for software, to go to the front terminal, since a new patient is coming in and the arterial spin is still dark. The new patient being monitored is Eddie Gluskin, a patient that we spoke about previously. Wayland begins working his magic while we see Eddie being escorted in, screaming for help, even bringing himself to the window asking for Wayland to stop them. We get reassured of our safety and fix the monitoring system. Now we get a glimpse of Eddie Gluskin inside the machine before being told to leave immediately. We head back to our computer and none other than Jeremy Blair is there to greet us, along with some security friends. It turns out that Wayland graduated from Berkeley, but as Jeremy points out, he is not smart enough to realize that the last thing a fly should do while in the spider's web is wiggle. As a result of the betrayal of Murkoff, Wayland will now have to be committed to the asylum, even being kind enough to volunteer Park for the morphogenic engine program on his behalf. He tells Wayland just how much Murkoff Corporation appreciates his bravery and sacrifice, before giving a light anesthetic in the way of a good old-fashioned fist and boot. Wayland Park awakes but drifts in and out of consciousness, almost reminding me of a Sunday morning after a big night out. A few people grab the man and place him in a chair, something that normally doesn't happen to me on a Sunday morning, but they are asking the man to open his eyes. One of them starts slapping and licking the side of his face. What the hell, dude? A co-worker calls the man by his real name of Andrew and tells him that some reports have come in about the morphogenic engine, saying that Billy Hope has made lateral ascension. Andrew becomes annoyed, asking if the Murkoff team are angry about it, which they are. We can see the brainwashing televisions in front of us, much like the ones that played for the reagent in the 50s and also for Billy Hope. Wayland screams in pain before falling asleep again. Only a few hours later, during the earliest hours of the 18th of September, Miles Upshaw drives out to Mount Massive Hospital to investigate the anonymous email that he received the day before, and on September 18th marks the events that take place in Outlast 1 and Outlast Whistleblower. Chapter 3 and 4 of the Murkoff Accounts comic book series as well. So we have a lot to cover here. We now jump over to the events of Outlast 1 as investigative journalist Miles Upshaw finds himself driving down a dark country road at night while the car radio gently plays in the background. We can see Mount Massive Asylum as a large, gloomy, imposing building coming into view. The radio begins to turn to static as he approaches. We can also see Miles's press pass up on the rearview mirror. He picks up a note from his passenger seat and it's a transcript of the anonymous email sent to him the day earlier. We exit the vehicle and get a much better look at the building. We have some of the inhabitants even saying hello. How nice. We can find the note on a nearby bench that mentions the reopening of Mount Massive in 2009, and also that cell phone reception was cut off abruptly a mile out, and Murkoff Corporation has a long track record of disguising profit as charity. But never on American soil, so whatever is going on here at Mount Massive must be big. We take a side entrance into the asylum before the lights very conveniently turn off, and we have to use the night vision from our camera to see. Another file is found in one of the nearby offices. It talks about a patient named Billy. We know from earlier that this is Billy Hope, a 19-year-old male patient that claims to have progressed to self-directed lucid dream states. Billy also asks about his mother's lawsuit against Murkoff and the asylum, stating that he discovered the truth in the blood dreams of a Dr. Traeger. Murkoff believes this to be a catastrophic breach in security, but notes that the only Traeger on company records was Richard Traeger, who was an executive at MRD. Remembering that Rick Traeger is the creepy guy that got a very painful haircut and eventually became a patient using the morphogenic engine to cover up his crimes. When entering the library, we can see people hanging from the roof and people dead on the floor. This is a clear sign that things at the asylum are not going so well for the occupants. We continue a little further and get a very unwelcome surprise from this gentleman as he throws us down to the lower floor, calling us Little Pig in the process. Now, if you remember from earlier, there is an individual that used that exact phrasing. Remember Strongfat, or rather Chris Walker? The security guard for Murkoff and serial killer behind the Hatbox murders? This is him, after Murkoff did their experiments on him. Miles is drifting in and out of consciousness after the big fall, as the second man starts saying that God has sent him an apostle, telling Miles to guard his life as he has a calling. We find another note nearby talking about Chris Walker, a 32-year-old male that needs to be restrained when interviewed due to his removal of his own lips and nose. It even speaks about how they needed to alter his restraints to accommodate his enormous size. Extensive dermal eruptions are consistent with failed morphogenic engine cellular activity, and that the flesh ripped from his forehead allows him to have a truer way of seeing. He has a fascination with tuatara lizards, and has anxiety about his own flesh. It also makes note that he served in Afghanistan and is likely the reason for his mental trauma that he shows. An interesting callback to the fact that the first 3 victims of Walker were all veterans. Another note, named Warrant of Seizure, shows that the MHS, or rather the Murkoff Hardline Security, has reason to believe that there has been a catastrophic security failure within the psychiatric centre. As a result, they will require full access into all facilities and surrender of all authority to MHS agents. And by accepting the document, you and all surviving relatives surrender all claims of litigation against Murkoff Corporation. A classic Murkoff move, as seen by Paul and Pauline. So the MHS can do whatever they want, and you cannot do or say anything about it, essentially. We come across some patients sitting and watching the television, and while a big part of me was hoping that there was some SpongeBob SquarePants on that bad boy, it's only static, which makes it 1,000 times more creepy. Miles gets himself to the security room and takes a little look at their computer systems. We can see the man from earlier, turning off the power and the security cameras, and we are forced to make a quick exit. Another file that we find speaks about the MK Ultra program, titled a CIA document. The subject is hypnotic experimentation and research. This is the file that talked about Miss Jackson and Miss Pierce, and how they managed to make somebody who was terrified of guns actually pick up and shoot one using their hypnosis. Another note found speaks about the profitability report for Project Walrider. Do you remember from the comic book series when Jeremy mentioned just how significant the money is in regards to the project, and even Pauline fell into the same trap? Well, this file gives us some more context on the matter. It is written by Helen Granite, the same woman that hates Vernick and is actively regressing anything physical or financial to do with the man. She mentions again how staggeringly high the profit margins are, but thankfully for Murkoff, The 4 fatalities for the program contain enough ambiguous data to make litigation almost impossible. A very interesting thing to put into writing and stored as a document for the authorities to potentially see, but I guess that is the case for almost all Outlast documents. But due to low interest from family and the government for the patients being used, it almost makes the idea of legal action vanishingly unlikely. Again, this connects back to Murkoff's approach with Signala, taking the downtrodden, homeless, and forgotten. There is nobody interested enough to look for those people if they were to disappear. After returning the power to the building, we head back to the security room and are attacked from behind and injected with some kind of sedative. He tells us that we cannot leave and there is much more for us to witness, that their lord, the Wool Rider, is showing his truth to the unbelievers. We then see a Darth Vader wet dream as MHS soldiers begin to be thrown around the room while nothing is there, before Miles falls asleep. We now swap back to Waylon as he is in some serious pain, being subjected to the images on screen from the engine. Suddenly, he is released from his chair as the images still linger in his mind. The patient in the room next to him is telling Waylon to stay quiet, as we can see the Wool Rider paying him a visit. We grab a trusty camera recorder nearby as Waylon begins writing himself messages, much like Miles does. He is unsure how long it's been since he was caught, wondering if it's even been weeks. He is regretting his decision on emailing Miles Upshaw, apologizing to his wife Lisa in his message, as we can see a bunch of patients getting revenge on a Murkoff doctor in a very unpleasant way, and I don't think they appreciate us watching. We can get a glimpse of the Wool Rider as it makes its rounds in the hallways, and our patient friends asks us to join them in their revenge. When Waylon refuses, they get a little annoyed, believing that Waylon believes that he's better than them some way. We make a swift exit and can find some of the officers speaking about using a shortwave radio to call for help from the National Guard. This is Waylon's ticket out of here if he can just survive, believing that his mistake was subtlety. He should have shouted to anyone and everyone about Murkoff, and now that they can't cover it up anymore, it's too broken and too dangerous. We can find an email between Jeremy and Helen Granite, which is oddly misspelled this time around to Grant. It is advising Helen about the resignation of Waylon Park for mental health. It mentions that if any information request from Mrs. Lisa Park comes in the following weeks regarding the hospitalization of her husband, to please forward those messages directly to him. It says that Waylon has an undiagnosed mental illness, and Jeremy personally visited his wife and sons to break the news to them, but Murkoff would be graciously providing treatment. Lisa had some rough words for Jeremy and Murkoff, but Jeremy reminded her that she can attempt to fight the diagnosis, but if they were to find that he resigned under false pretenses, his insurance would be cancelled, and the financial liability would fall on the family instead. Man, Murkoff really are the masters of their craft, aren't they? He ends the email hoping that she got the message, but if she does insist on becoming a nuisance, he wants to take care of this one personally. We can find another patient that is enjoying the local delicacies of the asylum, and damn is he enjoying it. He ends up meeting with us later on and tries to cook us in a furnace. Thankfully, the backer was compromised and Waylon is able to escape from being this guy's tender nuggets. We can find a doctor getting the high school bully treatment by a patient a little later in the bathrooms. Everything is just pure chaos at this point. Waylon makes a personal note how anybody that has been through the morphogenic engine has changed dramatically. They were still human, but a core component had been ripped out of them, and other things had been pushed back in. All of these people were not killers beforehand. Murkoff made them into monsters. Waylon had overheard Dr. Rose saying something about how the engine had varying effects on the variant outcomes. Too erratic to make a prediction, something Waylon wished that he had really paid more attention to. As we continue our journey through the prison block and outside area, we find another email between Kurt Vigilando and Jay Billings. Billings explains that a Murkoff security member has started to see Vernix fairy tales, but what is strange is that this guard never went below level 1 in the building, so he has never been exposed to the engine, not to mention the breach of protocol for any doctors to speak of the Wool Rider within earshot of a contractor security guard, stating that this is far too similar to the Dr. Samuel case, and is genuinely concerned that the engine beliefs are somehow airborne. Waylon reaches the radio and begins looking for a channel to contact outside help. He gets hold of 911, but Jeremy Blair jumps in to stop him, destroying the radio in the process. Jeremy hits us with some UFC level combat skills, and has to give up trying to murder Park due to some commotion outside, leaving Park to deal with whatever is trying to get in. The person trying to get in is actually Chris Walker, who knocks out Jeremy but focuses attention onto us. After barely escaping, we can find Father Martin writing on the walls in blood, telling us we are doing God's work. Wayland's aim is to shut down the electricity to Mount Massive, since he firmly believes that whatever is keeping it online is the one keeping him at the asylum. We find some patients that are concerned about being caught, saying that if they are, they will be brought to the man downstairs, the very bad man, referring to Vernick. We enter another building as patients begin calling Wayland the Bride of Gluskin, and how we just served ourselves to Eddie Gluskin on a platter. Now, this particular area in Whistleblower will have to be heavily edited for YouTube purposes, but you will find a body of a patient that has been rearranged to mimic or mock the moment of birth. It is very messed up. As Wayland attempts to open the door, Eddie Gluskin gives us the big old surprise, calling him darling. He goes on to mention how he recognizes Wayland's face from before he woke up, even though it feels like a dream to him now, being here with Wayland. He wants to change Wayland and make him his new wife. Yes, you heard that correctly. When Gluskin was a boy, his mother wanted him to be married so she could see just how happy he would be. But after looking all over, he could never find a girlie that he had in mind, and he wants to create that woman out of Wayland. While trying to escape, a ladder falls apart, causing Wayland to fall and impale his leg with a piece of broken wood. Gluskin is hurt by the fact that Wayland would rather die than be with him. Wayland attempts to escape, but Gluskin is able to follow the trail of blood coming from his leg wound, finding him inside of a locker. He loves the idea that Wayland is like a gift that he can continue to unwrap. He wheels the locker into another room while apologizing for being vulgar, promising to be a different man after he has made a woman out of Wayland. After they get married, saying that he wants children and to be a father that he never had. We can see a whole bunch of horrors in this new room of his, as he sprays in a chemical concoction to make Wayland fall asleep. Miles now awakes in a padded room, but our priest friend from earlier was nice enough to leave our camera. During the events that take place, Miles will fill out small journal entries, and the message that he wrote to himself at this stage called the priest Father Martin, and mentions that Dr. Vernick is at the centre of whatever is going on here at Mount Massive. But luckily he died 10 years ago. We can find a document upstairs of an email between Dr. Neil Wolfram addressed to Helen Granite. Dr. Wolfram is concerned by the cancellation of the arts program, since his patient, Martin Archambault, made enormous strides in his therapy on account of his finger painting. This is Father Martin, by the way, since the cancellation of the arts program, Martin's schizoaffective assertions that made him believe in a higher calling have increased. He wants the program back as the cost of the program would be cheaper than the alternative drug cost for Martin, saying that he doesn't understand the reasoning, unless Murkoff want their patients to be more deranged from reality. If only he knew. A couple of twins look at us through the bars like we're a freshly cooked tomahawk steak, speaking about how they want to murder Miles, describing all the different ways they plan on doing it. One of the twins questions if they should kill us, due to the preacher asking them to leave us alone. But their intrusive thoughts get the best of them, and decide to allow us a head start before taking dibs on our different internal organs. Not that this has much relevance to the overall story at hand, but the guy on the left has claimed our tongue and liver, while the one on the right is less concerned on what body parts, and more focused on just making it as slow and painful as humanly possible. Upstairs we can find a copy of the death certificate of Rudolph G. Vernick, the doctor that is responsible for much of the mess going on here at Mount Massive, and we also know of his history within the Signala facility 54 years prior during the Outlast Trials period. Just some quick refreshers from the death certificate. He was born in Germany and was 90 years old at the time of his death, spending a total of 55 years of his life in the United States. It says that he was single, which is only notable because it specifies that being widowed or divorced is an option, meaning that Vernick was never married over the course of his 90 years of life, or at least not publicly. An obituary form for Vernick can be found in a patient-padded room, explaining that he achieved his fame from the mathematical and scientific communities for a paper written with pioneer Alan Turing. Having moved to the United States shortly after World War II with a visa from the State Department as part of Project Paperclip, spending several decades on government research in Los Alamos led to New Mexico, where Vernick apparently retired to pursue landscape photography and care for his cats. He came to Colorado to do charitable work for Murkoff Corporation and has no next of kin. Alright, now that we're all refreshed. A written note from Father Martin explains his ideology, explaining how people have mistaken ghost spirits and madness, saying they were just ignorant. If you can see beyond it, then you can truly see, which is what the Walrider has taught him, the gospel of sand as he calls it. The greatest sin of all is willful ignorance of God, to receive revelation but not to spread it to the waiting flock. It is incredible how closely this not only mirrors Father Martin's own mind, but also Sullivan Noth's mind. Miles continues his journey through Mount Massive trying to find any way to escape this hellhole that he has found himself inside, and eventually finding the message that Father Martin was writing when we came across him with Waylon, telling him to go down, and eventually we will meet this patient that mentions more about Vernick's death. He simply asks how a dead doctor experiments on living patients, insinuating that even though Vernick is dead, somehow he is still experimenting on the patients of Mount Massive. We get chased through some hallways by the patients screaming about the Walrider before being told on the radio to get into the dumbwaiter in order to live. When we reach the top, and surprise surprise, we have been duped. The stranger beats Miles to a pulp. He recognizes us as the priest guy and tells us to take a rest and places us in a wheelchair and straps us in for the ride. You can probably imagine that whatever ride this dude is taking us on is not going to be a fun one. We reach his, I guess you would call it a clinic, and get to set our eyes on some of his patients. He tells one of them to stop yammering because he didn't need his tongue anyway. You could probably see where this is going. He graciously cuts our fingernails, but appears to have cut a little high on the fingers, removing them entirely. We take that opportunity to grab our camera and get the hell out of there. Turns out that the doctor's name is Rick Traeger. Yep, Mr. Creepy is back again, this time in the flesh, and with a terrible haircut. We can find a written note from Traeger mentioning how one of his patients didn't make it, even though he tried his best. He's only a doctor, not a miracle worker after all, and he is pretty new to this whole doctor thing since he's been working out the kinks. We get a glimpse of the old Traeger as he mentions the financial disaster that is Project Walrider after the whole Billy incident that caused Murkoff to just bleed money. He has personally slimmed down personnel by 80 people, which means killing them, and as a result made incredible short-term savings in salary and long-term savings in pension and healthcare costs. What a hero. And in the wise words of Rick Traeger, while he doesn't know about biology, he now knows with absolute certainty that a person cannot live without their kidneys. We find another note from an orderly at Mount Massive that wrote to HR about things that he has witnessed since working here, saying that he believes that patients are being abused and has never seen such consistent level of secrecy and disrespect. He resigns and mentions that he might even consider contacting the press. We take an elevator out of the clinic as Traeger attempts to stop us. He gets jammed in the elevator and we manage to escape, putting an end to his deeds. Father Martin can be found nearby as he says that he is happy that we survived. He feared that Traeger would carve Miles up like the others, but to go and meet him outside. Another note is found that was sent by Rick Traeger, saying to accept the immediate resignation of orderly David Annapurna, to process him as a patient of Mount Massive, and to treat his parasecutorial delusions. Treatment will continue until the time of his death, showing that the orderly that threatened to go to the press was now captured by Mount Massive staff. We continue into the kitchen and can find this whole place on fire, while a patient is sitting alone. He mentions that he had to burn everything down as Murkoff has taken so much from them by using them, saying that they were turned into these things because nobody cares about a few forgotten lunatics. So he just wants to burn the whole thing down before telling us a safe way out. Honestly, it's pretty damn sad. More files can be found about the MK Ultra program, essentially using sleep induction and hypnotic techniques to make a person do something. Can they create a post-hypnotic control action contrary to individuals' basic moral principles? Then, to guarantee total amnesia so the person doesn't remember anything that happened. And eventually, the idea is that you could completely alter a person's personality. These are the core principles of MK Ultra's research, and while MK Ultra was taking place within the Outlast Trials, I find it interesting since the Outlast Trials were based off the real MK Ultra, and the core philosophy of both programs were pretty much the same. We get our first glimpse of what people call the Walrider using our night vision. It essentially looks like a floating skeleton. We find Father Martin outside as he mentions that we have now seen the Walrider. He says that we have now begun to understand, and just sort of runs off for some reason. So we just continue to take a look around this murderous asylum. We find another note that gives us some more insight into Dr. Vernick. This is the file that explained Project Paperclip, which, as a quick reminder, was the United States obtaining the services of foreign specialists for specific assignments within the technical services of the Army divisions. Around this time, Miles begins complaining in his notes about a static sound, a buzzing that won't stop, stressing that he needs to find the source of the sound. We can find another note from Dr. Vigilando to a Cindy Eisner, speaking about an interesting conversation that he had with Billy Hope. Billy says that he has been speaking to Vernick in the White Place, something that worries the Doctor. His dead doctor friend is filling his head with German folklore, telling him that the only way to kill Walrider is with vampiric butterflies vomited from a demon called Heroxes. They apparently look like emaciated upright pigs or sick dogs, which is a very odd description. The Doctor believes that Billy's mother possibly had butterfly tattoos, which he believes could be the source of this make-believe garbage, as he puts it. Ending off the message, making moves on Cindy, telling her to compare notes over a glass of wine and that he is getting lonely. What the heck? Miles reaches a movie theater as a film begins to play. It is the exit interview recorded on December 27th, 1985 in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Speaking about the brain tumours mentioned earlier and how they needed to find people that have experienced real horror in order to use them effectively in the morphogenic engine. The interviewer asks if this was something supernatural, which Vernick disagrees with. We hear about Project Walrider being a gateway to something, but what exactly? Vernick is asked to elaborate, but the film cuts off. Miles writes that the engine described is in his head like a song that you can't stop humming. That Walrider is the buzzing that he feels in his bones. The dude has been through some crap, essentially. More files show that many of the patients in the asylum consider the Walrider to be almost like a god, the law that they pray to and write gospels for. And we get further mythology for Walrider in a document by MRD staff, saying how the Walrider, also known as the Alp, Mara, or Skrat, is a demonic creature of German origin that torments sleepers, crushing the breath from them, causing the sleeper to awake paralyzed, terrified, or asphyxiated, with Mara meaning nightmare. We finally reach the church that Father Martin wanted us to get to, and we find quite the scene. He is essentially on the cross and tells us that he will soon be with the Walrider, telling us that the reason he wanted Miles alive this whole time was so that he could witness this moment and escape to tell the tale. He gets burned worse than a marshmallow, and we decide that it's a great time to head to the local bar to drink away all of our problems. Unfortunately, instead of finding the bar, we find an underground facility below the asylum. As Miles heads underground, this is roughly the time that Waylon would be waking up after sleeping for 12 hours, as we can see Gluskin performing a surgery on another person, resulting in their death. So let me give you a very YouTube-friendly version of what is actually happening here. Eddie Gluskin is fascinated in the surgical procedure of changing and swapping around the body parts of men and women, removing some things from some people and adding those same things to other people. In doing this, he is trying to create his perfect wife. Think of like an interchangeable Barbie doll. If the subject dies, then he views it as them not accepting his love, or in this case, his hand in marriage. Waylon is only one of many people that he is attempting to do this to. He eventually gets Waylon on the table and attempts his, surgical procedure. Thankfully, right before Waylon loses the old meat and veg, another patient comes to the rescue, attacking Gluskin. That guy is a damn hero, one of the few heroes within this universe. Waylon takes his camera back and attempts to flee again, jumping out of the damn window. To be honest, a very good choice given the circumstances. We see a very unfortunate man within the air vent system before seeing a room of Gluskin's work, full of corpses from his experiments. As Waylon attempts to open up a door, Gluskin arrives and gives him a good old beatdown, telling him that Waylon is always betraying him, deciding that Waylon can join the others up on the roof. The roof begins to give out as Waylon struggles, eventually causing Gluskin to get caught in the rope and being impaled on a spike coming down from the roof, killing him. We can now jump back to Miles as he is becoming more and more unhinged at this stage, and things are looking very sketchy for our journalist buddy. Mount Massive has taken its toll on him, and as if things couldn't get any worse, we run into Chris Walker. When he goes to kill Miles, we can see that the Walrider is making very short work of him, essentially turning him into, little pieces. You see what I did there? We hear a voice from a nearby room, asking us to come speak with them as they have something they wish to explain. And surprise, surprise, if it isn't our favourite evil Professor X, Dr. Wernick is not dead after all. Who could have guessed such a thing? He says that he is supposed to be dead, but has had no such luck, that he is older than sin itself, and that he is here because of Billy Hope. He takes care of him, and Wernick speculates that Billy might think that he is even his father, since he certainly loves him, but seconds later calls him a poor idiot. He begins talking about a technology involving nanohazards, little microscopic machines that they could never master. But using his research, Murkoff was able to find a workaround. You can turn the cells of the human body into nanofactories. Since the natural function of cells is to produce molecules, you could use the psychosomatic direction to engineer the precise molecules necessary. He mentions that it was foolish to even think that they could control it, and asks Miles to stop Billy, even murder him if need be. Turn off his life support and anesthesia to undo what he has done. Nobody can leave Mount Massive while he lives. There are a variety of notes that can be found, including one of the personal records of Dr. Wernick, quoting Frankenstein, probably due to his similarities, him being the Dr. Frankenstein and Billy is his monster. Another note asks the staff members to not worship the Walrider swarm, to not allow the delusions of patients to influence their own beliefs. Wernick feels that the sentient being from this technology will be far superior to humans than illusions of godliness. They have looked into the chaos and called it God. They are scientists. Don't be tempted by belief. We do manage to find the device being used and note that Billy is at the center of it all. I must say, after finding Billy, that looks uncomfortable as all hell. I mean, think of the back problems. We turn off the support systems before hearing a terrifying sound as the nanobots come for Miles. We hit the burners to run from the thing, but it turns out that the Walrider is a hell of a lot quicker than a journalist that sits for a majority of his working day. It's a really bad time for Miles, but thankfully the system shut down and it kills Billy, meaning the Walrider is no more. We now find ourselves back with Waylon after killing Eddie Gluskin, remembering that these events are happening simultaneously. Waylon exits the basketball court in search of the escape. Looking out the window, Waylon can see the church burning down in the distance, the same church that Father Martin died in and Miles only recently left. Now I'm back on board once again with Miles after killing Billy. The injuries sustained in the fight for Miles are really bad. As he opens the door to the exit, he is greeted by Dr. Wernick and a bunch of soldiers. They open fire on Miles, and right as you think he is dead, we hear Wernick gasp, as he now realizes that Miles has become the new host of the Walrider after Billy's death. Sounds of gunshots and screams can be heard as the screen cuts to black. Waylon continues to attempt to escape after seeing the church. Soldiers are shooting patients in the hallways, saying that they are authorized to use deadly force against anything that moves. We can hear one of those officers reporting that multiple officers are now down in the sub-basement, dying due to an unknown assailant, calling for evac and paramedics. The screams of the officers downstairs can be heard as reinforcements are heading down there, this unknown assailant obviously being Miles, who is now the Walrider. We enter the next room and can find the elevator that Miles used to escape Rick Traeger. And look at that, we can even see the body of Traeger on the ground after officers removed him from the elevator. As we begin to get closer to the main entrance of Mount Massive, we can see that it is finally daytime, possibly closer to evening. Once we reach the front door, Waylon finds Jeremy Blair injured at the door. He asks Park how he is possibly still alive before jumping at him and stabbing Waylon in the stomach. Just as Blair is about to kill Waylon, the Walrider grabs him and turns him into the same juice that we saw Chris Walker turn into. Waylon struggles to his feet, only a small distance from freedom. He gets outside the gate, finding Miles' truck that he arrived in. He turns on the vehicle, as he sees the Walrider version of Miles attempting to flee at the same time, turning into a tornado of nanobots. Waylon rightfully gets the hell out of there, as we can now see Waylon Park leaking the Walrider project files and footage to the internet. A person named Simon Peacock speaks to him, telling him that this will cause an unbelievable amount of problems for Murkoff, and they have done everything that they can to cover Waylon's tracks, mentioning that their enemies are twitchy and malicious corporate paranoiacs, with resources that we are too moral to imagine. He warns Waylon that Murkoff will likely still hunt him, his wife, and his children if he decides to leak the files. He will do irrevocable damage to Murkoff, but he will also put massive targets on his family's back doing so. He has to make a very tough decision, but in the end, he decides to press the button, leaking everything Murkoff has been doing to the public. And while that wraps up the collective story of Outlast 1 and Whistleblower, which I did my best to blend together chronologically, it is still far from the end of the overall story. It's time to get back into the Murkoff Accounts comic series. In between jobs, Paul would visit his daughter at home, watching films and spending time with her. You can tell he's a little out of touch as he asks his 15-year-old daughter if she liked the doll that he bought her. She reminds him of her age, and he asks what she wants him to bring home from work trips then. She just asks that he comes home more often, something that really clicks with Paul. Paul and Pauline visit Mountain Massive after the incident, stating that things got out of hand. Pauline believes this incident will prove expensive while they look upon the blown up body of Jeremy Blair. Pauline makes a joke that he's lost some weight since we last saw him. Nice one. Paul checks the video drives but finds them all wiped before dawn, but points out that it appears to have been a 100% fatal incident. Pauline believes that there is a silver lining in the fact that the cleanup will be easier and less witnesses to talk. She does mention that they weren't completely lucky, however. Wayland Park escaped and has made contact with Simon Peacock and Miles Upshaw. Simon Peacock was still their chief concern. This is the guy speaking to Wayland Park at the end of Whistleblower, stating that he did a heap of damage to the company. The agents speaking to Pauline about Mount Massive point out that Miles Upshaw was neutralized during the event, something that Pauline agrees to but clearly knows more than she is letting on. For Paul and Pauline, the biggest point of concern was finding the whistleblower, Wayland Park. And only a few days later, they find a connection to patient Billy Hope. Billy Hope was the only patient at Mount Massive to successfully complete the experimental treatment, and his mother Tiffany still lived 80 miles from the hospital. We cut over to Tiffany, entering her trailer home, seeing Billy inside, this clearly being the Walrider version of him, before hugging him and welcoming him home. Murkoff knew that Wayland had stolen Miles Upshaw's Jeep, and they traced the vehicle down to a truck stop that offered bus service. The problem here is that Wayland could have used a bus or hitched a ride with one of the truckers. He could literally be anywhere. Murkoff IT, however, got a ping that somebody accessed Miles Upshaw's bank account outside of Nathrop, Colorado. A quick background check shows that Miles Upshaw had no connection to Nathrop, Colorado at all, but when they ran it against other patients at Mount Massive Asylum, they found out that Billy Hope was born there, and his mother Tiffany is currently living there. When they went to speak with her, Tiffany mentions that she doesn't know a Miles Upshaw, and hasn't heard from Billy since he went to Mount Massive, being alone out here for weeks. Pauline questions Tiffany that she didn't visit her son even once over the years that he was at Mount Massive. Tiffany pointed out that it wasn't allowed, saying that Murkoff said it was bad for his treatment for Billy to see her, and while it pained her, she accepted it. Pauline points out that Tiffany seems almost cheerful, despite the situation with Billy being a painful topic. Tiffany believes that there are always comforts in the world. Paul notices a cowboy hat on the desk, asking if a man has been visiting her. Tiffany just points out that it was an ex-boyfriend of hers that had visited, but Paul replies that he should have been missing his hat, asking again if she knows Miles, maybe as a friend of a friend. She denies knowing him, before she and Paul look at an old photograph of Billy Hope on Halloween, with her and Paul connecting on the fact that both Billy and Paul's daughter read the same books. Pauline notices a collection of glass figurines, asking if Tiffany collects them, even pointing out that one of them is extremely expensive, odd for somebody that's living out of a trailer. This annoys Tiffany as she asks Paul and Pauline to leave, with a little friend appearing in the background as she does. When the two agents go outside, we can see two figures standing atop the home. Clearly the Walrider. I assume the one on the right is Billy, since it matches the frame of the previous two times that we've seen him. But who the heck is the jacked Walrider? Is that Miles Upshaw? Man really hit the weights over the last 24 hours. Paul and Pauline both realise that Tiffany is lying through her teeth, and Paul sees a remnant of the Walrider, not realising what he just saw. They organise a hardline Murkoff officer to keep watch on Tiffany's trailer, looking for anybody entering that shouldn't be. Murkoff was struggling to get ahead of the Wayland Park situation, since they had no leads whatsoever about his whereabouts, so they decided to start a forensic gaslight on him. Wondering what that is? Well, don't worry, there is an explanation. Since Murkoff couldn't stop Wayland from posting whatever he wanted online about Mount Massive and Murkoff in general, they decided to steal his identity, and posted a long, backdated history of crazy crap under his name, conspiracy theories, perversions, and delusions. Also notice the person here in the background watching Paul and Pauline while they do this. It will come back up later. While they continue to flood Reddit as Wayland, Pauline gets a call. It appears that the ex-boyfriend has arrived back at Tiffany's place, as Pauline asks the officer to get closer and get pictures of anything that happens. The conversation between these two is insanity. Let's just say that the ex-boyfriend is not happy with Tiffany because he thinks that she is seeing some other man. It ends with the boyfriend hitting Tiffany, something that Wool Rider Billy is not a big fan of. After the man leaves and enters his car, Billy goes all tentacle monster on him, causing quite the mess. The officer notices the car crash, and Pauline tells him to check it out while keeping the line open. After the agent looks into the vehicle, relaying all the information to Pauline, his last words are the Wool Rider, before he himself becomes a pile of goo. Billy returns to his mum as it's revealed that he is the one making the glass statues, before telling his mother that he will take care of her. Something she doesn't seem to be too happy about, to be honest. Murkoff come down with every weapon in its arsenal after hearing about the Wool Rider incident at Tiffany's home, surrounding the home with trucks capable of neutralizing the Wool Rider. Paul and Pauline enter the home to speak with Tiffany while it's surrounded. They tell Tiffany to get Billy to show himself. She continues to say that Billy hasn't been at home in years. But Paul makes a keen observation, showing that the crystal figurines from earlier have now been changed, with one of them turning into the character that Billy used to dress up as at Halloween. Tiffany pleads with Paul and Pauline, saying that no matter what Murkoff did to him, he is still her little boy. Pauline starts calling out Tiffany, saying that she must have got paid well to give Billy over to Mount Massive, saying that Murkoff pays extra for test subjects that don't actually have anything wrong with them in the first place, saying that she sold her son, even though he wasn't sick. This makes Billy very angry as he appears in front of Paul and Pauline and kills Tiffany. They make a quick exit and yell for the trucks to activate. When they do, it creates a massive sound wave, resulting in nanobots laying across the ground. Everything pointed towards the Wool Rider being dead. But when Paul went to have a look from higher up, he realized that it didn't die at all, only changing hosts. We now move on to the fourth comic book, as Paul and Pauline have gone to visit the home of Wayland Park in Boulder, Colorado. It turns out that after Wayland exposed Murkoff, he burnt down his home and fled with his family. Paul is looking at a family photo of Parks, saying that he hates it when they have families. Pauline makes a joke about how Murkoff doesn't hurt women and children, but quickly apologizes for the poor joke. They decide to travel to the apartment of Miles Upshaw in Washington, D.C., even though he died at Mount Massive. They hoped for a connection between him, Simon Peacock, and Wayland Park. They speak with one of his neighbours who mentions how she would just see Miles jogging sometimes. But he had been gone for a long while now, but she did say that she saw him only last night. Paul points out that it would be impossible for her to see him last night, but the neighbour assures him that she did see him, standing over by the house, saying that the dogs were going crazy, something that she found odd since her dogs normally liked Miles. Inside the home, they find the house infested with ants, even noticing that some of the garbage is moving due to them. Paul points out that he saw the same ants in Colorado. Somebody accessed his accounts in Nathrop, and the ants were in Tiffany's trailer, and now they are here in his apartment in DC. Pauline finds passwords, as she is bitten on the hand by one of the ants. Paul points out the black ants don't bite. Well, they do now, buddy. The ants go to town on Paul and Pauline as they jump under the shower for water, but it doesn't work. Instead, grabbing some hairspray and creating a damn flamethrower. They have to strip down to their underwear and shoot a damn flamethrower at each other just to get the ants to back away before making a run for the exit. Paul notices a man walking past, saying that it's the same homeless man from Colorado. Remember the guy outside watching Paul and Pauline as they were making fake posts as Wayland Park? Paul and Pauline realize that he's following them. Paul gets out the car and chases the guy down in nothing but his underwear. Now that's a protagonist I can get behind. Paul loses him briefly under a bridge, but we can see some coordinates on a wall. 360551 north, 1123400 west. I checked the coordinates, and it takes us to the woodland areas in Arizona. What is interesting here is the nearby location of the Hualapai Indian Reservation, the same area that Sullivan North made Temple Gate. And this is also the rough location that the Sinyala facility is also located. The man returns, asking if Paul works for Murkoff. He tells Paul that his name is Simon Peacock and that he's been looking for him. Simon has been watching Paul and Pauline, but mentions that Paul has something that most Murkoff running dogs don't have, saying that Paul has shame. He knows what he's doing is wrong. Paul points out that it's just a job, but Simon mentions that he was willing to chase after Simon, despite being injured and naked, not something many would be willing to do. Paul is not willing to give Simon his name, saying that he read Peacock's file, stating that he used to work for Murkoff for 6 years before he leaked company files, and vanished off the face of the earth. He would then go on to encourage other whistleblowers. He is destroying Murkoff. Paul asks if Simon is protecting Wayland Park, something that Simon admits to, reminding Paul that he works for the devil, before telling him that he will never find Wayland and asks what Project Walrider actually is. Paul tells Simon that he couldn't tell him even if he did know, asking if it helps him sleep at night and if it will justify him working for people that he knows are evil. This is probably a good time to give some context into why Paul Marion, an otherwise good person, works for an evil corporation like Murkoff. Paul lost his wife Joanne Marion to a rare blood disease in 2000, and his 15-year-old daughter has the same disease. The treatment and gene therapy for the blood disease that killed his wife is not available to the public, but due to his position in Murkoff, which at its core is one of the world's biggest pharmaceutical companies, he has privileges that he wouldn't otherwise. This allows him to give his daughter the best chance of surviving the disease. Since she can actually get treatment, and due to being a Murkoff employee, he gets a significant discount on the treatment that saves him from going bankrupt. It's a necessary evil working for Murkoff. Simon points out the coordinates on the wall, stating that Mount Massive was only the pebble in a very big pond, an experiment on individuals. This location, where the coordinates lead, is where the real sickness spreads. If Paul cannot look at what is there and not eat himself with shame, then he isn't human any longer. Paul says that he needs his help, saying that he needs somebody within Murkoff, and that he is telling Paul, not asking. Paul tells him that he has a job to do. This is where Simon grabs some insulation foam and makes Paul take a big old bite of it. Pauline arrives as Paul tells her that the man is Simon Peacock. Simon tells Pauline that he is leaving and not to make him hurt her. She opens fire and we can see that Simon Peacock is not exactly completely human anymore, taking the bullets like it's nothing and appears to have some kind of powers. He knocks over Pauline before fleeing. Paul helps her up before she asks why Simon made Paul eat insulation foam, something that Paul didn't really know the reason to at the time, but he later realized that he was using the foam to create an impression of Paul's teeth. This was to find his dental records, and thus his identification, since Paul was unwilling to tell Simon his name. Paul and Pauline return to Miles Upshaw's home, this time having it fumigated prior to entering to get rid of those pesky ants. However, after going inside the home, everything was gone. The ants ate everything inside. It's not bad for Murkoff, however, as Pauline now feels that the books on Mount Massive can now safely shut, since the ants destroyed all the evidence for them. Paul pulls out the coordinates that Simon Peacock gave him, saying that it's an empty plot of land about 80 miles northwest of Flagstaff, saying that Murkoff had business there. Pauline tells him that she doesn't know anything about it, saying that they shouldn't trust anything coming from Simon Peacock. Paul wants to check it out, but Pauline doesn't think that they should, saying that Murkoff will send them there if they want them to dig. I think this image of Paul's reaction says it all, as he knows that Pauline knows much more than she's letting on, and clearly doesn't want Paul to know about it. Pauline closes the Mount Massive case as they will just have to wait for Wayland to poke his head out, telling Paul to go home and spend time with his daughter, and to make sure that she doesn't end up like her. We see an image of the coordinates, with a reminder of the quote given by Simon. Mount Massive was a pebble in a pond, an experiment on individuals. This is where the real sickness spreads. This leads us directly into the 5th chapter of the comic book series. We can see the same couple in Arizona as they are running through the desert. The woman says that he won't let them get away, with the man telling her that with every step they take, the less power they have. They want to get to the most wicked part of the world that even God himself couldn't find. We now jump back over to Paul Marion. Paul and his daughter Alice are just talking about normal things, food, homework, etc. Alice notices a man messing with their mailbox. When Paul runs out, the man makes a run for it. Paul finds a note with more coordinates, saying that his daughter is actually connected to it. Paul rings Pauline while at the Arizona airport, lying to her, saying that he is at the hospital. Pauline has got some pretty strange things occurring at her house, but Paul tells her that he won't be coming into work the following day, saying that he needs to spend more time with his daughter. Pauline says that that's okay, and that everybody needs some personal time. Paul hires an SUV and went straight towards the coordinates, only for it to break down 20 miles from the destination. Paul had to walk, using a map, which resulted in some strange circumstances that Paul put down to the heat and the sun. A big flash of light hits him, as a loud sound occurs with it. All of a sudden, he was back to the day that he lived 13 years ago, holding the hand of his daughter when she was just 2 years old. It was the day that he watched his wife die. The doctor told him the news, and He once again dropped his daughter's chocolate milk. He awakes again in the desert as a man is holding a gun towards him. He tells Paul that he doesn't want any trouble, only that he needs his pistol. Paul attempts to get up and tell the man to take it easy before saying Jesus' name in vain, something the other man didn't appreciate as he attempts to shoot Paul. Thankfully, the safety was on. He asks who the man is and also who the woman is, asking how long her pregnancy has been. The man jumps and stabs Paul in the arms, disarming him. That was not meant to be a pun, but it certainly worked out as one. Paul just turns into John Wick for a second and uses the blade in his arm to stab the guy in the neck, killing him. The pregnant woman just runs away as Paul falls to the ground in shock. He followed her footsteps in the sand, but he continued to see his dead wife along the way. He ended up finding the girl as she was being picked up by a truck on the road. He did get lucky though. He got the number plate of the truck and also got a signal back on his phone. Pauline is incredibly angry at Paul for going to the reservation and lying to her. Paul admits to making a mistake while Pauline is on her way to retrieve him. A family ended up finding him the next morning and taking him to the hospital, where he met back up with Pauline 6 hours after he arrived there. He told her everything that happened out at the desert. She reminded Paul that he worked for Murkoff, not Simon Peacock. Also, he is not to interfere with any ongoing experiments. They only enter the equation when the science is complete, and they need to mop up the evidence. And finally, he doesn't work without her. They are partners after all. Paul apologizes, to which Pauline tells him how much she hates apologies. She does have a silver lining, however. She traced the number plate of the truck, and the woman that he was chasing is a patient at the very same hospital that they now find themselves at. Pauline gives Paul a suit and asks him about his visions of his dead wife, saying that Paul called it a vision, not a hallucination, a pretty big difference in distinction. Paul tells her that it felt real. He could smell the hospital, his daughter. Everything felt real. Pauline confirms that at the very least the woman that he followed is real, since she has a record at the hospital. Paul asks if the pregnancy is psychosomatic, like the woman at Mount Massive, and if there's a connection between the two. The doctor tells Paul and Pauline that the baby is a healthy baby boy, and asks if they know her name since they just have her as Jane Doe on the records. Paul asks him about the brain injury with the woman, since there were anomalies in her CT scan. The doctor points out that the scan must have been corrupted, since it looks like lesions on the brain, but it's perfectly symmetrical, something that can't be real. Just a quick reminder of all the mentionings of brain tumours over the different experiments in the Sinyala facility and Mount Massive, with the ones with Vernick being made completely of lead. This shows that there is a connection. The lesions in the girl's brain match the neural scarrings common to the morphogenic engine exposure found in patients at Mount Massive Hospital. When Paul and Pauline saw the results, they quickly realized that this is all evidence of Murkoff's experimentation, and it has now become a matter of containment. The woman has been unconscious since the time that she arrived at the hospital, but the baby has been kicking up a storm. They sat with Jane Doe for hours before Paul noticed a tattoo on her chest. It was wheels within wheels, a biblical reference from the book of Ezekiel. As he names the book, the woman awakes. She begins screaming, calling Ezekiel Papa, yelling that she won't let him have the baby, that she will die before she lets him kill him. She saw the messenger, and she knows that she isn't burdened with the enemy. Her blood is true, sipped at the fountain and borne the pain and marks of salvation. She will not allow him to take her baby. She begins to have a seizure as Paul and Pauline call the doctor, but Pauline realizes quickly what they have just found with this young woman, and what had to be done. They leave as Pauline tells Paul that she's dead, and they need to leave. Nothing could be done. Pauline had realized that she was operating above her security clearance, and that she didn't realize it at the time, the trap that Simon Peacock had just led them into. Pauline tells Paul that it's just case closed, while he needs to get home to his daughter because she has a blood transfusion tomorrow. He needs to be there for it. Pauline says that Paul is a good dad, since he always takes care of his girl, revealing that Jane Doe didn't die from the seizure. Instead, Pauline had killed her after Paul went to find the doctor. Paul arrives home but can't find Alice anywhere. He looks inside her bedroom and can find the words, "You work for us now," written above her bed, with the top of one of Alice's fingers found on the floor. Alice has been kidnapped. After Paul left to go home, Pauline went back out to the desert to clean up the body of the man that Paul killed out there. They searched a 40-mile radius surrounding his abandoned rental vehicle. They never found the body, or what potentially happened to it. We cut to that very body, as a person with a pickaxe uses it to drag the body of the man into the night back towards Temple Gate. This leads us perfectly into the events that transpire within Outlast 2. I hope you've been enjoying the video thus far. If you have somehow watched it up until this point, put in the secret words of the pools to let me know that you have. I'm very curious how many people have actually got to this point, since it's like 3.5 hours into the video, which is absolutely insane. Alright, let's jump into Outlast 2. 2 weeks after the incident in Arizona with Paul and Pauline, Lynn Langerman, an investigative journalist, much like Miles, has taken an interest in a pregnant woman murdered in rural Arizona, the same woman that Pauline killed in the hospital. Alongside her is her husband, Blake Langerman, who is her assistant and cameraman. We first hear a memory in Blake's mind as he is sleeping. A young girl is telling Blake that she is scared before screaming when she realizes that the person is coming towards them. Blake awakes in the helicopter with his wife Lynn. She points out that Blake was calling out another woman's name, Jessica. Damn, that must be an awkward thing to explain. He mentions that he was dreaming about Jessica Gray from his childhood. Lynn recognizes the name, saying that she hasn't thought about her in ages. The pilot points out that they are now above the Indian reservation as Lynn and Blake are looking for some kind of factory out in the woods. Lynn points out that there was a significant amount of mercury in the blood of the woman, meaning that she must have lived downstream from some significant amount of industry buildings. They decide to begin recording for their investigation, as the helicopter experiences a little bit of turbulence. Nothing to worry about at all, I'm sure. During the introduction, we can hear that the woman was strangled, and that something strange happened with the fetus of the child. They're confused on how the woman was killed, but I think it would be pretty obvious who the main suspects would be for the doctor, when he literally left Paul and Pauline in the room with her, but sure. A bright light and loud humming sound begin to light up the helicopter, causing the helicopter to shake violently. Lynn straight up falls out the helicopter, but thankfully Blake is an action hero and catches her mid-fall, pulling her back inside the helicopter. As the helicopter plummets towards the forest, we cut to a memory of Blake within a school. A man is walking down the hallway as we quickly follow him. We then turn around as a young girl is watching him. We have what is absolutely a nod to The Shining, when the hallway fills up with blood and Blake awakes at the helicopter crash. I think this man needs to buy a damn lottery ticket. To be completely unharmed after crashing in a helicopter is unheard of. Not to mention his camera is completely intact. Was the interior walls of this helicopter made of marshmallows? How is that even possible? We can see the helicopter burning down below as Blake starts heading down the mountain towards it to search for his wife. Thankfully, her body is not in the wreckage, and neither is the pilot, surprisingly. Well, the pilot is nearby, and let's just say that somebody found him before Blake did. And Blake correctly deduces that being skinned and strung up tied to a post did not in fact happen in the helicopter crash. I can now see why Lynn is the investigator and Blake is the cameraman. After getting further down into the valley, Blake comes across a town, despite there not being any sign of a town on any map in the reservation. Inside the home is a dead guy that Blake points out only died recently. A note nearby is addressed to his wife, saying how he cannot bear what they did, and he cannot be apart from their little ones anymore. He decides that he wants to join them, and states that he knows that they needed to be offered up, but he is torn inside and can't live without them, saying that he hopes to see her again someday, and that she would find whatever woman's comfort that she needs in the arms of Papa Noth. We can find some locals outside who are not very welcoming to say the least. A nearby note found in another house is addressed to Father Noth from a woman named Lisa. She talks about how God continues to bless her with visions, and she knows that the enemy is closer and closer every day. She was cleaning the stains from Daniel's room when the blessed music rose and sank her into her true sight. She saw a creature like the burning sun, and I'll be honest, the next bit is a little bit crazy, but let's just say that she saw the creature and the world birth a slouching horror, and it equally terrified her and excited her, waking and wanting to, have fun with Noth, essentially. She considers herself one of the most faithful of his flock. Strap in because this game is going to get all kinds of messed up. Outside is a memorial set up by the town, filled with photographs of children and their toys. Something really horrible has been happening here. Blake continues through the town and finds a cellar with Latin written on the sign. I have looked through various threads about the terminology here, and numerous people have differing opinions on what it means. Some that I've read is that it says Satan, enemy of God,
while one person said that it says Satan's cradle. But with any name similar to that, you know that it ain't going to be good down there. Inside, we find what appears to be a baby's bed, along with a midwife's lament. The song as seen is describing some kind of baby that is considered sent from hell, almost like the people of Temple Gate are waiting for some kind of evil child to enter their community. There is a pit filled with bodies. These, unfortunately, are the orphans described by Val earlier in her journal entries, left in this pit. As we could see earlier with the letter also, that it seems like the community is sacrificing them. Blake continues through the scattered community, finding a barn. The barn could use some new wood, however, as Blake falls through the floor and lands below. We can see a woman, hooded with a pickaxe. This is the same person that we saw collect the body from the desert. She is asking God if he wants Blake, and that if he does, she will collect him for him, before walking scarily back into the night. Blake begins his search again for Lynn as a bright light hits him in the darkness, the familiar humming sound from before. Blake begins complaining about the pain in his head as the surrounding villagers are all screaming on the ground. They cannot see Blake anymore. They are hypnotized, seeing something else entirely, and are not aware of what is around them in reality. We can hear Sullivan giving a sermon over the loudspeaker. He asks God why they suffer as they do. Why must they commit this terrible violence? He wonders, does God hate them, or does he hate this world? Temple Gate stands in opposition of the Antichrist. If they can hope to beat him, they cannot only try to be like Jesus, they must instead be like God. He mentions how God has sent them a woman, fallen like a rebellious angel from the sky. He puts Lynn on the speaker asking God what her name is. Who is this outsider? Lynn tries to speak, but Sullivan tells her that her tongue has already been revealed to be only fit for nothing but lies. He asks God to guide him in seeking the truth. Blake approaches the church, stating that it's impossible for it to be here and that nobody know about it. Inside the church, we can find parts of the Gospel of Noth. I'll be reading these near the end of the game, since it correlates with something later. We even find a picture of the man himself, looking about as creepy as he sounds. Blake finds a prison underneath the church with more Latin on the walls, Capre Abyssum Atom, which translate loosely to take hold of the abyss. Sullivan begins speaking again, asking God to help him find the truth from Lynn. After a short pause, he mentions how her child is the one, stating that she is pregnant with the Antichrist, the enemy that they have been waiting for this entire time. A note can be found inside the prison. It is written by somebody that says that Val came to them before sunrise with an offer, something secret. She stated that there are places in our hearts that even Papa Noth cannot reach. They believe Val to be committing blasphemy and betrayal, and asks for Noth's help in stopping it in its tracks. Blake reaches the upstairs window and can see Lynn jumping out of a different window. He jumps down to her and they make a run for it in the wilderness. Lynn complains of pain in her stomach, saying that something is wrong. Blake asks her what they did to her, which she says she cannot talk about and to please not ask her. You can probably read between the lines here. Again, this is a very, very messed up story. Sullivan speaks again on the loudspeaker, telling the people of Temple Gate that their faith has only been proven after all these years. The woman that arrived today is carrying the enemy that they have been awaiting all this time, saying that she is pregnant. Blake asks her if this is true, but Lynn tells him that Sullivan is just insane. They're all insane. Sullivan tells the people of Temple Gate to find the mother and the father of the enemy, and to kill them. A group of people surround Blake and Lynn, chanting that God wants the child. As they restrain the both of them, another group called the Heretics arrive and kill the initial Temple Gate group. This is Val, who is a little too friendly to say the least. They abduct Lynn, calling her the mother, and leave Blake in the woods, telling him that they'll see him again. Blake is now back to searching for Lynn once again, while avoiding the crazed Temple Gate members along the way. After some swimming and Navy SEAL maneuvers, Blake gets himself inside of a house as the bright light and hum hits us once again. If you remember back, this is the exact same light and hum that we saw with the reborn reagents after they successfully finished the trials at the Sinyala facility. After the bright light, Blake awakes back inside the school from the previous dream, his old school. We can see writing on the chalkboard from Jessica, saying that I'm sorry, I have to do this, you should have loved me, you should have helped me. Jesus, forgive me, I don't know what to do, I'm so sorry. Blake attempts to record it on his camera, but when he views it within the files, it's just static, just noise. However, if you reverse the audio, you can make out a voice speaking.
Sweet Jesus, forgive my sins and accept my gratitude. Thank you, God, for killing my child.
Blake mentions how he remembers the writing from Jessica before finding an old school photo of himself, Jessica, and Lynn from the 4th grade. Back in the hallway, we can see that man again. As we approach, this time he turns into a linebacker and pushes Blake back down the corridor. Outside, it's snowing, and the ground underneath Blake gives way as he now finds himself back in the forest. A man arrives and asks if Blake is the outsider that Noth is looking for, and if Noth's eye has killed him yet. He helps Blake to his feet and tells him that they need to get into hiding if they want to avoid Noth's eye. He introduces himself as Ethan. Blake is unsure what side Ethan stands on, and is curious why he isn't trying to kill him. Ethan calls himself the Unborn, seen too much to keep his faith in Noth, and saying that the heretics didn't help his wife when she was sculled, nor when Noth went with his daughter, Anna Lee. Now this is very, very dark. She was 15, and Noth believed that the resulting child was the Antichrist, similar to Lynn's child. He asked Ethan to kill Anna, and to stop the birth of his own grandson, whom Noth considered the enemy, something Ethan was unwilling to do. He lied to the Temple's Gate community and allowed his daughter to escape. Blake immediately realizes that the woman that he is talking about is Jane Doe, and after giving Ethan a physical description of her, he confirms the theory, meaning that the woman seen at the hospital is actually Anna Lee, Ethan's daughter. Blake doesn't have the heart to tell Ethan what happened to her, and lies to him, telling him that she is okay, much to his relief. Blake is injured from his fall, and Ethan tells him that for the meantime he can live in the cellar under the house. There is already a bed there for him to rest. I'll be honest, this seems like a trap, like big time, but I guess we'll go with it. Blake takes a nap and attempts to get some shut-eye. He continues to dream about Jessica, having the dream as he did in the helicopter. When he awakes, we can hear Ethan speaking to somebody, and it sounds awfully like the pickaxe woman from before. She is in search of the outsiders and believes that they are inside of Ethan's home. She yells at Ethan that he sinned when he did not allow the prophet, meaning Noth, his daughter, and believes that he knows where the outsider is. Yeah, it doesn't end very well for Ethan at all. She means business. But damn, he went out a hero, man. He did not rat out anyone. Blake believes that he needs to find the chapel in order to find Lynn, and makes a very long journey in search of her. Along the way, we can see our pickaxe friend, who is Noth's eye, by the way. Ethan mentioned her earlier by that name, but the people of Temple's Gate call her Martha. She's just doing her creepy walk while saying creepy things. The normal. The bright light continues to occur, actually killing a flock of birds. Blake points out that the teacher once told him that the songs of bird was proof that God exists and loves us. So what does that mean for something that kills the music? Blake finds a cave system that has gigantic statues made of twigs. This is the Heretic's temple, which means that Lynn should be close. Blake continues to hallucinate Jessica, seeing her dead, something that is becoming more and more frequent. We finally reach the outside as we set our eyes on the chapel, and this view really puts into perspective the sheer size of Temple Gate, a community that nobody knows even exists. Inside one of the buildings is a message from Val, written to Noth, calling him a liar, a charlatan, an addict, a coward among many other things. It explains that Val has left the community with a group of like-minded people. They are ready to fight back against anyone that might hunt them. She calls Noth ignorant, but thanks him for showing her the truth. Through his visions that he believed were punishment from an angry and ominous god. A god that was afraid because it wasn't a god at all. Instead, it was just his own ego, vulnerable and false. We get back inside the town, connecting the power back to the elevator. While being chased by Martha, we can see the main Temple Gate sign that shows its establishment in 1971, with Sullivan calling himself the new Ezekiel. If you want to see a really crazy moment, if you look inside the well, Blake sees a gigantic tentacle monster that pulls him into it, now finding himself back inside of a vent within the school. Jessica continues to ask him for help, asking where he is. A music box can be found in Jessica's locker, along with letters written to Lynn, mocking a teacher that she calls Mr. Combeover. Lynn and Jessica reply to one another, with Lynn calling out Jessica for having a crush on Blake. He can see Jessica dead again. The footage is once again just static, but if you reverse the audio,
You removed the temptation beyond what the flesh you made was able to resist.
the voice being heard here is a teacher and priest called Father Loutermilch, aka Mr. Comb-Over. We'll learn more about him later. Another interesting thing is that if you pause the static on the video at the correct time, you can actually see the Murkoff Corporation logo in the static. The same tentacle creature takes Jessica away, as we can see straight up hell spawns on the roof. This feels as close to hell as you could probably ever get. Blake awakes inside of a room, getting attacked by a cult member, but thankfully pushes Blake down the stairs, which gives him time to make a run for it. We find a school that has writing on the chalkboard, saying to not be afraid, you're going to heaven, with the teacher over here on 0 HP. It's bad news all around. A piece of paper nearby speaks about the fact that children should not fear their duty, but instead celebrate it as a guaranteed entrance to heaven, with a checklist of things to remember. Firstly, there is no pain in heaven. Papa gave you life, so your life is his. God gave you life, and so your life is his. You may not know that you are yourself, the enemy. Your fear is a tool of the enemy, and that God knows best. They are also to study that the whale saved Jonah from drowning, and Jesus is in the desert with Satan, and Abraham killed Isaac in the heart, and also to draw angels, and wonder to yourself who could be the enemy. Outside, we find ourselves closer to the chapel as the bodies really start to pile up. A letter is found by Lard, a member of the Skald. He thanks Sullivan for the extra copies of his gospel, and he has gifted them to the members of his flock that still have brains and eyes still intact. He wants more wine for drinking during communion, and comfort for their pains and disinfection of their sores. His flock complains that Sullivan has promised them more than he has given, and while he could rule them with an iron fist, he prefers the more gentle path. Inside the chapel is a man strung up, with Judas cut into his chest. He begs Blake to just end him, so Sullivan won't have any reason to hurt Mary. Blake isn't able to bring himself to do it and hides inside one of the confessionals. We can see Sullivan as he arrives, addressing the man as Josiah. He tells him that he found Mary attempting to flee amongst the Skald, hardly the actions of somebody not burdened with guilt. He mocks Josiah, telling Mary that he can't see her anymore, since he doesn't really even have eyes now. He tells the man that they only have a few hours to find Lynn and destroy the enemy within, since she will give birth before dawn. He tells Josiah to take him where Val took her, using Mary as the bargaining chip to make him talk. Josiah eventually gives in to save Mary, telling Sullivan that she is in the mines, but he will not be able to get to her before the birth. But Sullivan believes that his people are guided by God, so they are unable to fail. Unfortunately, Josiah and Mary don't make it. This means that Blake is now on a one-way trip to the mines in the mountains to find and save Lynn. Blake encounters all kinds of Temple Gate horrors along his way, finding a note from Noth to Marta. He calls her his beloved, his hound, his avenging angel. He informed Marta of Val's betrayal of Temple Gate and God. He asks that Martha make Val suffer for these transgressions. Blake himself even has a very close call with Martha as he nears the mines, giving me one heck of a fright in the process. We can see from another Noth note to Martha that Martha has been having reservations about killing people, believing it to be almost sinning. Noth attempts to remind her that staying her hand would be the real sin, since if you do not chain a rabid dog, are you not responsible for the people that it attacks? Or if you don't kill the spider in the crib, are you not then responsible for the venomous bite? Nor leaving a fire unchecked, are you not responsible for those now burnt? There is no difference between these and trying to defeat the enemy who could destroy the world. The sheer amount of mindfoolery at play here is unbelievable. Murkoff really created something terrible with this one. As Blake enters the mine, he appears back inside the school, to the moment before he found Jessica dead. The reversed audio once again contains the teacher's voice.
You are strong for me and generous. You gave me life. You gave me talent.
Inside the classroom is a hangman game that Blake, Lynn, and Jessica used to play as children. A cruel irony given what happens. When the game is completed, the secret word is unforgivable. A message from Jessica to Blake. Oh yeah, here is just a jump scare by the way. I didn't need my heart anyway. I think it just blew up after that. We get ourselves back into the vent system as the tentacle monster returns, changing the environment from a vent to a narrow passageway in the mountains. I mean, clearly Blake is not teleporting, with the school being a vision in his mind, but how the heck does he not fall down a cliff, or get lost in the caves or something? Blake performs what is quite possibly the world's most dangerous balancing beam while being pelted in the face by Locust. Not a good sign, since locusts are a bit of a biblical sign. This causes him to fall from the beam, which appears to be like hundreds of feet high. When Blake awakes, we can hear the voice of the Skald as they bow down a nearby person. If you're wondering what the Skald are, by the way, a note nearby actually mentions it. It is a welcome letter to anybody that is sick enough to join them, saying that they should be filled with shame, since their illness is a sign of their own sins. Noth believed that the illness to be some kind of spiritual affliction, something that the Skald believed also. In reality, they all have syphilis and gonorrhea. A much less fancy affliction, I suppose, but that's what no medical care would do to you, I suppose. They are all kinds of messed up, by the way. At first glance, you could absolutely mistake yourself to think that this was a Walking Dead game, but nope, they aren't zombies. Oh, would you look at that, we're now in Lord of the Rings. That is not an orc, my friend, that is STDs. We once again find ourselves back in the school as we flee the Skald, with Jessica making an appearance once again. We find a computer that has an email to Father Porcari from the guidance counselor of St. Siebel School. It mentions that Jessica was pulled out of class for a talk after Father Lutermilch, aka Mr. Combeover, he told the counselor that he felt that Jessica was more sensitive than what was good for her. Something that could be down to the loss of her mother and the big personality of her father. Father Lutermilch wants Jessica to stay at school instead of being on the field trip for the piano factory, something the counselor actually agrees with, since Jessica is a risk of being a runaway. But we can see a picture of a few of the fathers on the wall, and wowee! Jessica continues to ask Blake not to leave her, as she begins singing a song. However, it isn't just Jessica singing the song. Father Lutermilch is singing alongside her. If your creepy meter is going off, it should be, because it is exactly what you think it is. Blake finds another hangman picture. This time the hidden word is strangle. Blake snaps back to reality and we are back in the woods again. Our infected friends greet us, as the golem riding the ogre decides to make Blake drink his infected blood. Ooh. They want to make him reborn, and think that he is a Skald messiah. A swift right hook later and they are attempting to put Blake on the cross, nails and everything, planning on doing some ceremony and to eat him afterwards. They ask Blake what his guidance is, since the messiah is supposed to have had a gospel for them. Blake tries his best to distract them, but they get the nails going into Blake's hand. Afterwards, they find Blake's camera, believing that this is actually the gospel, a record of everything that Blake has seen and experienced. It's obvious, really. A modern Christ would use a camera, not a book. Blake gets put up on the cross and falls unconscious again. After awaking, he decides to pull his hands out of the wood to escape. He is bleeding heavily and needs bandages urgently. Thankfully, there is some nearby, but now he needs his camera, since it is his only way to see in the dark, and it holds all the evidence of everything that he has seen thus far. This requires him to find the home of the golem guy, which, after a long journey, we do find. The camera sends Blake back into the school once again. Another hangman picture sitting there in front of him. The secret word saying, "Don't let me go." We continue to see the red tentacles in the hallway, which was very similar to what we saw with the reagent in Cuba after hearing the words from Easterman. Blake can hear a phone ringing as our jump scare friend from earlier pays us a visit. This is like a perceived demonic form that Blake sees Father Lutermilch as. After answering the phone, he can hear Lutermilch's voice. At first, he is assuring Blake that he will be helped and that they'll find a way to get him out of here. However, it takes a quick turn as he begins to mock Blake, saying that he wants him to remember what it felt like when her neck broke. A giant tongue comes out of the phone and gives Blake a brief scare. What the hell is even going on at this stage? As we flee through the hallways, chased by the deformed version of Lutermilch, Jessica screams that he is coming, revealing that he is the person that she was scared of this entire time in his dream. After hiding inside of a locker, we are once again back to reality. Again, I do have to wonder what it looks like watching Blake in reality when he's going through these episodes. Is he just running around aimless, like somehow not hitting into anything or falling down anywhere? The Skald are back on Blake's tail as he descends the cliff, falling into a barbed wire fence. Ouch. He is really having a bad day. Lard arrives again to save Blake, deciding this time that instead of a cross, it's time to make Blake's day even worse and bury him alive. In what would have to be one of my worst fears imaginable, Blake now has to get himself out of here. Thankfully, they forgot the whole 6 feet deep rule and only buried him under a handful of dirt, allowing him to break the top and escape. Blake finds another person dead by the rope. but we can see that he is slowly losing himself, talking as if the stranger is Jessica, thinking that he is her. The current goal for Blake is to get back to the mines, after his previous detour that led him to the Skald. Crazy to think that if he didn't fall from the log bridge, he wouldn't have gone through all of this pain. Blake uses a rope to descend down further, since it's his only way down. Lard grabs the rope while he is halfway down, attempting to pull Blake back up. A few of the Skald that were fed up with Lard's treatment of them decide to push him down the hole, resulting in both Lard and Blake to tumble below. Thankfully, Blake is an expert at surviving falls at this point. The man survived a helicopter crash and what would be easily a 100-foot drop from the bridge. This 30-foot drop is nothing. Lard, however, not so lucky. Dead as a doornail. Climbing down the rubble sends Blake back to the school, leading him back to the cafeteria like he was before. But this time, he begins seeing visions inside of his visions. When reviewing the footage, we once again get some words from the teacher.
I share my gifts with the children, who may be able to take my muted talents and turn them to glory.
Blake is now near a lake after waking from his dream. There are a few notable things here. Firstly, Blake mentions how the lake smells of chemicals and death, while at the same time being able to see a facility above the lake, a radio tower or some kind of microwave relay. Blake sees this as a sign of a real civilization, and quite possibly some help. A note nearby gives some valuable context. It is dated September 17, 2015, but I believe this to be an error, since the events taking place right now are within 2013. So unless we're dealing with some kind of time travelers here, this note should be September 17, 2013. It talks about how they are at the halfway point between the towers and the subjects down at Temple Gate. The signal remains strong, and they thought that the microwave was meant to discourage birds, but they've been hearing owls all night. They plan on hiking closer to the site and getting more readings. They even had a curious anomaly in the signal strength in the last quarter mile. It appears to actually have gotten stronger as they travelled further from the towers and more towards the site. They believe it to be the effect of a microwave parallax or a feedback loop, as they learned by Dr. Cameron. What is interesting is a bet that was mentioned, as the writer of this letter believed that they would lose the bet, meaning that they would owe dinner to Jenny Rowland. Now this is a name that we have actually heard before. Jennifer Rowland was the Murkoff employee that worked at Mount Massive around the time of the incident in Outlast 1 and Whistleblower. She was the one that grew tired of Vernick's theories and results, putting in a request to leave. She would later be reassigned to another Murkoff building after the female employees were moved after side effects from the morphogenic engine. This means that the same doctor that worked at Mount Massive has also been involved in the experimentation at Temple Gate also. Blake gets himself a small boat made from like 4 logs and begins his journey across the lake of chemicals and death. Halfway across we can see the bright light and sound coming from the building atop the hill, as tentacles and fish begin rising to the surface. Not to mention a lake tsunami that I didn't even think was possible. Blake points out that these are all signs of the apocalypse as he is pulled underwater, fighting to get back to his boat. He manages to get himself into a stream that leads him through the woods, getting stuck and almost killed. He recognizes some of the people as being the ones that took Lynn, meaning that they are heretics. So Blake now knows that Lynn is nearby, but is concerned by what they would do to her when they realize there is no baby. It just wouldn't be Blake Langerman if there wasn't another close call with death. After hitting a rock head on and almost drowning in the water, we get our boat back after coming across some of the heretics' artwork and continue down the stream. Blake is questioning why the people here are calling Lynn the mother and him the father, stating that he and Lynn haven't been intimate in months, so there isn't any way for him to be the father. We get a closer look at the industry buildings that Lynn was originally looking for when they were in the helicopter, and likely the reason for Anna Lee having such high mercury in her blood. We have our second close call as the tongue monster pulls us back underwater, returning us to the school. I don't think the school showers are meant to do that, or the toilets. The same blood begins falling in the hallways as Blake attempts to flee into the attic. Once again, Jessica begging him to stay. Outside, it is still raining. Another sign of the apocalypse, by the way. Things are really starting to look grim. Blake finds shelter inside what looks to be a meat processing plant of some kind, as a man grabs Blake, telling him that they tried to get her back before the enemy cracked the womb. He tells Blake to leave and that many of the heretics died trying to keep Lynn from Sullivan's people. It really doesn't take that long for Blake to start just tripping balls again and see himself back inside the school. The delusions are becoming more and more frequent. Inside the computer room, Blake can speak to Jessica in the chat room, something that terrifies Blake, and the computers begin to go haywire. It doesn't take long before the tongue monster returns and attempts to drown Blake in blood. This returns him back to reality again as he falls into the water. Within literal minutes after running through a building, Blake once again sees the school, but this time we can hear the loud hum sound of the light when it happens, correlating with the blinding light. His visions are getting worse as we can hear another message from the teacher in the static.
Thank you. You never told us all. You let the small sorrow of her suicide wash over the unacceptable tragedy of her murder.
Blake is attacked once again in his vision, and it snaps him back once again to reality as he is being attacked by a heretic. He attempts to run up the stairs but falls again, this time seeing Jessica as she broke her neck. The demonic visage of Dr. Ludemilch is standing atop the staircase. This is a very subtle way of showing what actually happened in the death of Jessica, suggesting that Ludemilch pushed her down the stairs, resulting in her broken neck, and using the hanging to make it look like something else, and to cover up his own deeds, essentially. After Blake flees, Ludemilch begins taunting him, saying that Blake isn't evil, he's only confused, a common problem for a young man. Blake gets back to reality as he is holding on for dear life over a 400-foot drop, which is absolutely terrifying. But to be honest, it is Blake Langerman, so he'd probably survive it with absolutely no injuries. Blake gets inside the mines, using the elevator. As he is descending, he mentions how he can save her. He can save Jessica, before having to correct himself, saying that the name was Lynn, not Jessica. My man is officially in the clouds. Any sanity that Blake had has left hours ago. After like 20 minutes of cave diving, Blake is grabbed by the heretics, as we can see Val once again. She wants to see Blake's true face as she wants to show him hers. A sudden cave-in happens, and I don't think I have ever been so happy about an earthquake in my life. It gives Blake enough time to get the hell out of there, as Val begins chasing him inside the mine. We reach the room in which Lynn is being kept in, but unfortunately due to YouTube, I cannot show the scene. Not that you'd probably want to see it anyway. Let's just say that some heretics are getting freaky, and Val wants Blake to join in. This converges with a memory of Blake's, which was when he was play fighting with Jessica when they were kids, and we once again get a school sequence. Jessica walks Blake through the building by the hand, the building getting more and more decrepit as they walk through it. Jessica asks if she can come over after school, to which Blake asks why. Jessica doesn't have an answer, and just says that she doesn't know. Father Ludemilch shows up asking what Jessica and Blake are doing here, saying that they stayed late for journal. This prompts Ludemilch to tell Jessica to go into the classroom, while Blake is not in trouble. Jessica asks Blake to stay with her, in the same way that she has been saying throughout all of Blake's visions. Ludemilch wants to know what they were doing in the school, asking how they'll make this right. This part is hard to get through. He asks Jessica to pray with him and to help make it right, while telling Blake to head home. Jessica again pleads with Blake not to go. Again, the exact same way that she has always been saying it. Blake has been hearing it throughout his vision. Ludemilch again insists that Blake go home and pray, while Jessica tells him to stay. Blake ends up leaving, much to the dismay of Jessica, and yes, it is exactly what you think it is. Blake begins hearing screaming, and yells for Blake to help her, for anybody to help her, telling Ludemilch to get away. Ludemilch yells at her to stop, before Blake finds Jessica again at the bottom of the stairs, with Ludemilch above her. This cuts Blake back into reality, believing that he is still holding on to Jessica until she disappears. This scene shows that the lines that he was hearing of Jessica's was his own perceived guilt over the last things that she said to him before her death, asking him to stay with her, not to leave her with Ludemilch. He blames himself for her death. Blake flees the mine as he can find Lynn at the entrance. However, she is pregnant. Like 8 to 9 months pregnant, about to pop pregnant, something that she cannot explain. Realistically, this shouldn't be possible, as Lynn and Blake have only been here for the night, presumably, since we haven't seen daytime at all yet, and she was not looking like that in the helicopter. And what is even more insane is that when you go back and look at the recording of this very moment, Blake recounts the footage saying that he got Jessica out safe, and they need to go and find a grown-up and tell them what happened. Not only is he confusing the identity of his own wife, this guy thinks he's a child again. They attempt to go down a hole in the ground when Blake accidentally drops her. She mentions how much pain she's in and she needs a moment to rest. Marta arrives and decides to ruin the party. At the very moment Marta is about to kill Blake, a metal pole from the building impales her due to the storm. Blake might be the luckiest person alive, or the unluckiest, depending on how you look at it. Blake is attempting to get Lynn to cover, as he continues to confuse her with Jessica, consistently telling himself that it isn't his fault. The building they chose to get cover inside of just so happens to be the church. Blake helps her to lie down on the table, but Lynn begins to bleed out from the pregnancy, stating how much it hurts. I definitely cannot show this next scene, but Lynn gives birth to a baby before dying. Her last words to Blake saying that there's nothing there. Blake is inconsolable holding on to the child. He goes back to a memory of the school as Jessica is asking him if he and Lynn had kissed yet, since they were in the Beauty and the Beast play, wondering if Blake and Lynn were boyfriend and girlfriend. He awakes again, but this time Sullivan is next to him. Sullivan points out the child, saying that he is powerless against it. Blake has murdered Paradise. God has gone silent since the storm and birth. He begins to get angry, saying how he killed his own blood. Is there no more perfect faith than that? He points out that God doesn't hear dead men, but he believes that he does answer them, before hitting the exit button, so to speak. Blake grabs the child, walking outside into the sun. Now that it has risen, the ground begins to shake as the sun gets bigger and bigger, the light getting brighter and brighter as the familiar hum sounds once more. Blake is once again in the school, finding Jessica with her neck marks. She tells him that she will never let him go, just the same way as he never let her go. She begins to pray to God as the screen cuts to black, ending the story of Outlast 2. Now you probably have a lot of questions which I'll try my best to answer. Firstly, the reason for Blake's deteriorating sanity was due to the bright light and hum. These were caused by the radio towers that Murkoff Corporation created, resulting in anybody in proximity to experience them. This is seen throughout numerous notes found in Outlast 2 of random characters, seeing visions of guilt and horrible nightmarish flashbacks of their own lives. These are the same things that Sullivan believed was God's way of punishing people for their sins, instead just being an effect of the towers. The radio towers were a line of factories built at the Siniala facility, the same one that we saw all the way back during the Outlast Trials. It is the same reason why we see the flash and hum when the reagent is being reborn. They were set up near a remote settlement in Arizona, this being Temple Gate, in order to create an isolated environment for testing mind control experiments on unsuspecting villagers, using powerful electromagnetic frequencies. These same radio tower waves are causing symmetrical lesions to form inside the brain of those exposed. The exact location of the brain most vulnerable to these waves is the part responsible for regulating memory, decision-making, and emotional responses. Similar things were found in patients exposed to the morphogenic engine and the reagents that were seen to Skinnerman during the trials. So in short, the waves cause the lesions and the lesions cause the hallucinations. This is why Blake slowly began to deteriorate throughout his journey, seeing hallucinations more and more frequently as more and more lesions began to grow in his brain, and why Paul experienced only a single hallucination, since he wasn't subjected to the radio waves for long enough. Lynn, on the other hand, experienced a fake pregnancy, appearing to be pregnant with the child being seen by Blake and Sullivan, but not by Lynn. This is probably due to a few different reasons. We know that Lynn was contained within the mines for a large duration of the game, while Blake was running around outside. This would suggest that Lynn was not exposed to the radio towers as much, since she was underground, while Blake was exposed almost the entire time. The pregnancy experienced by Lynn is most likely a result of the psychosomatic pregnancy. If you remember back, Jeremy Blair and Rick Traeger spoke about these very same occurrences in an email, noting them happening to the female employees at Mount Massive. We also saw the remnants of this when Paul and Pauline saved Miss Haas from Traeger. It was revealed that her pregnancy was also false, and it's also the reason why Sullivan and Blake did see the baby. Is due to both of them having significant amounts of lesions caused by exposure to the radio towers. Now, I want to point out some things about the Gospel of Noth. This is the equivalent of the Bible for the people of Temple's Gate. This thing is lengthy, and to be honest, a large amount of it is just ramblings and doesn't really need to be read out. However, there are parts of the Gospel that reveal some things. Chapter 8, verse 5, "And Sullivan Noth inscribed his name as Ezekiel upon eternity's banner. With iron blade he scratched the word I down the globe of his eye. It was slit and bled, and his face washed with tears and blood. This is in reference to his vision atop the mountain, where God told him to trade his eye for true sight. Chapter 10 verse 8, and of your wives and daughters you will have your greatest warriors, and wimples with weapons that censor. I believe this to be a reference to Martyr. A wimple is a head covering, a veil or a scarf, used in medieval Christianity times as it was seen as unseemly for a married woman to show her hair. Martyr remained hooded the entire time, seemingly having a type of wimple. A censer is a ceremonial incense burner. Atop Martyr's pickaxe is a literal burner on her weapon, not to mention that Sullivan addresses Martha with care throughout the letters that he sends her, calling her his beloved and avenging angel. If correct, this would suggest that Martha is either a wife to Sullivan or possibly a daughter. There is mention within the gospel that I find very interesting, specifically the mention of the words spider-eyed lamb in chapter 11 verse 1. This is the activation code for the reagents that successfully completed the trials, as heard in the Cuba ending when Easterman rings the reagent to use the code. Now, we already know that Sullivan is a previous reagent, but a cool connection nonetheless. If there are any more verses that you think have significant meaning, let me know in the comments down below, but these are the ones that stood out for me. Now on to the epilogue of the Murkoff Accounts comic books. The first scene actually shows what Noth was doing a few hours prior to the final moments in Outlast 2, feeding his followers cyanide, while assuring them that their children are waiting for them in heaven. He would then walk into the chapel where Blake is unconscious on the floor with the baby. Meanwhile, we can see the radio station above the lake and Temple's Gate, the Murkoff logo bright for everybody to see. Black ants, however, have managed to find themselves all across the metal beams holding up the radio towers, the same ants that we saw with the Wall Rider. They destroy the radio tower, causing them to explode in one final bright flash. 7 hours later, Pauline is standing in the remnants of Temple Gate. She is asking where Paul Marion is located, but he isn't answering his phone. She wants him there immediately, since he was at Temple's Gate only a few weeks ago. She believes that somebody has connected the dots between Mount Massive and Temple Gate and is feeding Marion information, her guess being Simon Peacock. They take a casualty estimate, which agents believe to be somewhere in the hundreds, with many of these localized corpses having signs of cyanide poisoning. A few of the agents struggle to pull out Sullivan Noth from the church, mentioning just how heavy he is. They also find Lynn's body, stating that she has multiple traumas. Took a lot of something to kill her, so it seems, which is odd, considering it appeared to be from childbirth from Blake's perspective. Pauline mentions that Lynn Langerman was at the hospital only last week, asking a bunch of questions about the escape of the woman from Temple Gate. She also points out that Paul Marion was supposed to be the one that stopped Lynn and her husband Blake from finding Temple Gate. And they actually find Blake nearby, by the way, completely catatonic, but still alive. Pauline tells the men to send Blake to the Elrich facility for forensic psych evaluation, saying that they will need to dig into his head and not to be gentle. Another agent mentions how Murkoff broke into Paul Marion's house and found blood on his wall. Something was written and then smeared away. Pauline tells them to find Paul, but this time, find him as a corpse, since if he is still alive, then he is dangerous. We get to see Paul's whereabouts tied to a chair speaking with Simon Peacock. Paul is asking about his daughter, which Simon points out is the wrong question to be asking. He promises that he will still help Paul find the answer to that question, but asks him to trust him. They need to find the Wall Rider. Paul mentions that Murkoff destroyed the Wall Rider. Simon asks about Miles Upshaw. Paul replies dead. Simon then asks about Billy Hope. Paul then replies dead twice, before finally asking if he really found nothing in Temple's Gate. Paul tells Simon to just get on with it, and tell him what he really wants to tell him. Simon begins to speak, saying that what Murkoff made him is only a rough draft, and what they stumbled upon when Miles Upshaw found Billy Hope and the Wall Rider was the masterpiece. The morphogenic engine needs a delivery mechanism, a method of infection, so to speak. At Mount Massive in the lab, they could customize the process to the patient, forcing it into their brains with video and mold the nightmares. Simon points out that it's not surprising to him that religion would prove such an effective delivery system. The idea of gods communicating with man, gods dividing themselves to components they could understand, like the Trinity. Even in Temple's Gate, they practice the sign of the cross. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And just like that, the three main antagonists of Outlast series thus far. This does not mark the end, however, as we know of a few more events that take place after this. Firstly, at some point, it is possible that Simon Peacock died after the events witnessed in the Epilogue chapter, since the FBI asks Pauline how much damage did Simon do before he died in the 3rd chapter during the chronological event that takes place after the Epilogue. Again, the FBI agent could completely be incorrect about his status, which wouldn't surprise me, but I thought it was worth mentioning. We now track all the way back around to the very first comic of the Murkoff Accounts series, as Paul Marion is seen entering the FBI field office, spilling equal amounts of blood and money. It turns out that he is not looking too good, with one of his eyes falling out of his face. He asks the officer to arrest him, before we get a glimpse of who he is. Paul Marion was born in Cincinnati, passing the bar exam in 1987, as mentioned earlier, and doesn't have a current address. Paul has come into the FBI building to confess to arson, 1 count of kidnapping, and 14 murders. He even mentions that it could be more than 14, but the FBI officer points that there is zero evidence to any of this happening. But of course, there isn't, since it's Paul's job after all to dispose of all of that evidence. We get to see Pauline with an injured arm at the Murkoff Rehabilitation Center, eating a meal while a couple of suited men ask about the whereabouts of Paul Marion, as they are worried he will do more harm to Murkoff, not to mention minimizing the fallout of what he has already done. They go on to mention how Paul sabotaged Murkoff Corporation, but they just don't know how early it started to begin. Pauline mentions that it began in 2008 when they were partnered up. They then go on to talk about their old case called the Hatbox Murders, which we know all about. Paul is asked if Omar is in fact innocent, remembering that he took the fall for Chris Walker's murders. To which Paul says that Omar is innocent of the murders, but is hardly an innocent person in general. Regardless, Paul does feel ashamed for setting up Omar, but is asked why he worked for Murkoff if he was ashamed of it. Paul mentions that the money was good. Murkoff is a big deal in the line of modern pharmaceuticals and gene therapies, and his daughter had the same blood disease that killed his wife, extraordinarily rare and incurable. And since Murkoff had an experimental treatment that wasn't available to the public, he had privileged access to it as an employee. So if he keeps his job, he manages to keep his daughter alive. From Pauline's side, we can see that Omar was convicted for the 4 murders and ultimately sentenced to life in Supermax prison. We now jump back in with Paul in Chapter 2. The doctors are telling the FBI agent that they need to operate on Paul Marion, saying that the infection in his eye is extremely aggressive, and if they don't do something soon about it, he could lose his vision in that eye. I mean, I think it's a damn near a miracle that he still has vision in that eye, after that bad boy was swinging around outside of his eye socket, but sure. Paul asks how long he will be unconscious for, with the doctor replying 24 hours full sedation and another 36 with heavy medication. Paul is okay with it, as long as it takes away the memories with it, but asks to be able to finish his story first, with him giving his full explanation of what happened at Mount Massive and eventually the trip out to Temple Gate, telling the FBI everything. Whilst the story of Paul and Pauline does end here, it is implied, I think, that Paul and Pauline had some kind of altercation, resulting in Paul's facial injuries and Pauline's arm injury, but we have to wait to find out. I can now say that there is no longer any single event within the Outlast universe that takes place after this event, therefore ending the timeline video of Outlast. I really hope you enjoyed it. This has been a passion project of mine that I've been working on for like the last 2 months and have put literally hundreds of hours into it. I didn't want to rush it. Instead, I just took my time getting everything as accurate as I possibly could. If you found it helpful or entertaining at all, it would mean the absolute world to me that you would leave a like on the video and possibly comment down below so it can be shared with more Outlast lore fans. I'll be looking to make more timeline videos in the future and of course my normal story explain videos weekly, so be sure to subscribe to keep updated when they are released. Thank you guys again. Your support means the absolute world to me. Until next time, peace.